Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Quirkless Deku Lost His Girlfriend. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was appropriate, he thought, that it would rain on the day of a funeral. Gloomy overcast, with fine mist coming down on him and a bored-looking grave digger. They were the only ones left from a lackluster funeral. Only 3 other people had shown up, their principal and her sister and grandmother. Those 3 along with him were the only ones who seemed to care. "Hey kid," the grave digger said, giving the boy a pitying look. "It's been 3 hours since the service ended. I gotta get to work." "Yeah, I get it," Izuku mumbled as he took a step back, sparing the grave one last look before he walked away. His feet brought him back to his apartment, soaking wet and shivering slightly as he opened the door and stepped inside to be greeted by silence. His mother was probably at her second job. He wouldn't see her for a few more hours at the very least. With a sigh, Izuku kicked off his shoes and peeled off his wet clothes, depositing them in the washroom before stepping into the shower. Within a few moments he was showered and dressed for bed, hesitating at the door, before finally pushing it open. Some of his hero memorabilia smiled at him from the many cardboard boxes he had been packing them up in when he had gotten the news. He walked between the boxes, eyes trailing over to a set of pictures on one of his shelves, depicting him and a brown-haired girl with soft green eyes. Their poses varied. In some they were laughing as they ran, in others they were hanging off of each other, drenched in sweat but with lively eyes and huge grins. And in one, she was pressing a kiss into his cheek, leaving him blushing mid-act. With a sigh, Izuku fell back onto his bed, looking up at the ceiling as his mind went back to 3 years ago when he had met her. He had been beaten up by Kaken again, the boy having roughed him up and set several explosions to leave his clothes singed and his body covered in small burn marks. Instead of going home, Izuku just stayed laying where he had fallen under a tree, having no energy to stand up. "Are you okay?" The soft voice had forced him to open his eyes, staring at the little girl who was looking down at him. She was likewise roughed up, but she still found it in her to smile as she held her hand out. "Let me help you." He had hesitantly taken her hand and stood up. He allowed her to fuss over him for a while before he got the courage to ask, "Why did you help me? Do you know what Kaken will do when he finds out?" "I don't care," she had declared, taking a hold of his hand. "Besides, Quirkless have to stick together, right?" Izuku's eyes widened before he gave her a shy smile. "Right. I'm Mia Watanabe, Izuku Midoriya." It had been from then on that he and Mia had been inseparable, always walking with each other or sitting in class together when permitted. It was she that had gotten him to start seriously training for UA years before he could even apply. And it was thanks to her that he began to regain confidence that he thought he had never had before, standing up to Bakugo and his thugs any time he tried to bully himself or Mia. But now she was gone. Having gone through as tough a life as they did, it was bound to happen at some point. But Izuku couldn't get the memory out of his mind. Trigger warning for suicide. He had been grabbing their lunch. Mia was having a bad day, so Izuku had volunteered to go grab their trays, making sure that her favorites were on the trays before happily heading towards the stairs when another bully by the name of Hiroshi had held him up, attempting to take Izuku's food so he wouldn't have to pay for his own tray. As always, Izuku had fought back, almost starting a brawl until a sickening thud echoed through the air. It felt like an eternity. Turning to look at the source of the noise, seeing the blood-stained pavement, the long brown hair fanning out around the girl like a halo, her body broken and unmoving. Izuku had dropped the tray, pushed past the bullies and ran to her side, pleading to some unknown god that it would be someone, anyone, than his best friend. No god answered that day. And the paramedics arrived on scene to Izuku's screaming and loss, tears streaming down his cheeks as he cradled Mia's blood-stained body close to him. Izuku shook his head, trying to forget. Was it his fault? Should he have just stayed by her side and ignored lunch? Would she still be alive had he just stayed? His phone pinged and he slowly picked it up, his eyes watering at seeing an unanswered voicemail. He hadn't even thought of his phone since that day a week ago. Slowly he pressed the button. "Hey Izuku." The voice of Mia made Izuku freeze as he stared at his phone. "By the time you hear this well, I won't be around. I know you don't check your phone often and with what I have planned. I'm sorry for the pain I put you through. And I'm sorry I couldn't stick around to see you kick Bakugo's ass at the UA entrance exam next year but I can't keep going it's a chore just to wake up every day. And the venomous words and hate just gets worse every day but don't dwell on me for too long, okay? You're stronger than I ever was, and I know you'll persevere and bounce back. I love you, Izu, don't forget that." The voicemail ended, leaving Izuku in silence as tears slowly trailed down his cheeks. "I'm not strong damn it, I'm not strong." He sobbed, falling back on his bed and curling up, unmoving as his sobs drained his energy and he fell into a troubled sleep. Bakugo Katsuki waited at the entrance of the school, red eyes scanning the crowd coming in. Most were laughing and joking as they usually did. Not a thought wasted by them on what had happened a week ago. It had affected him more than he cared to admit. He had been a regular harasser of Deku and his brown-haired friend. He hadn't pulled punches and had said things to them that made him want to bow his head in shame now. But he couldn't show weakness, not now, not ever. As the minutes trickled by, the crowd thinned slowly, until Bakugo was alone in front of the building, eyes following a lone figure walking towards the school. Unlike Bakugo, this boy had no shame in allowing his head to bow. He didn't even look at Bakugo as he walked past him, making the blonde-haired boy shake slightly. "De Izuku," Bakugo called out, catching himself in time. The boy stopped, not turning around as Bakugo moved towards him. "Listen, He hesitated, sighing. I'm sorry about what happened to Watanabe ... Don't apologize," Izuku muttered, his voice sounding dead to Bakugo's ears. Dead and exhausted. "Don't you dare apologize." "Look, Izuku." "Don't," Izuku snapped, turning to glare at Bakugo. "You don't get to apologize. You don't get to pretend like you cared this entire time. Not after how you treated us. Not after." He stopped as tears threatened to spill. He angrily wiped them away. "You're not a friend," he muttered. "So there's no reason for you to even attempt to apologize ... Just ... Leave me alone." With that, Izuku walked away, leaving Bakugo alone in the hall. "Damn it, Deku," he whispered, finally looking down. "That's not it at all." The day passed slowly, and Izuku went through it like a zombie, barely reacting when the teachers would try to talk to him about what had happened, shrugging them off with a cold indifference, until he finally snapped at his homeroom teacher. "You didn't give a fuck about what was happening before. Why should you care now?" He had yelled at his teacher before stomping out of the room, the last bell of the day following him a few seconds later. He just wanted to go home. He didn't want to deal with any of this. Not alone. He had made it to the bridge before the inevitable happened. "Hey, Deku," Hiroshi sneered from where he stood between Izuku and the bridge tunnel. "We didn't finish our game." Izuku didn't even glare at the bully. "I'm not in the mood." "Move," he muttered, pushing past the boy and his friends, who all sneered and laughed at him. "What? Not a big shot anymore?" "Huh," Hiroshi laughed, pushing Deku and making him hit the ground hard. "No quirk, no life. And now no girlfriend. Such a shame. Maybe you should follow Watanabe and jump off a roof. It'd be a..." He didn't finish his sentence as Izuku's fist was driving into his stomach. "Shut up," Izuku screamed as he followed up with a biting uppercut that sent the larger boy sprawling. Two of his goons tried to grab Izuku, but he drove a knee into one's sternum and brought his elbow down on the other's shoulder, dislocating it with a sickening crunch, before pouncing on Hiroshi, straddling the boy's waist as he balls up the front of his shirt and lifts the disoriented boy up and drives his other fist into the boy again and again, punctuating every punch with a screamed word. "Keep her name out of your mouth," he snarled, cocking his fist back for another punch. Only for someone to grab his arm, he whirled around, expecting to see one of the goons, and instead was met with a tall man in a white shirt and green cargo pants. "Calm down there, young man," the #1 hero boomed, any joviality he usually had not present. "This is no way to act." "All Might," Hiroshi whined thickly around the blood that was pouring out of his broken nose. "He attacked me after you provoked him," All Might proclaimed, hauling Izuku off the boy. Then staring down at the bully in disappointment. "True, he took it too far, but you not only physically attacked him, but also mocked him with your careless words of suicide. Be happy I don't report this to the police. Now get to the hospital to get fixed up, all of you." Quickly the bullies scattered, only one helping up their friend before backing ass. All Might turned his attention to the boy beside him. The young man wasn't looking up at him, instead staring at the ground. "I'm sorry you had to hear that, young man. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he muttered, slowly turning and walking away. "Thanks, All Might." All Might watched the boy leave, a stab of pain going through his heart. "I know it isn't easy now, but one day it will get better." Izuku scoffed at that, making the pro tilt his head in confusion. "Life doesn't get better, not for Quirkless ... not for me." With that he continued walking, not looking back once. That night Izuku sat at his desk, staring at the picture of him and Mia. "It's painful," he whispered to the picture. "It's only been one day and I already want to end it all." He set the picture down and looked around his barren room. The only thing still up was a single All Might poster, forever grinning despite the way the boy below feels. Izuku quietly pulled his phone out and played the voicemail again, listening to his friend's voice. "I love you, Izu ... Don't forget that." Izuku slowly looked over to his calendar, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stood and moved to the calendar, flipping forward 10 months to where Mia had written Izuku's big day. "On the date of the UA entrance exam. I'm going to make you proud, Mia ... at least one more time." 10 months later, Bakugo looked around as he walked onto the UA campus, eyes searching for that ever-familiar mop of green hair. 10 months had passed since the death of Mia Watanabe, and for the most part, things didn't change. The only thing that changed was that Hiroshi never went near Izuku again, and Izuku stopped fighting the few bullies who still went after him. Bakugo had been concerned and had brought his concerns to his mother, who simply told him to try and be there for Izuku. He's going through a hard time and needs to know that he still has friends who care for him, she had said. Sadly, Bakugo couldn't summon the courage to tell her he hadn't been friends with him for years, but he still tried to be there for the boy, quietly sitting with him at lunch, inviting him to the arcade and even training, but he would always turn it down. Still, Bakugo persisted, hoping beyond hope that his old friend would come around, watching as his friend slowly changed, becoming colder and more withdrawn as the months passed. His hair got longer, his muscles bigger and more defined. Sometimes he'd show up to school with bruises and other various injuries on him, and would brush off any attempt to find out what happened. Bakugo, the blonde boy, turned around, staring at Izuku as the green-eyed boy glared at him. His hair was past his shoulders now, tied back in a loose ponytail, and wearing a black muscle shirt and blue jeans, hefting a long bag on his back. "You're blocking the entrance," he muttered before stepping around his rival and walking to the door. "I was doing that a lot, wasn't I?" Bakugo asked, making Izuku stop. "Trying to block the entrance." Izuku looked back at him, his gaze softening just a bit. "Don't worry about it," he said, before walking away. "I don't." Bakugo sighed, following the boy into the auditorium and taking a seat beside him. He sat through the explanation of the entrance exam and had even been able to finish the written portion before Izuku, waiting against the wall outside until the boy walked out. "You're not here to do something stupid, are you?" Bakugo couldn't resist asking as the boy walked by. He didn't stop, so Bakugo walked beside him. "If that was the plan, I wouldn't have waited 10 months, Izuku said as they reached the buses. This was the last chance they had to talk before the practical. After this, they wouldn't see each other until school the next day. "Don't worry, I'm just gonna blow your score out of the water." Bakugo sneered at that for a second. Then the sneer fell and he looked contemplative. "If anyone could, it would be you," he said simply. "Good luck, Izuku." With that, Bakugo began walking away. "Goodbye, Kaken." Bakugo froze, dread creeping into the pit of his stomach as he turned around once more to ask why Izuku would say goodbye, only to watch as the bus pulled away from the curb, taking the boy away and leaving Bakugo alone to feel fear for the first time in a while. Izuku looked at the large gates that would lead them into the battle center. With a small grunt, he set his bag down and opened it up. Tactical equipment filled the bag alongside guns. He had trained his body for 10 months to be the peak fitness of his age, training with weapons of all kinds until he could pick one up at random and handle it like a pro. He thought over his plans as he put a plate carrier on. "Don't worry about the other candidates. Take out as many bots as I can and set up a sniper position. Don't lose." It was a mantra he had been repeating in his head since the end of the written exam, one that he was going to follow to the letter. He barely paid attention to those around him as he put magazines into their pouches, checking and clearing his .45, looking down the holographic sights with the barrel pointed away from everyone, then checking the foregrip and built-in suppressor before setting it down and picking up 2 Beretta M9 pistols. He had customized these himself after he had become proficient enough in shooting. The trigger system allowed for a 3-round burst, and the 7" barrel had been replaced with a 9" barrel and compensators for better velocity and range. He twirled them in his hands before holsters them in the drop holsters he had strapped on prior. Then he pulled out the gun that he had saved up for 10 months, a Remington 700 tactical chassis .338 rifle, bolt action. It had cost him most of his money to buy it bareback. The customization ate up just a bit of his savings, with a variable zoom scope, hairline trigger, as well as a bip-on stand and extended 8-round magazines. He was ready for this test. "Isn't it a bit dangerous to carry all of that hardware?" The voice was soft and feminine, and very curious. Izuku didn't bother to answer as he loaded the rifle and slung it over his shoulder before pulling a tactical tanto blade out of the bag and sliding it into the polymer sheath that was mounted sideways on the back of his belt. "We're fighting robots, not people," Izuku said, grabbing the .45 and standing up, adjusting its sling on his right arm before putting a backpack on. "What about Ricochet?" she asked. "I'll be careful," he said simply, looking back at her. She was taller than Mia had been by about an inch, curvy with pink spots on her cheeks and friendly smile. Her brown eyes were gazing worriedly at the weapons, but she didn't seem to have any other argument against them. "Well, so long as you know how to use them right," she asked. "Right," he said, pulling a pair of goggles out of his pocket and putting them on. "Do they complement your quirk?" she questioned. "I only asked because I didn't know we could bring support equipment." She giggled sheepishly. "I don't have a quirk," Izuku stated, moving away from her as she gaped at him. He didn't want to know what her response would be to that. He'd never seen a positive one before, and he'd rather not hear a negative one. "You there?" Izuku stopped and looked back as an angry-looking boy with glasses and dressed in what Izuku would refer to as a Speedo. "Any weapons should be unloaded until the beginning of the test. If I wait until then, I'd lose the edge, wouldn't I?" Izuku asked. "Don't worry, they're on safety." "That's hardly the point." "Then what is your point?" Izuku asked dryly. "Safeties can fail." What would you do if the gun went off? Cover my ears. He deadpanned, making several around chuckle. Actually, the gun in my hand is silenced ... so nothing. How can you be so dismissive of the potential harm? The boy spluttered. Because I know what I'm doing. And start. The exclamation made Izuku instantly take off through the now open doors, barely listening as Present Mike explained how there were no warnings in real life. His submachine gun came up as 2 3-pointers rounded the corner, the low-caliber bullets pinging off its chest armor as he slid under their attacks. With almost inhumane speed, the gun was pointed at the unprotected joints, turning the internal systems to slag as the bullets bounced between the armored hulls. He didn't turn around as they fell. Instead, he kept going, dropping the empty mag and reloading as he engaged a 1 and 2-pointer. This time he didn't fire until he had gotten close inside the 1-pointer's reach, jutting the barrel under its head and firing, separating the head before turning around and peppering the 2-pointer, its armor thinner than the 3's and easily being punctured by the gunfire. Another reload, another charge towards a 3-pointer lumbering inside of the building. Izuku worked meticulously as he destroyed it, and the subsequent robots inside the building. Well, this year's examinees are a lively bunch, aren't they? Principal Nezu commented as he watched the monitors, taking note of certain individuals. Don't you agree, Toshinori? Yeah, All Might agreed, currently in his skeletal form as he watched Bakugo fly through the air, explosions ripping through the air as he distracted line-attacked robots. Some used brute force to collect their points, Nezu said, having seen who Toshinori was staring at, while others used coolness under pressure to excel. He motioned to another monitor showing Iter running through the city, attacking any robot he came into contact with. Brute force or coolness under pressure. This kid here's got my 10, Snipes said, motioning to a monitor in the far right corner, depicting Izuku, now in a 5th-story window, rifle set up against the windowsill as he fired round after round, taking down several faux villains without any kind of hesitation or jerky movements. Haven't seen that kind of sharpshooting since my master. Who is he? Midnight asked, making Powerloader move the video feed to the main monitor where everyone could see as Nezu brought up Izuku's file. Midoriya, Izuku, Nezu said, making Toshinori perk up. 15 years old from Aldera Middle School, he was one of our more promising applicants. Promising is right, Cementos says. The precision in his movement speaks of hard work and training. Makes you wonder what his quirk is. Vlad King wonders out loud. He's quirkless. All the teachers stared at All Might in shock. The #1 pro hero was staring at the screen like he'd seen a ghost. Do you know him, Toshinori? Nezu asked, having been surprised the man had known that little fact. Know of him? Yeah, he muttered, looking to Nezu. Remember the kid from Aldera I told you not to let apply? Yes, Yoroshi, Kaiba, you were very adamant. It's because I caught him bullying a quirkless kid. This kid, from getting bullied to being in the lead for points. Midnight mused, impressive. Actually, he had tackled Yoroshi after a certain insensitive comment, and had to pull him off the boy. Toshinori said, hot temper, ectoplasm intoned. Could be dangerous. How did he get the weapons he's currently using? He's nowhere near the legal limit. If he sought out a trainer, then he'd have access to a veritable arsenal, Snipes said, and if he filled out the proper paperwork, he'd have been able to exploit a legal loophole in regards to support equipment. But he doesn't have a quirk, Midnight pointed out. Wouldn't that disqualify him from support equipment? Technically, since he's listed his quirk as quirkless, he can have access to a wide variety of support equipment. Nezu says, it's a loophole that's rarely exploited by the quirkless part of society. We'll have to watch him closely, Toshinori muttered quietly to Nezu as the other teachers discussed Midori. Why do you say that? That Yoroshi boy who had been bullying him made reference to a suicide case, Toshinori whispered. The situation didn't feel right, so I went to the school for further inquiry. He looked down. The girl who had killed herself was young Midoriya's girlfriend. Nezu frowned at that. Well then, we may need to inform Hound Dog to follow the boy, make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Izuku reloaded his rifle for the last time, aiming down the sights and scanning the area. Most of the robots had been dealt with already, and he knew he had more than enough points to pass. At this point he was just watching the other applicants. His gaze settled on the brown-haired girl who had spoken with him before the test. She seemed to be struggling now that the time was winding down. Not my concern, he muttered, moving his gaze away from her. Suddenly an explosion rippled through the air, shattering the windows around him and making him jump away from the window to avoid the glass. When he approached the window again, he caught sight of the 0-pointer. That's certainly an obstacle, he grumbled, turning to head towards the stairs. Help, please. Izuku froze, head turning to stare out the window. He brought the rifle up to scan the ground, swearing as he saw the same girl from before now trapped under rubble. He angrily slung his rifle and began walking to the stairs again, slinging the rifle onto his shoulder. It's not my problem. It's not my problem, he grumbled, slowly stopping. God fucking damn it, he snapped, running to the window, pulling a rope out and anchoring it on a nearby pipe. He then threw the rest of it out the window, using it to rappel down to the street fast. As soon as his boots hit the ground, he was running towards her. "I'm here," he said as he slid to a stop beside her, clearing rubble away as fast as he could. "I think my ankle's broken," she whimpered, staring in fear as the zero-pointer bared down on them. "You'll be fine. I'm gonna get you out of here," he said, glancing behind him. "Don't look at that, look at me," he instructed, making her turn her fear-filled gaze onto her rescuer. "I'm gonna lift this slab. When I do, I want you to pull your leg out, okay?" "Oh, okay," she stuttered. "1, 2, 3, Izuku exclaimed, pushing with his legs and lifting the slab slightly. The girl quickly pulled her leg out. "I got it," she cried, gasping when Izuku suddenly hauled her up, fireman carrying her as he ran. She stared at him in astonishment. Here was a quirkless teenager doing everything just to save her. A grinding sound made her look up, her eyes widening as the zero-pointer crashed through a nearby building, sending debris straight at them. "Watch out," she screamed as the rubble slammed into them. Without a thought, Izuku threw her forward, out of the worst of the debris, while his legs were pinned. "Fuck," Izuku screamed in pain, looking back at his legs. With a grunt of effort and adrenaline, he forced the rubble off, wincing as he saw blood already beginning to seep through the denim before looking over to where the girl was, blearily trying to sit up. He then looked to the zero-pointer, which was already coming after him. He felt a strange calmness settle over him, the area around him quiet even as the girl screamed for him to move. He let his muscles relax as all of the stress, anger, and pain bled out of him. He stared at the gigantic arm bearing down on him, and closed his eyes. Suddenly a hand was slapping him across the head, making his eyes shoot open as he began to float slightly. "Come on," the girl shouted, doing her best to drag him with her, giving him a tear-filled smile. "Don't look at it. Just look at me." Her words shook Izuku from his funk and he began to drag himself alongside her, both sighing in relief as the bell rang and the zero-pointer stopped moving. Izuku collapsed back, staring up at the sky. "Are you okay?" she gasped out, clutching her stomach. "I'm fine, thank you," he said softly. "Don't mention it," she said weakly before throwing up. Izuku just continued to stare at the sky. "I'm sorry, Mia ... he thought as he passed out. The viewing room was silent, shocked and appalled at what they just witnessed. Did he just? Snipes started, trailing off as Midnight nodded. Had that been an actual combat scenario? She whispered, slowly sitting down. "Kid's gonna need to speak with Hounddog if he's gonna be enrolled here." Vlad muttered. "I might need to see him too after that." Mike mumbled. "For now, let's get them healed up," Nezu said solemnly. "We can discuss this more later." A few weeks later, Izuku sat eating his dinner, his mother watching him worriedly. She had been worried about her son since his girlfriend had died. He had changed so much since that day, and it broke her heart to see how closed off he had become. They hadn't had a good relationship for a while, no matter how hard she tried, but she at least knew that he would be okay. Now she wasn't so sure. "Izuku, honey," she said softly, making the boy look up, "is there anything you want to talk about?" He shook his head. "Nothing at all," he said quietly. "Why? I'm worried about you, sweetie. You've been distant lately." He gave her a sad smile. "I'm sorry. A lot of stuff on my mind." He stood up. "I promise I'll try and do better." He walked out of the room, leaving his mother alone as she watched him leave. "Maybe I need to call a therapist," she fretted. It can't be healthy to lock himself away like this. She stood and began walking to the door, hoping to go talk with Mitsuki about everything, only to stop just outside the door when she looked at their mailbox. And a golden sealed letter. "Izuku," she exclaimed, running back inside with the letter in hand. "It's Yue." Izuku opened his door, staring at the letter in surprise. Slowly he took the letter. "Is it all right if I read it alone?" he asked unsurely. "Of course, dear," she said with a smile. "Thanks, Mom," he said, stepping back into his room and closing the door. He looked down at the letter in his hand, slowly stepping over to his desk and opening the letter. Letting a holodisc clatter onto the old wood, squaring his shoulders, he pressed the play button. "I am here as a projection." Izuku smiled slightly. Leave it to All Might to somehow lift his spirits. "You must be wondering why I'm here. Well, it's because I'll be teaching at UA this coming year. Now, onto the results. You scored 80 hero points, which puts you at first place overall. However, there is another aspect of the test that we keep secret, and that's the introduction of rescue points. And you were awarded 60 rescue points atop of your combat points, giving you a whopping 140 points. Izuku looked down, his smile turning sad. "I did it, Mia. I did it." Onto another matter. Izuku looked up, surprised to find that All Might was no longer smiling. "Young Midoriya," he began quietly, "I ran into you over 11 months ago, fighting a bully and proclaiming that life would never get better for a quirkless student such as yourself. I had grown worried at your words, and even more so upon finding out your reasoning. And after your actions at UA, I could not stand idly by any longer, and I am not the only one." He motioned to a screen that came to life, showing the girl who he had saved. "Excuse me, sir." She hesitantly called to present Mike, who turned to look at her. I wanted to talk to you about the boy who saved me ... long green hair. A lot of guns. Kind of a Rambo vibe. Well, I think he needs help." Life may not get better, and it may hurt, but you must never forget that there are those out there who care for you. He didn't move after he got me to safety. He was just going to let the 0-pointer hit him. I can't just ignore that. I don't care if he hates me for it, so long as he's safe. Izuku felt himself shake as the video switched to one of Bakugo, bowing in front of Nezu, tears streaming down the boy's cheeks. I want to formally withdraw my application to UA. The words hit Izuku like a punch to the gut. Why would Bakugo give up his dream school? I can't in good conscience be accepted here after ... It's all my fault ... He's this way because of me. I didn't even think about what my words would do. I belittled him, cut him down, him and Watanabe. I can't ... If him coming to UA without having to worry about me will help him, then I'll gladly step away. I'll go to Shiketsu ... or give up being a hero altogether. Please. He can't. I want atonement. All Might said softly, care for others. Speaking up even though you may be ridiculed and punished for your actions. Risking the anger of a newfound friend to make sure they'll be safe. These are the marks of true heroes ... and true friends. Don't worry, little listener, Mike said gently as the girl wiped her eyes. We know and understand, and are already getting things together for him. I promise we'll keep an eye out for him. Your sacrifice is appreciated, but unneeded, Nezu said with a gentle smile, patting Bakugo on his shoulder. While I can't condone your actions, I can safely say that owning up to them are the first steps towards self-forgiveness. We will help young Midoriya. You just make sure you learn from your mistakes. Young Midoriya, All Might stated, I cannot lie. When I saw you, a young man who had fought against injustice with fire in his eyes, suddenly give up and accept what looked like an inevitable death, I couldn't help but feel sorrow and guilt. As teachers, we are supposed to take care of the children placed under our care, and it's plain to see that your former teachers did nothing of the sort. So I promise you here, young Midoriya, we will not fail you. Your friends will not fail you. Welcome, young Midoriya, to your hero academia. The hologram cut out, leaving Izuku in the darkness as tears ran down his chin, dropping onto the desk. Damn it, he whispered as he balled up his fists. Damn it. Inko looked up as her son stepped out of his room, giving her a small smile. I got in. Oh, Izuku, she gushed, throwing her arms around him. I'm so proud of you, honey. I know, Mom, thanks, he whispered, returning her hug. I'm gonna go for a walk, okay? Oh, okay, she said quietly as Izuku walked to the door, zipping up a brown leather jacket. I'm going to make a celebration dinner, so be back soon, Inko said with a smile. Izuku looked back with a sad smile. Thank you, Mom. I love you. I love you too, sweetie, she called to him, smiling to herself. Izuku walked through the quiet streets, hands in his pockets, his mind a jumbled mess. With a sigh, he pulled a small pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, tapping one out and pulling it out with his lips, lighting it with a worn Zippo. He let smoke stream from his nose as he reached a familiar bridge. With a small chuckle, he walked over to the edge and leaned against the railing, looking down at the water rush by. We'll be friends forever. Of course, I can't think of anyone else who would take the position. What if I asked you to be my girlfriend? Is this hypothetical, or should I just kiss you now? Izuku sighed. This bridge had been the start of their serious relationship. It was both a fond memory and a painful one. What are you doing here, kid? Izuku looked back, not bothering to put the cigarette out as he stared at a skeletal-looking man who was staring at Izuku in concern. Remembering, Izuku said softly, looking back at the water. The man nodded, still watching the boy cautiously. With a small, humorless chuckle, Izuku shook his head. I'm not gonna jump. Izuku said, oh, that's a relief. The man chuckled nervously. I just assumed. It's fine. I think most everyone did, he muttered, running a frustrated hand through his hair. I guess they weren't wrong ... but ... I'm tired. I put everything I had left just to get into you ... not even because I wanted to get into my dream school, but because Mia left me a message before she died ... She said she was sorry, that she wished she could see me beat Bakugo's score for the entrance exam, so I did what I could to get there. I'm not strong ... not like Mia said I was ... It was a chore, even getting this far. Let me ask. The man started slowly. When you got here ... was it alone? Of course, Izuku said hollowly. The only friend I have had was Mia. Is there truly no one else? Izuku hesitated. I guess Bakugo ... but he only started treating me like an actual human after Mia died. Death has a way of making people reevaluate their priorities, the man said. That doesn't make the last 14 years go away. No, I suppose it doesn't, he agreed. But doesn't the fact that he's trying to make amends say anything to you? I guess. Izuku looked down at his reflection. There was that girl too. I saved her at the entrance exam, and she talked to the teachers about me ... She was worried about me. That's good. It means you have a potential friend. But why would she care? Izuku snapped, not looking back at the man, who took a step back. Why would she care if I was in a bad spot mentally? Why would she even tell the teachers? He whirled around, tears streaming down his cheeks. Why would she care about the quirkless freak? Son, he whispered softly, walking towards the boy. Let me tell you something. Just because you don't know someone doesn't make them a bad person. If this girl was at UA, then that means she wants to be a hero. You saved her, dragged her out of a bad situation. Do you think she'd let anything go if she found out her savior was in trouble? And as for being quirkless, he put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. The world is a cruel and harsh place, especially in regards to quirkless, but that doesn't make you a freak, nor does it make you any less a hero than someone with a quirk. I should know. Until I was 15 I was regarded as quirkless. He smiled sadly when Izuku looked up at him in shock. My quirk turned out to be some kind of stockpiling quirk ... and it stockpiled all my strength until the entrance exam ... but before that I thought I didn't have a quirk. He sighs. It's not entirely the same, but I remember the hurtful words, the sneers, the hits, but if I had given up, if I had let them win, I never would have been a hero. Izuku sniffled, wiping his eyes. I don't recognize you, he muttered. As a hero, I mean. He laughed. Yeah, I wasn't very active for long, he said, letting go of Izuku's shoulder and pulling up his shirt showing him a horrible injury. Knocked me out of the game pretty quickly. Sorry, don't worry about it my boy, he said with a laugh. Now, I think it's late enough. Why don't you head on home? Izuku nodded. Yeah, you're right ... and thanks, Izuku said, turning to walk away, stopping for a moment. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya, Izuku said. Toshinori Yagi, he replied. Thank you Mr. Yagi, Izuku said, walking away. You're welcome, young Midoriya, he said quietly, turning away and leaving the bridge behind. A few weeks later, Bakugo blocked out the annoying four-eyed student berating him for having his feet up on one of the desks. He was too nervous to even care. He hadn't seen Izuku since the entrance exam, and while he knew the boy was still alive, he still couldn't help but worry. The door slid open and Bakugo looked over, relaxing ever so slightly as Izuku walked in, hair tied back as usual and smelling faintly of cigarettes. Greetings, my name is Tenya Ida from Sumi Four Eyes started, walking towards Izuku with his hand outstretched. Yeah, I heard you from the hallway, Izuku said, shaking the boy's hand. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya, I must apologize for my rude behavior in the entrance exam, the boy said, bowing to him. You are obviously the better student. I wouldn't go that far, Izuku said with a small smile, turning when the door opened again and a brown-haired girl with pink cheeks came in. You, she gasped nervously. I wasn't sure if I would see you. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I saw what you did, he mumbled, making her shrink slightly. Thank you. While she squeaked in surprise. I thought you'd be mad. I was at first, he said with a shrug, but seriously, thanks, and don't mention it again please. Okay. Izuku finally looked to Bakugo, who instantly tensed when he did. Katsuki, he greeted, giving him the barest hints of a smile, nodding his head to the other boy. Bakugo returned the nod before their teacher came in and ordered them to get changed and meet him on the fields. Izuku stood amongst his fellow students as he listened to Aizawa explain the nature of their test, looking decidedly bored as those around him began cheering about being able to use their quirks indiscriminately. This is gonna be fun. A pink-skinned girl cheered alongside several others. Fun huh? Aizawa asked, a dangerous edge creeping into his voice, making Izuku narrow his eyes at the man. You aren't here for fun, you're here to become heroes, he said. So now I'll add another little condition. The person who comes in last will be expelled. But that isn't fair, Uraraka exclaimed. This is our first day. Fair? So you think floods and other natural disasters are fair? Life isn't fair, and will chew you up and spit you out unless you find a way to go beyond, plus ultra. Well, I guess we don't have a lot to worry about, a yellow-haired boy said, jabbing a thumb at Izuku. After all, we got a quirkless kid here. He'll probably come last in everything. Izuku turned a hard glare onto the boy, making him wilt. You sure about that? Izuku asked him, running a critical eye over the class and making most of them shift about uncomfortably. Unless your quirk enhances your overall physical fitness, I'd say I have a good edge over at least half of you. He turned his glare back to the boy, including you Sparky. Enough, Aizawa growled. Midoriya's right. Just because you have a quirk doesn't make you better than anyone else. I hope you can back your words up, Kaminari. It would be embarrassing to have said that and then get beaten out by the quirkless kid. Now, everyone head to the track. Long distance running will be the first test to get you all loosened up. Izuku liked to think he did fairly good, finishing 8th overall. He couldn't compete with the likes of Ida or Asui whose quirks allowed them to run faster than a car. Nor could he compete with Yaoyorozu, who had pulled an entire motorcycle out of nowhere. But he had beaten out more than half of the class, including the Todoroki boy, who was currently glaring at him as he stretched out his legs and arms. Next was the 50-meter dash, which Izuku once again finished within the top 10, getting a 5.43, shattering the record for the quirkless record in the event. Careful, Izuku said to an out-of-breath Kaminari, who was breathing heavily after getting a 6.64, your ass is showing. After that, the rest of the tests had Izuku landing in the top 10, with only the ball toss landing him in the latter category. 300.2 Aizawa said, visibly impressed as he looked at Izuku, who was walking out of the ring, surprisingly far for a quirkless. I drink my milk, Izuku said simply, walking over to where Bakugo was, the explosive boy smirking smugly for his friend as the last few students went through the test. All right, now that we're done, here are your scores, Aizawa said, posting them on an electronic board. Those of you who ranked lower, recognize where you need to improve and work on it. Kaminari winced at his placement, 16th overall, then looked up to where Izuku had placed, 9th overall. Oh man, not too bad for the quirkless kid, huh? Izuku asks him, walking up. Well, can't argue with results, Kaminari sighs, giving Izuku an apologetic grin, holding his fist out. Sorry bro, you were right, don't forget it, Izuku said, bumping his fist with his own, giving him a small smile before looking at a boy with purple balls in his hair, who looked ready to cry as he stared at his last place spot. Oh, and no one's getting expelled. What? It was a logical deception. A ruse to make you all work harder, Aizawa said with a creepy smile. HMPH, right, Izuku muttered, making Aizawa look his way. Something you want to say, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, stalling Yaoyorozu's smug explanation of knowing about the ruse all along. Izuku met Aizawa's glare with his own. Will my statement end with me getting expelled? Izuku asked. Speak freely. All right then, you're full of shit. The other teens gasped as Izuku squared his stance and let his arms fall to his side. You had every notion of expelling whoever was in last, and probably a few more if you decided that they weren't up to your expectations. An uneasy silence filled the air, until Yaoyorozu stepped forward. Don't be absurd. He was clearly trying to get us to use our full potential. No, I was planning on expelling the last place. Aizawa cut Yaoyorozu off, making her gape at him. I expelled an entire class last year because they treated this assessment like a farce, half-assing their attempts and treating it like a game instead of what it actually was. He gave a grin, one different than his creepy one. The only reason I didn't expel anyone this time was because all of you exceeded my expectations. Had just one of you not given your all, then I would have expelled them, regardless of whether or not they were last place. I was fully prepared to expel all of you at the beginning of this. The fact that none of you were expelled is actually amazing to me. Usually I expel at least one person on the first day. He looks at Izuku. What gave me away? Izuku shifted slightly. It's what my master did on my first day. He threw out 5 others who wanted to learn under him, and only kept me despite the others' amazing scores. But that smile you gave us when talking about the logical deception was what really gave it away. Aizawa scoffed. Of course that's what gave me away, he said, turning around and walking away. Syllabus is back in the classroom. You're all excused for the rest of the day. Oh, and Midoriya, the principal would like to see you after class. Izuku watched the man walk away, then let out a sigh. Guess I better get changed, he muttered, going towards the changing room, leaving the rest of the class too stunned to move. I expected a lot worse, Kaminari whispered, as Minda fell to his knees. I met Mr. Aizawa's expectations, he whispered quietly as the others began to talk to each other. I can't believe it, Yaoyorozu shouted. Why would Mr. Aizawa want to expel any of us? Like he said, if we didn't meet his expectations. Asui said, looking contemplative. I'm sure it's because he's met students with wondrous quirks but didn't have the right temperament to make it as a pro. Weird how Midoriya figured it out, huh? Kirishima asked with a grin, so manly. Hey Bakugo, you were in the same middle school, right? Was he like this too? The entire class looked at Bakugo, who was staring at the locker room where Midoriya had disappeared. He's always been analytical, Bakugo muttered, making everyone lean forward to hear. But he's never challenged a teacher so openly. He's changed over the last few weeks. Then we must be wary from here on out, Ida said, pushing his glasses up. And heed any caution that Midoriya gives. And give our ultimate best in everything we do in this school. It was the end of the day and Bakugo was alone, leaning against a stone pillar at the train station. He had talked with Uraraka and Ida a bit before they left. Both had expressed their desire to talk with Midoriya, but Bakugo knew the reclusive boy wouldn't want to talk with either of them. He's used to being on his own. He had told them, give him a few days before you approach. The entire class heralded him as the only one who Izuku would talk or converse with. But he knew better. He knew the boy would only interact with him if he was forced to. He wasn't holding his breath for the boy to simply forget the last 11 years of their life. So he was surprised when the boy walked into the station and sat beside him, lighting a cigarette and inhaling a deep pull before crossing his arms, smoke spewing out of his nose and mouth as he slowly looked at the explosive quirks user. I don't forgive you, he said, making Bakugo tense slightly. I knew you wouldn't forgive so easily, Bakugo said back, hiding his true emotions behind an indifferent mask. So 10 months of ignoring you is easy, huh? The quirkless boy mused as he blew another smoke cloud. Bakugo said nothing as the boy leaned forward, resting his elbows upon his knees. I don't forgive you, he began. In fact, if someone were to ask, I hate you. But I also understand you ... You're trying to reconcile with the past ... And I can't fault you for that ... In fact, I applaud you for it ... But I can't forgive you. Bakugo sighed. Guess that's all I can ask you for, huh? He muttered, looking at his old friend, surprised to find a weary hopefulness in the boy's eyes. For now, he answered, standing up as he pulled from the cigarette once more, letting the filter fall from his hands, stamping it out as he put his hands in his pocket. I'm not one to trust blindly, Bakugo ... You know that. But if you're gonna try and mend bridges, I guess I can too. He looked at the other boy and grinned. Maybe one day we can freely call each other friend ... But for now, just be happy in knowing I see you as an ally, not an enemy. Bakugo stared at the boy for a bit, before chuckling. Don't expect me to pussyfoot around you for long, he said as the train pulled into the station. Heh, wouldn't expect anything less, Bakugo, Izuku said, stepping into one of the carts. See you later, Kaken. Bakugo stepped into the other cart. See you, Deku, he mumbled as the door closed, not looking into the other cart as the train began to move. After spending dinner with his mother and telling her about his first day, Izuku retired into his room, sitting at his desk as he stared at the burning end of a cigarette, thinking over Principal Nezu's words. Because of the concerns brought up by your peers, as well as what the staff witnessed in your entrance exam, we think it best that any and all weapons you own be brought to UA for safekeeping. We would also like you to have regular sessions with Hound Dog, UA's own therapist. You can refuse both if you want, but we would like to think this is your first test as a future hero, knowing when to concede and accept help. Izuku sighed, slowly pulling his phone and dialing a number. It rang twice before a tired voice answered. Hello, Sensei, it's Midoriya. Izuku, why the fuck are you calling me this late? You know I go to sleep at 9. I'm sorry, but I'm kind of in a bit of a bind. Explain, the voice demanded. I got into UA, but they're worried about my mental health. And what does that have to do with me? They ... want all of my weapons. You're fucking with me. Sigh, fine. I left everything to you anyways. I'll have it all ready for transport by 5 tomorrow. I swear, you're more trouble than you're worth, boy. Yeah, I'll be there at 5:30 to get everything. Thanks. Better be here this weekend to help me with work. Otherwise I'll be breaking my foot off in your ass. Understood. Izuku chuckled, ending the call as he looked out the window, wincing to himself as he thought of the sleep he'd be missing out on to pick up all the weapons. It's for the best, he muttered to himself. Otherwise you get kicked out ... Just suck it up. Izuku yawned as he knocked on the door of a non-decrepit cabin, situated a few miles away from the city limits of Mustafa. The door opened to reveal an older man with white hair and goatee. He was well-muscled, with a few scars dotting his arms, with an eye patch covering his eye as he glared at Izuku. Hey, Watanabe-sensei, he greeted. Boy, he greeted, turning around and gesturing for the younger boy to follow, which he did, everything packed up. He grumbled, gesturing to 4 large cases. You should be able to transport everything themselves, unless you want my help. I'll get it, Izuku dismissed, taking a few moments to balance everything. Thank you for everything. Least I could do, he muttered, sitting down on an old recliner, staring at the picture of himself with a smiling Mia, who was happily hugging him. I failed her. I won't fail you. When I first approached you, you were close to just putting a round in my head and leaving it at that. Things change, kid. I'll be watching your progress. You slip up, I'll be visiting you, understand? Yes, sir, Izuku said, heading out. Mom's expecting you this Sunday for dinner. Woman's gonna be the death of me, he grumbled. Tell her I'll be there. Yes, sir. Izuku laughed. See you next weekend. Goodbye, son. Don't disappoint me. I won't, sensei. Izuku sighed as he slowly made his way back into town, getting onto the train before it began to move. This is almost too much work, he grumbled as he sat down, his eyes closing slightly as the train began to move. Dude, you good? Izuku mumbled, looking over to his semi-familiar sight. Oh, you're in my class, right? Jiru, the girl corrected, looking the tired gunslinger over with a critical eye. You not get any sleep last night? She asked. Had to get my weapons ready for UA, he said, gesturing to the 4 cases at his side. It's a stipulation for me staying on. Sounds tiring, she said, looking at her phone for a moment before looking at him. Why do you need to turn your weapons in? Izuku hesitated, before sighing. My emotional state wasn't exactly stable back in the entrance exam, he muttered. The staff caught notice of it, so I get it, Jiru muttered, sparing a look at him. Shouldn't be surprised, Suicide rates for Quirkless are high. Izuku felt anger course through him, but he reined it in. Yeah, guess you're right, he muttered. Jiru stared at him for a while, before looking back at her phone, choosing not to comment on the subject as she plugged her earphone jacks into her phone. Soon they were at UA, Izuku heading straight for the main building while Jiru loitered at the gates. It didn't take long for him to reach the agreed-upon drop-off point. Funnily enough, he was early. Midoriya, it's 6 in the morning, Powerloader mumbled as he rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. Staring at the quirkless student, who was doing his best to stay awake, you could have just let Principal Nezu come collect all of this. These are my weapons, Izuku said tiredly. I won't let anyone except myself hand them off. Well, at least you're not flippant about your gear. Well, since you're here, why don't you choose which armaments to use for your hero foundational class? Better than letting us choose based on the scenario, you'll be able to choose based on preference. Izuku was quick to choose his custom Berettas and a medium-ranged M4 with canted hybrid scope. He also grabbed a single-shot 40mm grenade launcher and a pair of batons. Ammo will be placed with your gear, Powerloader said, gathering everything up and placing Izuku's choices into a separate duffel bag. Training rounds. Rubber? Izuku asked in distaste. Powerloader laughed. No, these rounds pack a punch. They won't kill, but if you hit someone in the chest with this, then they won't be getting up for a bit. This will be placed with your uniform for the day. Thank you, Sensei, Izuku said, giving him a bow before walking away. Try and get some sleep before classes start, Powerloader called to him, receiving a wave in answer. Izuku was absent-minded as he walked towards Class 1A, tapping his pack as he contemplated sneaking outside before classes started. Hand them over. Izuku froze and slowly looked back, eyes narrowing slightly at Mr. Aizawa, who had a hand extended towards the teen, red eyes held in a tired glare. I don't have all day, Aizawa said. With a grunt, Izuku pulled out his half-finished pack of cigarettes, placing it in the teacher's hand. I'm assuming no one knows about this habit? He asks, looking at the brand. Save those who have caught me, Izuku muttered. In the future you will leave these at home. If I catch you with them on campus again, it'll be suspension. Understood. Transparently so, Izuku said. Aizawa put the pack into his pocket. Also, get something other than Lucky Strike. Only old men smoke those. He grumbled, walking past Izuku, who snorted in derision. There goes my plans, he muttered, rubbing his eye before resigning himself to try and get an hour of uncomfortable sleep at his desk. The day passed with few incidents, mostly in the form of teachers and classmates waking him up as he dozed in his chair. He felt like they could have just let him sleep, seeing as they never had a problem when Aizawa would curl up on the floor in his sleeping bag. Izuku sighed as he leaned back in his chair, tuning out Kaminari and Mineta as they talked about the girls. His eyes slowly closing, he had a few minutes before class started. Maybe he could rest his eyes. I am coming through the door like a hero. All Might's exclamation made Izuku jump, uttering a quiet curse as he looked grumpily at the hero, giving the man a small smirk as he posed in front of them. Welcome, students, to the Foundational Heroes class. Here you will learn the basics needed to become a hero. The class began to chatter happily, some commenting on their disbelief that All Might was actually in front of them, while others were curious as to what they would be doing. The name of the game today: Battle Training. Izuku immediately looked to Bakugo, who had a confident grin on. Finally something you're good at, Izuku mumbled, making Bakugo half-heartedly glare at him. Of course, if we want to play the part, then you have to look it as well, All Might proclaimed, hitting a button and deploying 20 metal briefcases. So get dressed and meet me at Training Ground Beta. All right, I hope they made everything right, Kirishima exclaimed, grabbing his briefcase as the others followed suit. I'm gonna look totally cute, Nina gushed, flashing Izuku a grin as he walked past her to his own suit. Izuku gave a polite, if awkward, smile back. What's with the duffel? Zero asked Izuku, being one of the first to notice a green duffel bag that had been placed with the suitcase. You'll see, Izuku said with a grin, slinging the briefcase and duffel over his shoulder as he walked out. That guy's creepy, Mineta mumbled under his breath. He's got that whole lone wolf alpha thing going for him, Kaminari said. I think it's cool. And he's easy on the eyes, Hagakure declared, eliciting a giggle from Mina. Enough dawdling, Ada shouted, robotically gesturing to them. Let's go so we may begin our training at once. Izuku slowly walked out the tunnel that led into Training Ground Beta, handguns holstered at his side and the M4 and 40mm slung over his shoulder. Much like in the entrance exam, he wore a plate carrier with several ammo pouches attached. Only now underneath he had on a black long sleeve as well as knee and elbow pads. A half-skeleton mask covered his mouth and nose and a knitted cap covered his hair. His goggles had been upgraded and now allowed him several modes to aid him. Well, don't you look tactical, young Midoriya? All Might laughed as the boy walked over. Is this the work of the support department? Or your own gear? My own gear for now, Izuku answered, pulling the cloth mask down. I entered my suit late and it won't be ready until next week at the earliest. Powerloader picked up my own gear from home about a week ago. Well then, I can't wait to see your finished costume. And look at the rest of you. You all look so cool. Izuku pulled his mask up and turned around. Noting everyone's costumes, he's right, Izuku agreed as Uraraka and Ida approached him, Bakugo trailing behind. You look dangerous, Uraraka gushed, kind of like at the entrance exam. Thanks, your suit looks good too, Izuku said. Yeah, but I wish I had been more specific. She sighed, fidgeting slightly. It wasn't supposed to be this skin tight. Izuku diverted his eyes alongside Ida as their friend moved about. Yeah, doesn't leave much to interpretation. Izuku coughed, sparing a glance at Bakugo, who couldn't seem to look away. What's wrong, Bakugo? Izuku asked innocently, making the explosion user jolt and quickly avert his eyes as Uraraka turned around. Nothing, he said shortly. All right then, now that we're all here, we can begin. I hope you're ready, you zygotes. All Might laughed. Today, we will be conducting indoor battles. You will all be split into teams of 2 and go head to head. We're fighting each other, Mina asked in surprise. Why not robots? Uraraka inquired. Won't we hurt each other? Kaminari fretted. Doesn't my cape look wonderful? Aoyama purred. Let me finish, All Might called, looking slightly flustered as he pulled out a notebook. Now, the situation is this. Villains have smuggled a weapon of mass destruction into the city. The heroes are tasked with stopping them. The hero team wins if they capture the enemy or touch the bomb. The villains win by capturing the heroes or keeping the bomb out of their reach. What about basic training? Suyu asked. And will we be expelled if we lose? Uraraka questioned. No one will be expelled, and I believe that experience is the best training that can be given. Now, teams will be formed at random. You will be drawing lots. Excuse me, sensei. Ada began, hand raised. But wouldn't it be better to pair us with people whose quirks and skills are a good match to our own? You don't always get to choose your partner as a hero, Izuku said to Ada, especially when you're in the field. Young Midoriya is correct. Many times you'll have to team up with whoever responds to the scene. Don't worry, young. In the future we will be conducting battles with more prep time and fixed teams. For now it's imperative that you adapt to the situation before you. Now, who wants to go first? In no time the lots were drawn and Izuku was placed on a team with Yaoyorozu, who looked decidedly uncomfortable at his side. Lucky, Uraraka muttered to Izuku as she stared warily at Minta, who wasn't trying to hide his ogling of the girls. Minta, Izuku called, making the boy look at him. Try anything perverted on Uraraka and the other girls and I shoot you. Got it. Minta looked ready to argue, but quickly lost his nerve upon seeing Izuku tap his holstered weapons, as if itching to pull them and let loose. Yeah, all right, he said with a quick shake of his head. Izuku looked at Uraraka. Send him to space if he tries anything. Could use the target practice. Will do. Uraraka exclaimed happily. How barbaric. Yaoyorozu muttered. You telling me you'd just let his creeping slide? Izuku asked her, making her shake his head. Of course not, but threatening bodily injury is unbecoming of future heroes. Really, I think it's the name of the game, Izuku said. All right, All Might proclaimed. Now that the teams are created, let's see who will be facing off first. Team A versus Team I. Team I, you're the villains. Go ahead and enter the building and begin your preparations. Team A, best begin strategizing. The rest of you, follow me. All Might passed Izuku and handed him a small backpack. The training ammo for today. He says quietly, be careful, these rounds can still injure. There's communicators and capture tape in there as well. Yes, sir, Izuku said, taking the backpack and opening it up, pulling several magazines out and loading his pouches. What's your quirk? He asked Yaoyorozu as he tossed her one of the communicators as well as a packet of capture tape. Creation, she answered, putting the communicator in her ear while Izuku hooked him up to his own communication rig. I can create anything inorganic so long as I know its chemical makeup. That's useful, Izuku said, loading his M4 and staring down the sights. I have 210 rounds for the M4, 150 for both of my handguns, and 6 40mm canisters, 2 explosive, 2 smoke, and 2. I think it's knockout gas. He looked at her. I suggest that I climb one of these other buildings and take up Overwatch. This M4 is kitted out for medium range, but it should still do fine across the street. I believe that it would be wise for us to stick together, Yaoyorozu said carefully. If I were to be ambushed in the halls where there are no windows, then I'll be at a disadvantage. Izuku nodded. Fair, he conceded as he stood up. I'll turn thermal on when we enter the building. Should help us pick out Hagak here. If they stay on the same floor, then we could just pop some gas in there and knock them out. A sound plan. Yaoyorozu nodded. Pardon my curiosity, but are those ... live rounds? They're not rubber, Izuku said, pulling a magazine out and tossing it to her. Some kind of compact powder, reminds me of sim rounds, except without the plastic and detergent. I was worried they had given you live ammunition, Yaoyorozu said softly. Even if they did, I wouldn't be able to fire it. He motioned to his guns. Drop-in conversion kits keep them from firing live ammo unless they're taken out. And unlike civilian models, I can't take it out on my own. That sets me at ease a bit, she mumbled, handing the magazine back. I'll take points when they give the word. Izuku said, you know basic hand signals? Yes, I do. Good. Nonverbal communication unless the jig is up. We go quiet, we go tactical, wait for my signal to enter, copy. Agreed. Heroes. The time starts now. You have 15 minutes to find the bomb. Stay frosty, Izuku says as he hits a button on his glasses, the dark shading turning a muted green color as Izuku opens the door quietly. Gun up and ready as he sweeps the first floor, he reaches the stairs and motions for her to enter. You think he has military training? Dude, he's the same age as us. I know, but he's way too smooth with those guns. Bakugo growled under his breath as he listened to Kaminari and Kirishima talk to each other about Izuku. Hey, maybe Bakugo knows. I don't, Bakugo said before Kaminari could turn to ask him. Midoriya's training is a secret, even his mom wouldn't tell. All I do know is the hardware he has was given to him by his sensei. That guy must have had a full armory, Sato muttered. I mean, look how the little guy is kitted out. Check out his movement as well. Jiru said, he's going fast but quiet. You wouldn't hear him until it's too late. Same with Hagakure, Nina chirped, looking at the villain's feed where Hagakure had abandoned her shoes and gloves. She's like a shadow. Is she wearing anything other than those gloves and shoes? Uraraka wondered out loud. Doesn't look like it, Sue said. Izuku looked around the corner as they entered the 4th floor, pausing for a moment as he signaled Yaoyorozu to stop, slowly signaling. One person ... 6 meters ahead ... and no weapons. Yaoyorozu translated the signal to herself as Midoriya brought his weapon to his shoulder, signaling once again, move on my shot. Izuku slowly exhaled before squeezing the trigger. The bullet fired off and hit Hagakure in the chest, sending the girl sprawling back. Move in, Izuku said quietly, stepping onto the floor fully as he approached the stairs. Get her restrained. On it, Yaoyorozu said, moving forward, only to be pushed back by Izuku as Ajiro came spinning into the room, his tail slamming into Izuku's rifle and sending it clattering away down the stairs. Hit. Izuku growled, rolling back and pulling his pistols. Hagakure, are you all right? Ajiro shouted, kneeling beside her as his tail took the brunt of Izuku's retaliatory shots. Fine, she croaked out as she forced herself to take a breath of air. That hurt, you jerk. She snapped at Izuku as the boy continued to fire. The jig is up, Izuku said, voice clear and confident as he kept his guns trained on them. Surrender now, villains. He sounds serious, Hagakure whispered to Anjiro. Go protect the bomb. He whispered back before vaulting into the air and heading straight for Izuku and Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, go, Izuku commanded, firing once again as Yaoyorozu dodged around Izuku and took off up the stairs after the invisible Hagakure. Just me and you, Tails, Izuku growled as he rolled to the side, reloading as Anjiro faced him. Those bullets sting, Ajiro said as he got into a defensive stance, but my tail is pure muscle, I can barely feel them. You're out of your depths. You think so? Izuku asked. Well then, maybe I should just give up then, he said with a carefree shrug, making Ajiro relax slightly, but then again, I still have about 120 rounds for these pistols, and some batons to fall back on, he said, so let's give me about that much time to decide for sure. Ajiro moved as Izuku began firing again, each round slamming into the other boy's tail. The few that hit his chest had the martial artist falling back. Ajiro's eyes widened as a few bullets exploded on the wall next to his head. Watch it, Midoriya. You could take an eye out with that. Then surrender, Izuku ordered, coldly grunting as Ajiro kicked him back, dodging away as Izuku raised his guns again and continued firing. Wait for the reload, Ajiro thought to himself, rushing forward as Midoriya dropped the magazines. Now, he snarled, slamming his tail into Midoriya's chest, sending the gunslinger flying back into the wall. Nice try, but skill wins out every time, he said, pulling the capture tape out and focusing on finding the end. I agree, Izuku muttered, suddenly lunging forward and jabbing something into Ajiro's chest. Blue arcs of electricity running over the boy's chest as his muscles contracted and sent him to the ground. Izuku stood over him, his batons out and crackling with electricity. Good thing I have that in spades. Yaoyorozu was thankful that she had time to create the thermal goggles she now wore, though she was also understandably flustered as the thermals gave her an uninterrupted view of Hagakure. Take them off, take them off, take them off, the other girl whined as she threw punch after punch at Yaoyorozu. It's embarrassing. Do you realize how impractical it is to fight without a uniform? Yaoyorozu demanded, cheeks flushed as she fought the girl. Honestly, they're still creating my costume using some hair samples. It's not my fault they're slow, Hagakure snapped. The sounds of gunfire stopped, making Yaoyorozu pause. Ajiro kicked Midoriya's butt. Hagakure cheered. Just you wait until he comes back up here. Then you'll lose. Yaoyorozu took a cautionary step back, getting the stairs in her line of sight as she created a metal staff to fight with. Suddenly a black blur shot out from the stairwell, slamming into Hagakure's already bruised chest and unleashing blue arcs of electricity. Hagakure screamed as her muscles spasmed and she fell to the ground. Get the capture tape around her, Izuku commanded as he climbed the stairs, looking a little worse for wear as he ran towards the bomb, a shaky Ajiro vainly trying to drag himself after the boy. On it, Yaoyorozu said, wrapping the white tape around Hagakure's arm as Izuku touched the bomb. Hero team wins. All Might proclaimed as Yaoyorozu. Izuku sighed as he fell to one knee. Jesus, that was close, he muttered, yanking his goggles off. He almost got me when I ran out of ammo. I'm assuming you were saved by these, Yaoyorozu said, holding up one of his batons. Yeah, Izuku said, standing and taking the baton back as he approached Anjiro, holding a hand out. You almost had me. Didn't expect the change-up. Anjiro panted out, accepting Izuku's hand and standing up. Is Hagakure okay? Fine, she mumbled from where she lay. My chest hurts. Sim rounds, gotta love 'em. Izuku drawled, putting his goggles back on and setting them back to the original setting. I don't. It hurt really, really bad, she whined. And how did you know I was there? Any of you have goggles too? Yeah, Izuku said in confusion, before crying out in pain as Hagakure began hitting him. Take them off. Take them off. Take them off. Ouch. Stop. Hey, what's the fucking problem? Izuku snapped, jumping away from her, hand resting on his reloaded gun in warning. She the thermals kind of shows all of her, Yaoyorozu explained, looking flustered while Anjiro blushed deeply. I turned the settings back to normal as soon as I put them back on, Izuku said firmly. But why you saw? She stuttered out in embarrassment while Izuku turned away. I saw your head, Izuku said bluntly. Aim down about a foot from there. I did my best not to peek, I promise. See, now that's manly, Anjiro muttered, especially since most of the other guys would have freely taken a peek. Whatever, let's get to the others, Izuku said, walking down the steps as the others followed, Yaoyorozu quickening her stride to match his. You did good today, Yaoyorozu praised him, and your reflexes were fast. Thanks, he said, stopping for a moment to pick up his M4 and check it over. Good job holding off Hagakure, must not have been easy. I created some thermal goggles to help, she said, motioning to the pair in her hands. Not as streamlined as yours, but they worked. Explains why she wasn't happy, Izuku muttered, looking over his shoulder as they continued walking. Hey Hagakure, ever shot a 40mm grenade launcher at a pair of thermal goggles? No, she said in confusion. Want to? Yes. Izuku looked back to Yaoyorozu, if you're okay with it. Of course, I was going to throw them away anyways, she said with a smile as they left the building. She tossed them down the street as Izuku motioned Hagakure forward, pulling the grenade launcher out. It's a single use, he said as he opened the tube and pulled one of the explosive rounds out. He loaded it and handed it over. Enjoy. Stupid goggles. Take this, Hagakure shouted, pulling the trigger and watching in wonder as the round hit just a few inches off. The explosion shattered a few windows as Izuku whistled. Nice, he said, taking the launcher back. Thanks, it was fun, Hagakure cheered. Anytime. He looked at Anjiro. Want to try? No thanks, Anjiro said with a chuckle. I'll stick with my martial arts. Suit yourself, Izuku said with a shrug, then turned to Yaoyorozu. I'm fine, she said pleasantly. Izuku nodded, then looked back to the goggles. The straps had disintegrated completely, and the lenses shattered beyond repair. I think it's had enough anyways, he said, slinging the launcher as they continued on. Excellent work, students. All Might praised the four as they walked in. All four of you have earned passing grades. But I do believe Midoriya here is our MVP. Can anyone guess why? He never lost sight of the objective, Jiru said. He took both of the villains down. Uraraka guessed. He wasted no energy and was efficient in combat. Ida called out. All good answers. But the main reason is that he treated this scenario like a real-life battle. Young Anjiro was a close second but broke character several times, like when Midoriya shot too close to the head. I was taken by surprise, Anjiro said sheepishly while Midoriya just shrugged. Practice like you're in a live fire situation and you make less mistakes, Izuku said, shivering as he remembered his sensei's sniper scenarios. That dude's so manly, Kirishima said, a manly tear glistening in his eye. Alright then, time for the next matchup. Team D. You are the villains. Enter the building and prepare. Team B, strategize. Wonder who's gonna win this next one. Uraraka wondered out loud. Hey Midoriya, who do you think will win? Kirishima asked. Izuku looked at the screen, where Bakugo was angrily talking something over with Ida while Todoroki simply leaned against the wall, making no effort to talk to Shoji. From first glance you'd assume Todoroki and Shoji neither look worried and are apparently ready for the fight, while Bakugo and Ida are simply arguing. He gave a dry chuckle. Anyone who knows Bakugo, though, knows he's going to try and win this no matter what. Begin. I'll go look for them, Bakugo snapped, heading towards the exit of the room. You protect the bomb. I still think I'd be better off scouting, Ida began. You don't do good on corners and this building is full of them. So just Bakugo stopped as the temperature suddenly dropped. Rev your engines now. Get them hot. But it was too late. Before Ida could even tense, their feet were frozen to the ground. Shit, Bakugo swore. Can you get out? It's going to take a minute to even begin to warm up my engines. Ida muttered while Bakugo grumbled. Start heating up then, he said, awkwardly bending over and putting his hands on his boots. Steam pouring off the point of contact. If I'm out before you, then I'll help. No, if you can get out, then go stop Todoroki. If he gets on this floor before we're both free, then we'll be locked down again. Bakugo grunted as his feet broke through the remaining thin ice, wobbling slightly on the ice. All right, better hurry up, Four Eyes. With that, Bakugo blasted down the stairs. Who knew he could focus heat like that? Zero said, impressed. Todoroki's gonna hear him coming. Jiru pointed out. He's not melting the ice to let Shoji in though, Mina said. And it was true. Todoroki was looking towards the stairs, eyes narrowed but made no attempt to melt the ice. Is he going to try and win the fight on his own? Kaminari asked. That's crazy. Agreed, Yaoyorozu said, looking to Midoriya. Even if he's strong, the name of the game is team battles. Then count Bakugo out. Izuku snorted. He doesn't know the meaning of cooperation. I got you now, you icy hot bastard. Bakugo roared as he rounded the corner, demolishing the hasty ice wall Todoroki had erected and sending the surprised boy flying back. You think some shitty ice is gonna stop me? Everything freezes eventually, Todoroki said, sending spikes of ice at Bakugo, who easily broke through them with more explosions, wincing as pain ran up his forearms. With the chill in the air and the use of his quirk to initially break out of the ice, he was running low on sweat. He still had the reserves in his grenades but knew that wouldn't last long. Another spike of ice was destroyed, this time with a powerful kick, making Todoroki narrow his eyes. Running out of juice, he asked as the temperature of the room began to decrease. I'm assuming it has something to do with sweat. Bakugo gritted his teeth to keep himself from shivering. What gives you that idea? He growled, leveling one of his gauntlets at the boy. They were nowhere near full to capacity, but would still give a good kick. The pin came out. Stop this. Ada let out a sigh of relief as he finally broke through the ice. All right now, he stopped as the building shook. Bakugo, are you all right? He called over the radio, receiving only static. Bakugo, I'm heading to your location. Don't. Bakugo gritted out, making Ada stop. Protect the weapon. Ada hesitated, then sighed. All right, but be careful. Yeah, whatever, nerd. Bakugo snapped into the radio, looking at the destruction in front of him. His eyes narrowed as he watched Todoroki slowly walk out, legs shaking slightly. You've had enough icy hot. Todoroki let out a breath of cold air. Not even close, he said, sending another wave of ice at him. Bakugo began dodging the attacks, punching through a strand of ice that had trapped his foot before sending an explosion Todoroki's way. The boy responded with a thick dome of ice that absorbed the attack easily. You just gonna hide? Bakugo roared, hands sparking as the exertion of the fight made him sweat. Come on and face me. This is crazy, Kirishima muttered. These two are on a whole other level. They have very powerful quirks. Yaoyorozu agreed. Too bad one of them is only using half of his quirk. Izuku muttered. Yeah, Midoriya's right. Zero shouted. Wasn't he supposed to be half hot, half cold? Why isn't he using his fire? Mina wondered. Who knows, but every quirk has a limit, doesn't it? Izuku said, watching as Bakugo and Todoroki exchanged blows, eyes narrowing as he watched Bakugo hesitate between attacks. Brief flashes of pain showing through the boy's face confirming Izuku's suspicion. This is a stalemate in favor of the villains, unless Todoroki decides to use his fire. Bakugo was breathing heavily, glaring at Todoroki. His arms were aching and his teeth shattering as the boy before him fell to his knees, frost covering his arm and face. You had enough. Bakugo shivered out. I can't give up, Todoroki muttered, forcing himself to his feet. What are you trying to prove? Bakugo snarled, stomping towards him. He grabbed him by the front of his shirt and hauled him up, fist cocked back. Time is up. Villain team wins. All Might proclaimed. Instantly Bakugo dropped Todoroki, staggering back slightly. You're gonna get someone killed one day, Bakugo said softly, looking down at the other boy as he began to heat the room up, the ice around him melting instantly, his skin slowly regaining its color. Fighting like that, as Hoji suddenly appeared out from the stairs, shaking slightly from trying to climb the icy stairs before they thawed. Todoroki, are you all right? Shoji asked, slowly walking towards his teammate as Bakugo moves to talk with Ida. I tried to get up here and help, but it was my fault, Todoroki said tiredly. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Come on, Shoji said, helping Todoroki to his feet. Bakugo, are you all right? Ida asked worriedly, checking over his teammate. I'm fine. Are you sure? You're stiff. I said I'm fine, damn it. Bakugo snapped. Let's just get back to the others. Soon the four were back in the camera room. Bakugo didn't listen to All Might as the man began to tell them what had gone wrong, mostly in Todoroki's attempt to simply freeze his opponent. Bakugo simply sat down beside Izuku, who was watching. Congratulations, Izuku said quietly. You got MVP for persevering in the exercise. Who cares? Bakugo muttered. Stupid moron almost killed himself. Izuku said nothing, just continued to watch as the other students went through the trial until it was all done. Izuku looked down at Bakugo, still sitting against the wall, hands shaking and twitching in pain. With a sigh, Izuku turned towards him and held a hand out. Come on, he said, let's get you home. I don't need your help, Bakugo muttered, but took his hand anyways, standing up and staggering a bit. Bakugo, Uraraka called, running over. Are you okay? She asked worriedly. I'm fine, Bakugo began. He's overused his quirk, Izuku said. Can you help him to recovery, girl? I need to return my weapons. I don't need. Of course, Uraraka said, ignoring Bakugo's spluttered complaints as he was dragged away. Come on, let's get you seen. But I don't, he winced as Uraraka grabbed his forearm. Oh, sorry, I bet that hurt, she said sympathetically, carefully taking his arm again and massaging his arm. Is that better? Bakugo felt himself relax slightly. Yeah, it kinda does, he mumbled, blushing slightly. Izuku watched them leave, chuckling slightly to himself. Shouldn't you be getting dressed? Yaoyorozu asked, making Izuku look over at the girl. I need to go to the support department before school ends, Izuku says, gesturing to his weapons. Make sure everything's put up and talk with the person who's making my new suit. Sounds like a busy afternoon. Izuku shrugged. See you later, Yaoyorozu, he said, walking out, the girl giving him a small wave before moving to follow the rest back to the locker rooms. Izuku walked all the way back to the main campus in his gear, getting many strange looks as he moved. He ignored all of them until he was at the support department, politely knocking on the door. A second later, an explosion had him flying across the hall. Whoops! A cackling laugh exclaimed from the black smoke pouring out of the room. I guess that's the wrong wire. Hey, are you alive? Crack! The rapport of a sim round being fired was followed by the pained grunt of someone who was unprepared for said sim round. Izuku staggered through the smoke, his gun at the ready as he advanced upon the perceived threat, stopping when he came upon a pink-haired girl, struggling to breathe. They work, she croaked out as she rolled from side to side, taking a huge gulp of air as she sat up, grinning at Izuku despite the tears stinging her eyes. They work perfectly. Stay down, Izuku ordered, keeping his rifle trained on her chest. Midoriya, weapons down, Powerloader shouted as he came running over. It's all right, Hatsum just had a malfunction. It happens from time to time, she said with a shrug, standing and grinning at Izuku. But I'm glad those rounds worked well. Tell me, are they better or worse than mainline sims? Izuku stared at her, then hesitantly lowered the gun. Better, he admitted. Conversion kit is also more streamlined, not as bulky. That's the first thing I changed, she said proudly. Nezu just wanted us to use the generic on the market conversion kits, but they were so clunky and were prone to misalignments. Tell me, did you feel the difference in performance? I did, he confirmed. It was almost like shooting live rounds. It was a little tricky getting the right amount of gunpowder without accidentally making them lethal. Glad you two are getting along, Powerloader interrupted dryly, making the two teens look at him. I'm guessing you're here about your uniform. Yes, sir, Izuku said, standing at attention. And to hand my guns back in. Go ahead and put the guns up first and I'll have Hatsum show you the suit. Think you're gonna like it. Had anyone asked Izuku where he'd be a year from now a year ago, he'd have told them he'd be dead. Not the most pleasant of truths, but one that was definitely being addressed. Had anyone told him that he would instead be sitting through an hour of therapy with Hound Dog, he'd have told them he'd rather be dead. All that had happened in the plane office was Hound Dog or Inui, as he instructed Izuku to call him, asking him questions about his life and Izuku answering with a bored monotone. It wasn't that he was taking the therapy lightly. He knew he needed it, but honestly, who just begins talking about their life with a complete stranger who has the power to ruin your dreams? We're coming up on the last of our time, Inui began, leaning forward with his hands clasped on his desk, staring at Izuku, who was absent-mindedly patting his uniform pocket for his cigarettes, only to remember that Aizawa still had them. So I'd like to set some homework, if you will. Didn't know this was a class, Izuku muttered. It isn't, but I feel that this could help you in the long run. Inui stood. I want you to get to know your classmates. Izuku raised an eyebrow. My classmates? He echoed. Why? You've stated multiple times that you believe yourself to be alone in your situation. Inui explained. No friends. And no family to speak of, so I want you to change one of those. Get to know your classmates. See if you can't become friends with a few of them. Inui spread his arms wide. Who knows, you may find your best friend among them. I'll take it into consideration, sir, Izuku said uncomfortably. But I'm not the most social of people. You won't get in trouble for not completing this, and Yui reassured him, I just want to see you try and put yourself out there, understood? Yes, sir. Izuku sighed. All right, you can head on to class now. Izuku left the room with his hands in his pockets, pondering over what Hound Dog said. How would he go about getting to know his classmates? The only ones he had any association with were the ones from the exercise yesterday. And while he had nothing against them, he would still find it awkward just to walk up to them and chat with them like they were childhood friends. Hell, it would be awkward if he did that with his only childhood friend. Maybe he could talk more with Uraraka. They had gone through the same entrance exam. Ada too. But Izuku winced remembering that Uraraka had seen him in his moment of weakness. Not exactly the best way to make friends. He groaned as he reached Class 1A, opening the door to what was basically chaos. Choose me. No way, I want the position. You're dreaming if you think anyone compares to me. Pick me. Pick me. Izuku shook his head to clear it of confusion before he whistled shrilly, quieting the class. Jesus, couldn't hear myself think. He griped, glaring at everyone before looking at Aizawa. What the hell did I miss? The first 5 minutes of class, Aizawa said dryly. I'm assuming you were with Hound Dog. Yeah, Izuku confirmed, walking to his desk and sitting down, ignoring Bakugo's inquisitive stare. So what did I miss? The class is choosing a rep. Aizawa yawned. Personally, I don't care how they do it, just get it over with. I suggest we solve this democratically, Ada exclaimed, standing up. We vote for who we believe to be the best suited for the position. You sure that would work, Ada? Kirishima asked. Yeah, we don't know everyone very well yet, and most of us would probably just vote for ourselves, Kaminari pointed out. But that's the brilliance of it, Ada urged. It means that those with more than one vote would have been considered in a better light than others. Sounds vaguely insulting. Uraraka pondered. I'm in, Bakugo said with a grin. Soon all of them were writing down their choices on small slips of paper before placing them into a top hat that Yaoyorozu had created. Okay, looks like the polls are in, Yaoyorozu said happily. And it's Midoriya by 4 votes. You've got to be shitting me. Izuku groaned as Bakugo steamed. It's rigged. Bakugo grumbled as Izuku stood and walked up. I'm gonna be straightforward with you guys, Izuku began, looking over his fellow classmates. I really think you all need to get checked out. What? Do I really look like leadership material? He asked, scratching the beginnings of stubble on his cheek. I mean, Minda thought I was going to kill him yesterday. Well, yeah, but you got that whole take no bullshit vibe going for you, man, Kaminari said. Really screams calm under pressure and future leader. Yeah, and you have a bit of a commanding presence, Sue added. When you talk, most people tend to listen. I must concur with our classmates, Ada said. Though it stings to know I received no votes, it is good that you were chosen, Midori. Izuku sighed. Oh man, you guys can't just say stuff like that, he muttered. Now I'm going to have to keep the damn position. Are you all done? Aizawa asked, slowly standing up. Yes, sir, Izuku said with a lazy salute. I'm your rep, and I'm your vice representative, Yaoyorozu said, making Izuku give her a side glance. Good. Now, since we have some time before lunch, I'm going to inform all of you that we have extra training this afternoon, Aizawa said, dismissing Izuku and Yaoyorozu back to their desks. It'll be after lunch and we will be taking a bit of a trip to the location. So I want all of you back here on time. Understood? Yes, sir, they all chorused. Oh, and Midoriya, he looked to his new class representative. Before I forget, Snipes wanted to see you after the training. Something about target practice. There'll be live ammunition in your pack, so be careful what you load during the training. Understood? Crystal, sir, Izuku said, eyes lighting up in interest at the thought of going up against Snipes. The bell rang and Aizawa dismissed them. Izuku was quick to follow Yaoyorozu out of the class. Yaoyorozu. He called her name, making her stop and look back at him. Mina, Toru and Jiru watching as he approached. Can I talk with you about our positions? Sure thing, Midoriya, she said, turning to her friends. Apologies. I'll try and catch up as soon as I can. Don't sweat it, Vice Rep, Mina said with a sly grin. You just get acquainted with our rep, huh? Yeah, good luck, Toru chirped while Jiru waved goodbye. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What was that about? Yaoyorozu coughed politely, fighting a blush as she turned back to Izuku. What did you want to address? Well, for a start, I have no idea what a rep is supposed to do, he muttered, scratching the back of his head. Really? She asked in surprise. Yeah, never really gave it much thought back at my old school. So, what am I supposed to do? To put it simply, you're to represent our class in any situation that calls for it. For example, should there be a meeting of reps or with teachers in regards to our class as a whole. You would also have to present yourself to any substitute teachers or supplementary teachers we are to be working with. She thought about it. You are also, partly at least, responsible for the class as a whole in regards to their schooling and disciplinary. Bad grades and disciplinary cases reflect badly on you, and you might be held responsible depending on if you knew of the situation. Which, being the rep, means I should always know the situation, right? Izuku asked dryly. Yes, a good rep keeps up to date on their classmates, how their classes are going and if they need help. Izuku sighed. I'm already over this position. He grumbled. It truly isn't that bad. Yaoyorozu tried to reassure him. I'm not exactly a people person, he said wryly. Then this position is exactly what you need, she said firmly, smiling when he looked at her incredulously. Think about it, Midoriya. We're training to be heroes. One of the requirements is dealing with the public. Damn it, he groaned, letting his head fall a bit before he looked at Yaoyorozu. Thanks for the information, Yaoyorozu, he said, beginning to walk towards the cafeteria. Yeah, Momo, she said, making him stop slightly and look back at her. Bless you. No, yeah, Momo, she giggled. My friends call me yeah, Momo. Oh, right. Then I guess you can just call me Izuku, he said, giving her a hesitant smile. Sounds grand, she said. Right, see you in class, he said, quickly walking away, confused. So, how did it go? Momo looked up from her salad, surprised at the inquisitive stares she was getting from Mina and Jiru. How did what go? She asked. Your little chat with our rep. Mina exclaimed. Come on, throw us a bone. Yeah, he couldn't honestly have just wanted to ask about y'all's duties, right? Jiru asked. That's exactly what he wanted to know. Momo said. He didn't know what a rep was supposed to do. But that's crazy, Toru interjected. Everyone knows what a rep does. Apparently not, Momo sighed. Come on, yeah, Momo. You expect us to believe you two didn't discuss anything else? Mina prompted. Well, I told him he could call me yeah, Momo, but that's it, she said. Honestly, I'm not sure what you're looking for right now, Mina. I'm looking for some gossip. Mina grinned. Come on, you were looking at him weirdly yesterday. Do you have a crush on him? Momo blushed. I know, of course not. She flustered. I admire his combat abilities. I'm sure that's not the only thing you admire, Toru said slyly, making Mina giggle. He's not too bad on the eyes, Jiru said. But be careful around him, Momo. I've heard some rumors about him. What rumors? Mina asked, smelling a juicy story. Nothing that's worth repeating, Jiru said dismissively. Then why bring it up? Momo tuned her friends out, slowly looking up across the cafeteria to where Izuku sat with Bakugo, Uraraka and Ida. Uraraka and Bakugo seemed to be in the middle of an argument. Well, Bakugo was in the middle of an argument. Uraraka was laughing at him while Ida tried to get both to calm down. The only one not participating in the shenanigans was Izuku, who appeared to be finished eating and was instead looking about boredly. Their eyes met and Momo looked away with a blush. Why were his eyes so intense? An alarm made Momo jump. Looking about as upperclassmen began running. What's going on? Momo called to one. Not sure, never had a level 3 alarm go off before. The student responded as he went. Sounds serious, Mina said as they all stood and followed everyone out. Soon they were being crushed in the hallway as people began to panic. Everyone calm down, Momo shouted, trying to get some semblance of control. There's no need for this. Hey, watch the hands, Mina snapped at a second-year boy. Guys, help, Toru cried as she was crushed between two Gen Ed boys. Everyone shut up. Come on, this is so not cool, Jiru growled. A shrill whistle made everyone suddenly stop. Everyone freeze. The commanding voice of Izuku making most instantly stop where they were. Make a hole, he ordered, and they all slowly parted as Izuku led a whimpering girl through the crowd. She was cradling her arm to her body, eyes glazed over in pain as Izuku led her to the exit. Get her to recovery, girl Ida, Izuku ordered the tall boy, who nodded and continued to usher the girl while Izuku turned towards everyone. Now, he began, an edge creeping into his words. Can someone please inform me what the fuck that was? He roared, making those near him flinch. We get a level 3 alarm and all of you, even upperclassmen, act without any goddamn sense. He pointed to where the girl had just been led away. That girl there was trampled by those of you who decided to let go of your common sense. Why? Someone explained to me why that was necessary. No one said anything, most looking down in embarrassment. We've never had a level 3 alarm before, one boy started lamely. And that gives you some kind of fucking immunity? He asked coldly, making the boy wilt under his harsh glare. Had this been an actual emergency, you all would have gotten the rest of us killed. Honestly, he looked around at all of them, his gaze once again meeting Momo's for a second before he strides over to the window and looks out. Get to class, he ordered them gruffly. It's just the fucking media, nothing to be afraid of. And with that, Izuku was gone. Bakugo and Uraraka followed him. Both looked concerned about their friend, leaving everyone in a stunned silence. Well, you heard him, a new voice said, belonging to a third year with an admittedly plain face. Get to class and try not to stomp on anyone else. That was intense, Mina said faintly as they walked back towards the classrooms. Yeah, I feel guilty and I wasn't even one of the ones panicking, Toru exclaimed. Definitely the right person to be our rep. Jiru muttered, looking to Momo. You all right, Momo? I'm doing just fine, she reassured her friend. I was just taken off guard by Midoriya's words. I think we all were, Mina said. I mean, he didn't even yell at Minta yesterday when the little perv was leering. I mean, someone got hurt. Wouldn't that ruffle your feathers a bit? Toru asked. I guess. They quieted down as they neared the door. Ada was waiting at the door, talking quietly with Izuku, who simply nodded at whatever he said and let the boy pass. Hey Midoriya. Mina greeted. You good? Fine, he said, looking at them. Sorry you guys had to hear all of that, he said, referring to what had happened in the hall. Don't be sorry, you were right, those guys were out of line. Toru said. Yeah, I'm just glad no one else was hurt. Mina agreed as they walked past their rep. Jiro gave Izuku a small nod while Momo stopped at his side. How is the girl? She asked. Nothing broken, thankfully, he said, shoving his hands in his pockets. She did dislocated her wrist from the initial fall though, and plenty of bruises, but nothing she won't recover from. That's good, I have to say, you handled yourself well. Huh? Barking orders is easy. Izuku chuckled. My sensei was a pro at it, so I just did what he would have done in that situation. Who was your sensei? She asked, if you don't mind me asking. Don't mind at all. His name's Rin Watanabe, former pro hero with a weapons proficiency quirk. Guy's a real hard ass when it comes to training and anything to do with heroing. Watanabe, as in the gunslinging hero Deadshot? She asked in surprise. Yep, you were trained by the former number 2 hero. Trained, belittled, felt inferior to. The list goes on. Izuku looked at his watch. Let's get inside. Class is about to start. Momo followed Izuku inside, looking slightly dazed at the information she had received. All right, Aizawa started as he went to his desk. I'd like to thank all of you for how you each reacted to the alarm today. A lot of you were able to calm down others and keep anyone from being hurt. That being said, there will be repercussions to those who caused the panic at the east exit. Good, Izuku muttered under his breath. Now, all of you get your costumes and get ready, we'll be heading out soon. Izuku stepped onto the sidewalk, eyes scanning his classmates as they all looked towards him. Whoa, Midoriya bro, that's a serious upgrade, Kirishima exclaimed with a thumbs up. So futuristic. Kaminari sighed. Makes me feel like I'm just playing dress up. It's not all that impressive, Izuku said as he walked up to them. The gear he had yesterday was gone, replaced instead by a form-fitting black suit made of a special Kevlar mesh. You won't be getting stabbed anytime soon. Hatsum had cackled. Fitted over this bodysuit were plates of an unknown alloy that Hatsum had created. They covered the majority of his arms, legs, and chest as well as his knuckles and were dark green with soft gray detailing. Under one arm he held a helmet with the likeness of a skull detailed onto its face. On his back his batons were now held in what amounted to holsters crossing, positioned for easy retrieval if he needed them. Of course he also had the Days Loud out with him, his customized sniper, MP5 and his pair of Berettas, but a new addition made itself known on his right forearm. Dude, do you have a mounted gun on your arm? Jiro asked. Yeah, he held it up for everyone to see. Belt-fed, .40 S&W automatic, he said, gesturing to the ammo belt that lead into a small pouch attached to his utility belt. Not sure how well it'll work, but I guess I'll be finding out today. That helmet is gnarly, Zero said. You're gonna scare some people with that. That's the plan, Izuku said, putting the helmet on. It fit like a glove, several small components locking the helmet into place, and a built-in HUD came to life, displaying the rounds left for his weapons, as well as the general integrity of the armor. He pressed a button on his gauntlet that instantly polarized the eye holes, making his eyes disappear. Yep, definitely scaring people, Kaminari said sheepishly. What's this metal made of? Momo asked curiously, looking over the armor plating that Izuku now sported. Not sure, Izuku admitted. Hatsum stated it was a prototype. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, she said, beginning to run her hands over the metal. The grain is so minuscule I can barely tell it's there, and it's so thin, impossibly so. Yeah, Izuku coughed, taking a step back, making Momo realize just how inappropriate she was being. They're definitely lighter than any plates I've ever worn. He let out a breath as the buses pulled up. Everyone on the bus, be quick about it, would ya? Soon they were on their way. Izuku had his helmet off once more, looking about as they went. He didn't contribute much to the conversation, opting to simply stare out the door. I'm sorry. Yamomo's voice made Izuku jump slightly as he looked to his left. When did she sit next to him? I didn't mean to invade your personal space back there, she said. It's fine, Izuku said, looking down at his armor. I'd have reacted the same way. You tend to pick up an eye for weapons and armor when you're reliant on them. I agree, she said with a smile. I spent a lot of my time before UA researching any weapons that would be easy to summon with my quirk. Fine-tuning must be a problem. For a while. After a while it becomes muscle memory. Izuku nodded, looking out the window once more as they came upon the USJ. Let's get ready, he said, putting his helmet on. He and Momo were the first to stand up, directing their class out. The facility was impressive, and Izuku found himself paying more attention to it instead of 13. His eyes narrowed as the lights flickered and a portal began opening up. Mr. Aizawa, he called, motioning to the warp gate. I'm assuming this isn't part of the training. No, it's not, Aizawa said gruffly. Izuku looked down at his weapons, all of them fitted with practice rounds. Shit, he muttered. Where are the alarms? They must have disabled them. Kaminari, see if you can't contact the main campus. Right. Everyone else back to the bus. Izuku called, running over to Yaoyorozu as they moved. I need a favor. What is it? She asked as they ran. I need a tool, something that'll fit in this. He gestured to the lock that kept the conversion kit in the gun. If anything happens, we'll need. Apologies, children, the distorted voice of the Warp Gate villain in front of them said. But I cannot allow you to leave. An explosion interrupted the villain, making Izuku clench his fist. Byakugo, fall back, he shouted, running towards his friend as they all were suddenly enveloped in a dark fog. A few seconds later, Izuku found himself free-falling onto the face of a mountain. Shit, he gritted his teeth as he slammed into the ground, picking himself up as he checked his weapons, raising his MP5 as two other bodies hit the ground beside him. You two all right? He asked as he checked on who they were. Other than a bruise, I'm fine, Jiru grumbled, standing up as Momo pushed herself up with the help of a nearby boulder. Where are we? She asked. Izuku scanned their surroundings. Looks like the mountain zone, he muttered. Yaoyorozu, can you make me that tool I was talking about? Let me see the lock again, Yaoyorozu said, stumbling a bit when Izuku tossed her his Beretta. Meanwhile, he was already detaching the ammo belt from his mounted wrist gun, stuffing it into its satchel before pulling another one out. Eyes up, Izuku ordered the two as he reloaded his wrist gun with live ammo, mentally thanking Hatsune for designing the wrist gun the way she did. I can hear them coming. Here, Yaoyorozu called, tossing him his Beretta as well as a small tool. Izuku snatched them out of the air and began to pull the conversion kits out of his guns, reloading them with live ammo as Yaoyorozu created a staff to fight with. Jiru pulling what looked like a machete from the vice-rep's thigh. Aim to incapacitate, Izuku ordered, bringing his MP5 up and staring down the sights. We don't want to kill them, but they won't hesitate to try and kill us. The longer they're down, the better. Keep a 5-meter space between us so we don't get swamped, and keep your head on a swivel. Make sure no one gets behind us. He looked back at his comrades, both looking determined. Let the fun begin. The first few villains came charging at them from around a large boulder. Precise fire from Izuku sent 3 stumbling to the ground, knees blown out and shoulders unmoving from the rounds that had torn through muscle and bone. On the right, Izuku shouted, his warning giving Yaoyorozu enough time to dodge the swipe of claws and hit the villain back. We need to get back to the stairs. Rally with the others, Yaoyorozu called as Jiru kicked a guy's knee in. I don't even want to know how bad it is for everyone else, she muttered, blocking another attack from a rock quirk user. So you can discharge electricity? Sue asked. Yeah, Kaminari said. Why? Sue and Minda shared a look, then shoved Kaminari back into the water, frying the villains. Focus on the fight here, Izuku commanded, driving his fist into a woman's solar plexus, letting her fall to the ground before shooting her in her knees. As fast as he could, he reloaded his MP5 and kept firing, each round biting into joints and sending villains sprawling. One man was able to get through his initial rounds and hit the MP5 out of his hand, sending it clattering off the mountainside. Izuku's answer to this was to pull his Berettas, muzzles flashing as he forced the barrels into the man's shoulder, firing off 3 rounds in short succession and sending the man screaming to the ground. These guys aren't even trying, he scoffed, charging forward and slamming the hilt of his guns into one of the larger guy's throat and kicking him over before unloading his magazines on a group that had been trying to strategize behind a small cliff. Shouldn't you tone it down a bit? Jiru asked him, feeling slightly nauseous at how flippantly the boy was injuring their enemies. I tone it down, we die, Izuku said simply, turning and throwing one of his batons and catching another villain trying to sneak up on Jiru. Besides, they're villains. They'll get the best medical help a prison can give them. Then 3 meals a day for the rest of their lives. Sounds a lot better than working 9-5, doesn't it? I can't tell if you're being serious or not, and that kind of scares me, Jiru deadpanned. Izuku reloaded his Berettas and returned them to his holster, looking about as he slowly moved to retrieve his other baton. The villains that had been warped there with them were all down, several sporting bullet wounds in knees, arms, and shoulders. Others were simply unconscious from Momo's staff or Jiru's own blunted machete. Does it really matter? He asked Jiru. We have bigger fish to fry than my sense of humor. He looked to Yaoyorozu, who was already surveying the area with a pair of binoculars. You see anything? Mr. Aizawa is still fighting in the center plaza, she informed him. I don't like the looks of that big monster, or the guy with all the hands on him. Maybe I should give them a haircut, Izuku said, hefting his sniper. Dude, seriously, can you not? That goes against everything I stand for, so no. Momo rolled her eyes in exasperation. Both of you, please. We need a— She stopped as the ground in front of her erupted and a hand grabbed her. Yeah, Momo, Izuku shouted, hand going for his Beretta, only to stop when the villain who grabbed his vice rep ignited his hand, electricity crackling a few inches from the heiress's face. Put the baton down, the villain commanded. Now. Let her go, Izuku said coldly. I said put your weapons down, unless you want this bitch to get flash fried. He brought his hand closer at that, making Yaoyorozu whimper a bit. Izuku felt his eye twitch as he slowly let the baton fall out of his hands. Drop your weapon, Jiru, he said. You aren't going to let him, Jiru began, then stopped herself. She could see Midoriya's eyes, and they were promising death. So she dropped the machete. See, now we can talk like adults. The villain laughed, letting his hand move away from Momo's face. Instantly Izuku's right arm came up, a shot ringing out as it did, splattering part of Momo's face in blood as the round tore through the villain's head. Jesus fuck, Jiru exclaimed as the body slumped to the ground. Yeah, Momo, are you alright? Izuku asked in worry, rushing to the girl's side as she fell to her knees. You, she stuttered, not looking at the boy. Yeah, I did, he said grimly, pulling a small towel out of his pack and handing it to her. Get cleaned up. You just killed a guy. Jiru whispered hoarsely. You just fucking killed a guy. I was there, I know, Izuku said, looking past Momo to look at the fight happening in the central plaza. And you're just gonna brush it off like that? You killed a living person. She screamed at him, looking a few seconds away from a meltdown. Stow it, Izuku said firmly, making Jiru freeze as he pulled his helmet off, looking at her with tired, worn eyes, his mouth set in a grim line. I did what I had to. If I hadn't, he would have killed us all. So stow it away and get your head in the game. There's a bigger picture here. Jiru took a deep breath and nodded as Izuku put his helmet back on. Get Yaoyorozu to the stairs, he commanded, picking up his rifle. She's just in shock, but I don't think she'll be of much help right now. Yeah, okay, she said, running over to her friend and slowly coaxing her to her feet. The heiress's eyes were slightly dilated, and her entire frame was shivering as Jiru took the towel from her unmoving hands and began wiping the blood off. What are you going to do? Something stupid most likely, he said, hefting the rifle and aiming down the scope. Do me a favor and get out of here fast. I don't think we'll like how this ends. Don't need to tell me twice, Jiru said, quickly setting off down the mountain, supporting Momo as best she could. As soon as they were gone, Izuku let a shuddering breath out, hands shaking as he slowly dialed in the scope. Put it away. Put it away, he whispered to himself. He didn't need to lose his nerve now, not with so much at stake. All right, big guy, Izuku muttered, drawing a bead on the large beak-brained monster standing docile in the courtyard. Let's see what you do with this. It's your hair, that's the tell, Shigaraki rasped as he destroyed Aizawa's elbow. It was hard to tell when you were jumping around like that, but it drops anytime you're not using your quirk. Very debilitating, isn't it? Aizawa pushed away from Shigaraki while erasing his quirk, taking a few villains down as he did. Suddenly the giant that had been standing alone suddenly began to scream, making Shigaraki turn around quickly, eyes wide as he stared at the large hole that had appeared in the thing's head. It was stomping around in pain as it slowly began to heal. What? Two villains around Aizawa suddenly dropped, clutching their legs. Midoriya, Aizawa thought, looking about for any hint of the sharpshooter. He's far enough away that any gunshot will be hidden by that thing's screeching, he thought as he fell back, watching as the Namu curled itself protectively around Shigaraki, wary of any other shots. Shigaraki looked about like Aizawa had beforehand, eyes picking up the subtle glint of a sniper scope. Namu. Kill. Izuku cursed his luck as he ejected the sprint brass from the chamber. Didn't even kill it, he muttered, taking aim again. At least I got some more villains down, he said as he zeroed in on the hand guy, his eyes widening as the man pointed at him, and the monster disappeared. Oh shit, he started, throwing himself over the edge of the mountain as the cliff he had been lying prone on exploded from the sheer strength of the thing plowing into it. As Izuku fell, he twisted in midair, firing off several shots as fast as he could into the thing that was now chasing him. Come on, you crow-faced fuck, Izuku snarled as his boots hit the ground, sliding down the mountain and reloading, every now and then rolling to the side as the thing tried to pounce on him. With a grunt of pain, he tumbled into the center plaza, coming to a stop beside Aizawa as the thing went back to Shigaraki's side. That didn't end well, Izuku muttered. You should be at the stairs. Aizawa growled at him. Warp bastard scattered us around the USJ. We took down what villains were in our area and I sent Yamomo and Jiru back to the stairs. Figured you needed help, so I was gonna provide overwatch. He straightened up as he dropped his rifle, now out of ammo. What the hell is this thing? Not sure, but it's strong. We need to fall back. The moment we do, that thing's gonna be on us, Izuku argued. Unless he drowns himself in a shit-filled ditch, he's our problem. Aizawa sighed. I hate that you're right. Hit him with everything you got. He'll deal with the hand bastard. Don't let him touch you or he'll disintegrate you. Got it, Izuku said, pulling his Berettas and firing at the Namu, dodging as it attacked once more. Aizawa charged Shigaraki, the two trading blows as chaos reigned around them. Izuku was barely coping, each punch from the Namu grazing armor and limbs as Izuku filled the thing with as many rounds as he could. The injuries healed almost instantaneously, and Izuku's luck ran out as its fist slammed into his chest. Izuku let out a pain gasp as he slammed into a low wall that surrounded the water fountain, One punch and most of my ribs are fucked, he thought as his HUD lit up with alerts. He could feel where the helmet around his head had caved and was currently biting into his cheek. Armor didn't even stop it. We need some heavy fucking ordnance. Izuku growled as he jumped behind a wall, hand going into his utility belt as the Namu destroyed the wall beside him. Come on, big guy, Izuku shouted, grabbing onto its arm and faulting himself over the thing as he pulled the pin on the grenade in his hand. Let's see you grit those teeth. The grenade was plunged into Namu's exposed brain as Izuku landed in a tumble, covering his head as the grenade went off. No, Shigaraki screamed as the Namu now headless collapsed in a heap on the ground. You'll pay for that. Shigaraki snarled as he threw Aizawa away from him and pounced on Izuku, hand digging into the boy's left arm as his quirk returned to him. Izuku screamed as he felt his arm decay, slowly falling apart as the villain laughed in derangement. I may not get to kill All Might today, but at least I'll get to rest easy knowing one of his students won't be making it to class on Monday. He laughed, hand going for Izuku's throat, only to stop as something was jabbed into his ribs. Fuck you, Izuku spat as he pulled the trigger on his Beretta, 3 rounds tearing through Shigaraki's chest before the man could jump back. Izuku forced himself into a seated position as he kept firing, stopping only when he ran out of ammo. You little shit, Shigaraki wheezed, looking down at his injuries as Kurogiri appeared at his side. I'm going to kill you. I'll tear your flesh from the bone with my fucking teeth. Izuku didn't have a comeback for that, so simply raised his remaining middle finger at the man as the warp villain disappeared with his boss. Midoriya, Aizawa shouted, running back towards his student, quirk activating to stop the progress of the decay as he reached his student. Izuku slowly let his hand fall to his side. That fucking hurt, he muttered as Aizawa helped him lay back, propping him up on a bit of debris. Relax, don't try and move too much, Aizawa ordered. Hopefully someone's gotten word out to the other teachers. Can you help me take off my helmet? Izuku intoned, making Aizawa stop. It's biting into my cheek. Aizawa nodded and carefully disengaged the helmet, pulling it off to reveal a gash in Izuku's cheek. The boy himself was pale, and he had blood on his lips. You still got those lucky strikes? Izuku asked, hand numbly going back to his utility belt. Smoking isn't going to help this situation, Aizawa said. Not smoking won't help it either, he rebutted. Aizawa sighed and pulled the pack out, placing a single cigarette between the boy's lips. Thanks, Izuku muttered, bringing his Zippo up and shakily lighting it. Slowly Aizawa sat down beside him, his own injuries making themselves known as his class rep blew a cloud of smoke from his nostrils. Hey Mr. Aizawa, don't take this the wrong way, but you look like hammered shit. Aizawa snorted. You're not looking so hot yourself, he muttered, getting his feet back under him as he looked around. Several students were running towards them, some from the other areas, others from the stairs. He looked to Midoriya and felt his heart clench. The boy's head had fallen, and the cigarette was hanging limply from his lips. Midoriya, Aizawa called his name, hoping the boy would look up. Midoriya, he snapped, hand going up to the boy's neck, feeling slight relief at the faint pulse he found. Mr. Aizawa, Sue shouted as she reached him, a fried kaminari and soaked Minta behind her. Asui, head to the stairs and find out what's going on, Aizawa ordered. Minta, go with her, see if you can't get Sato or Choji down here. We need to move Midoriya now. Bakugo stared at the ambulance as they loaded Izuku into it. His armor had been removed, showing uneven flesh underneath, and his right arm had to be amputated at the shoulder. It had been a shock to see him like that, and Bakugo could barely focus on anything else after he had stepped out of the urban zone. Only Kirishima guiding had gotten him to the stairs, where his childhood friend lied broken, covered in gauze and patches. Around him several were crying or staring morosely. They all knew one day that someone they knew would potentially get hurt. They just never knew it would happen so soon. All Might and the other teachers had arrived a few minutes after they had carried Midoriya to the top steps, emergency vehicles likewise appearing as the alarms had kicked in after the death of the electric quirk user. Izuku had been one of the first seen, with Aizawa and 13 close seconds. Yaoyorozu was likewise seen, and treated for shock. Bakugo. Slowly Bakugo looked over to Uraraka. The girl had tears in her eyes and looked to be trying hard not to break down. Midoriya will be okay, right? Bakugo felt his heart clench at the hopelessness in her words. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. He'll be fine, he muttered as Uraraka began to sob. There's no way he'd let this stop him. He'll be just fine. Bakugo only wished he could believe his own words. Izuku woke up to pale white walls and pain. Blearily he began to sit up, staring at the wires and IVs that had been plugged into his body. Careful there, kid. Izuku jumped and looked to his left, relaxing as he saw the familiar form of Watanabe. Pulling IVs out tend to hurt, he said. I should know. Where am I? He asked, falling back onto the bed. Hospital, Watanabe said, leaning forward. Congratulations, by the way, for being the only idiot in your class to receive serious injuries. Izuku sighed, attempting to raise his hands, and finding himself confused when only one of them appeared in his line of vision. My arm, he said, eyes slowly looking to his right, where his sleeve was empty. Watanabe looked down. They had to amputate it, he said quietly, said there was no hope in saving it. Izuku felt his heart twist at that. I lost my arm. Look kid, you did good in there, saved your classmates, even took down a threat that All Might would have had trouble with, don't just. How will this affect my training? Watanabe blinked, looking at the boy, who was still staring at his stump, his eyes shining with a strange defiance that made him chuckle. Well, you can shoot with both hands, which is good, but reloading's going to be a bitch and a half. I already have contacts looking for a replacement. But how are you doing? Other than missing an arm, I'm all right. Watanabe rolled his eyes. You know what I mean. Report says you killed 2 people. He leaned back. Now one of them was that weird puppet thing, but the other. He was threatening one of my classmates, Izuku said quietly, his eyes looking back up at the ceiling. If I did nothing, she'd have died. Watanabe nodded. It's difficult, he said softly, taking a life. I stowed it away. Like you taught me. Yeah, but you gotta unpack it sooner or later, kid, otherwise it's gonna eat you up. He looked at him. You don't have to open up to me, but when they send you to therapy, and they will send you to therapy, use it to come to terms with what happened. If not, I know, Izuku said softly, swallowing his emotions. How's my mom? Worried about you, of course, he said. Had to promise her I wouldn't leave here until she came back tomorrow. Izuku sighed. She wants to pull me from UA, doesn't she? She did, he admitted, but she changed her mind after that Yaoyorozu girl talked with her. Yaoyorozu was here, asked in surprise. He nodded. She had wanted to see you, to thank you, but only family was allowed in. She and your mother got to talking for quite a while. Izuku closed his eyes. Do you know what they talked about? Watanabe shrugged. The fuck should I know? I've been in here with you. Get some sleep, kid. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Right, and I'm proud of you, Izuku. You really stepped up to the plate. Mia would be proud. Thank you. She was running out of time. She knew she was. And with every passing second she was running the risk of being discovered and stopped altogether. But she needed to do this. No, she had to do this. Interlocking mechanism is good. Nervigear sheath at full capacity, alloy holding steady at 95%. By the rules she wasn't allowed in the shop during the weekends, especially without her father's permission, but this took priority over a light scolding and grounding. Movement is twitchy. I'll need to patch the software before attempting to install. Who else would give her skull-masked buddy the same quality craft? May. Shit. Hiya, Dad, May exclaimed, turning to look at her father, a thin, wiry man with crazy salt and pepper hair and thick Coke bottle glasses. The retired engineer was currently dressed in his bathrobe and carrying his newspaper. What are you doing? It's 4 in the morning. You didn't go to sleep, did you? Sorry, Pops, but science waits for no man, and development is constantly developing, she declared as she turned back to her project. How did you get past the security system this time? He griped, walking over to a PC terminal. You rerouted it all to the liquor cabinet? Yep, Mom's gonna get one hell of a surprise at her 7 o'clock whiskey, she hummed. You're gonna be the death of me, sweetie. Sorry, Dad, but I have to get this done by tomorrow. What's so important that it has to be done 2 days before you go back to UA? He asked, walking over and stopping slightly as he sees what's on the table. It's something a friend needs, she said dutifully. Powerloader said he would be given the best UA can provide. But I know I can do better than some generic machine. Who is this friend that warrants this level of engineering? He questions his daughter. His name is Midoriya, Izuku, Quirkless hero student extraordinaire. The second day of school he shot me in the chest, she said giddily. Do I need to go check my meds again? Or have you just not slept this entire weekend? What do either of those have to do with this situation? She shook her head. I kinda blew up the lab, and his itchy trigger finger sent one of my custom sim rounds into my chest. We then got to talking about weapon designs and armor platforms, and he agreed to let me work on his gear. So potential client in need of repairs, he mumbled, walking over and looking at her design. This is a good basis, but if we're going to get this ready by tomorrow, then we'll need to start rerouting these servos. You've got 4 of them inverted and 5 aren't even soldered right. That's what I wasn't getting. That's what happens when you don't sleep for 3 days. Let's get to work. 2 days later, Bakugo could feel the tenseness in the air, the foreboding feeling of the unknown that seemed to grip everyone who walked into Class 1A. It was to be expected. 5 days after facing villains and seeing a fellow classmate so close to death would set a mood like this no matter what, but what made it worse was that none of them had any information on what would become of their class representative. Hey Bakugo. Uraraka greeted him quietly as she stepped into class, stopping at his side. Morning, he returned softly, sparing the girl a side glance. She looked dead on her feet, eyes holding barely concealed bags under them. Bakugo doubted he was much better. Have you heard anything? She asked. He shook his head. I only know he's stable. He sighed. That's good, right? Bakugo gave a non-committed shrug. How are you holding up? Though, never better, she said, giving him a brave smile that didn't seem to reach her eyes. Just tired. You'll get through it. he said, giving her shoulder a slight squeeze before they both moved to their chairs. The door slid open again and everyone looked up as Yaoyorozu walked in, looking slightly haggard as she walked towards her chair. "Hey Yaoyorozu," Kirishima greeted, doing his best to keep his voice jovial. "How you doing today?" She gave them all a tired smile. "Much better than I was before the weekend," she said. "Thank you for asking." "Have you heard anything?" Zero asked. "About Midoriya," being unspoken but implied. "Nothing," she said regretfully, "but I'm sure Mr. Aizawa will have some news for us." "It feels weird," Kaminari said, "after everything." "Dude," Sato admonished him. "What? I'm not just gonna ignore the elephant in the room, dude. You gotta admit it's freaking you out too. Perhaps we should just all come clean and say what we really want to know." Todoroki began. "What's happening with Midoriya?" Instantly everyone was quiet. Yaoyorozu was looking down, and Jiru was doing her best to keep her hands from shaking. "The guy's tough, right?" Jiru asked, looking up. "Wouldn't that mean we should give him the benefit of the doubt?" "He lost his arm," Sue pointed out bluntly. "He won't be able to do everything he had done before, but he can still train and overcome that," Kirishima exclaimed. "Come on. You guys saw the same video I did. He took down that beak thing, no sweat. He almost died taking out that beast thing," Ida said, pushing his glasses up, "if the injuries were too serious." "I'm a little insulted, Ida." The playful drawl made everyone stiffen, and as one the class looked to the door, where a tired-eyed Izuku was leaning against the door frame, smirk making the upside-down crescent scar on his cheek a little more prominent, his hands lazily hanging out of his pockets. "Hands? You think a couple of punches would do me in?" "Midoriya," Kirishima whooped, charging forward alongside a few others. "Dude, we were worried. Come on, it was just a flesh wound." Izuku dismissed them, right hand coming out of his pocket and waving them away. "Whoa, dude, you already have a prosthetic." "Yep," he said, rolling the sleeve up on his right arm to show smooth metal plating, looking to be made of hundreds of interlocking components. Its movements were smooth and there was barely any sound as Izuku ran his hand over the black-tinted metal. "Friend of mine in the support department," Rush ordered it when she heard. He looked to his class. "I'll tell you guys more later. Right now we got class to start. To your desks." They all complied, many welcoming him back as he walked towards his desk. "It's good to see you on your feet again, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu told him as he sat down. "Thanks, Yamomo," he said, giving her a genuine smile that made the heiress's heart flutter. "All right, everyone," Aizawa began as he entered the classroom. "We have a lot to cover, so." He trailed off as his eyes skimmed over his class and he saw Izuku sitting at his desk. "You're supposed to be in the hospital," he said pointedly, making Izuku stiffen. He got released early," he said, avoiding his teacher's gaze. New arm, yeah. Anyways, I wanted to take some time right now to talk about what happened at the USJ." Aizawa continued, gaze moving away from Izuku. "For the principal, the entirety of Class 1A will be seeing Hound Dog for debrief and counseling. The first meeting is not up for discussion. You will have an hour session with Hound Dog. Whether more sessions will be scheduled will depend on Hound Dog's assessment. I do want to say, however, that the way you students handled yourselves in the face of villains is commendable, and further reinforces my belief that you all will be amazing heroes in your own right." A few of the students shared bright smiles amongst each other, with Izuku smirking slightly. "Now that I've said that, know that your battle is far from over. The UA Sports Festival will begin in a month." Instantly the room was in an uproar as everyone began to excitedly talk about the event that had rivaled and surpassed the Olympics. Izuku leaned back in his chair, listening with half an ear as he discreetly massaged his right shoulder, the pain of his surgery shooting through the newly soldered nerves. "You should have full control over it," Hatsume explained as she presented the arm to Izuku, powerloader and his mom standing off to the side. "The nervigear I rigged throughout it should easily connect with your nervous system. It'll be like you've never lost your arm." "This is impressive, Hatsume," Powerloader commended his student, "but we can't possibly approve and untest it." "I'll do it," Izuku said firmly, giving Hatsume a smile. "Her armor is what kept me alive during the USJ, so if she says this prosthetic is the best, it's the best." "Midoriya." Izuku looked up sharply, blinking in confusion when he realized that the classroom was mostly empty, his classmates gathering their things and leaving for lunch. In front of him, Aizawa was standing, looking down at the class rep with slight irritation. "I was informed that you would be in recovery for at least a week," he said pointedly, narrowing his eyes at the boy. "All I was doing was sitting at home lifting a 5-pound barbell." Izuku grumbled, "I could do that here." "You can't rush this." "I'm not," Izuku said firmly. "I just didn't want to be alone at home." He ran a nervous hand through his hair, wincing when a bit of hair was caught between the metal pieces. "That's gonna take some getting used to." He sighed. Aizawa rolled his eyes. "I won't send you home. All honesty, I'd do the same thing you are if I were in your position. But if the old lady catches you, I know nothing." "Understood," Izuku said, standing and grabbing his bag. walking out just behind Takoyami and almost immediately running into his other classmates. "Hey guys," he began, stopping when Uraraka and Tsu suddenly began to hug him, followed by Ida, who wrapped all three of them up in a big hug. "Okay, hey Kirishima, what's?" He stopped again as Kirishima, Shiro, Kaminari and Mina joined in on the hug, quickly followed by Sato, Hagakure, Aoyama and Ajiro. Jiru and Yaoyorozu were both standing off to the side with Takoyami and Koda, all of them giving Izuku warm smiles. It came to a head as Shoji enveloped the entire class in a hug, the gentle giant not saying a word. "This is uncomfortable," Izuku mumbled awkwardly. "We're just glad you're okay." Uraraka sniffled. "We saw them rush you off and it just looked so bad." "Yeah, we were worried about you, man," Kirishima said with a big grin. "And then you just walk in here like you were just on a break or something." "Well, sorry for worrying everyone," he said, giving Ada a comforting pat as the boy began shaking slightly. "Not that this isn't fun, but we do need to eat before afternoon training." "He's right," Ada said, slowly loosening his grip. "Let's get to the lunchroom." As the impromptu group hug dissolved, Izuku hung back, eyes searching the hallway until he spied Bakugo against the wall. His former friend slowly pushed off it and walked up. "You hug me, I shoot you," Izuku threatened. "Why would I want to hug you, loser?" Bakugo retorted with a smirk, before gently punching the boy on his left shoulder. "It's good to see you up and about, Izuku. Next time don't give everyone a heart attack, eh?" Izuku watched Bakugo walk away, noting how he fell into place beside Uraraka, their hands brushing each other every now and then. "He's right." Izuku turned around again, feeling tense as he found Yaoyorozu and Jiru still there. "It's good to have you back," Yaoyorozu said with a gentle smile, "though I am surprised they found you a prosthetic." "Yeah, surprised me too," Izuku said sheepishly. "All honesty, I expected to be out for another month or so. Then Hatsum just comes bursting into the room with this arm." He sighs. "Look, I wanted to apologize to you too. The call I made on the mountain. It was the right call to make," Jiru said, making Izuku look at her in surprise. "Don't get me wrong, I'm still not comfortable, but if you hadn't done that, I wouldn't be here." Yaoyorozu finished for her. "I wish I could have thanked you properly then, but, well, it was a shock." Izuku nodded, his shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. "I thought it would have been a lot more difficult to get your forgiveness," he admitted. "There's nothing to forgive," Yaoyorozu said firmly. Jiru nodded beside her. "Now, let's go catch up with our classmates. I'm sure they're all wondering what's going on." "Yeah, let's." Izuku gritted his teeth as Hatsum performed some minute adjustments on his arm. One full day and the arm's already out of alignment. Hatsum hummed as she fiddled with some wires set into Izuku's shoulder. The skin around the prosthetic still looked raw. A few new scars set into the skin where the machinery had been grafted to his body. "Has there been any pain?" "Mostly stiffness," Izuku muttered. "I thought it was because I wasn't used to shit." Izuku hissed out as Hatsum's tool hit one of his nerves, making his entire body lock up in pain. "Whoops," she cackled. "Yeah, that's normal. I think we'll need you to come in every day to check up on it." She tapped the arm in a few places and the exposed wiring was covered by the metal plating. "So far it's just small little things that are falling out of alignment. Shouldn't affect anything serious unless you're doing some serious damage to the arm, which shouldn't be possible with how you made it," Izuku said. "Exactly," she cheered, giving him a thumbs up as he grabbed his shirt and put it on. Buttoning it up, "How's your touch reaction?" "I haven't crushed anything on accident since this morning." "That's progress." "Yep." Izuku looked at his prosthetic, a mix of emotions running through him as he slowly pulled on a black glove to cover the metallic appendage. "Thank you, Hatsum. You have no idea how much this means to me." "No, I don't suppose I do," she said as she went to another of her projects, beginning to fiddle with it. "But I can't have my future customer dropping out because of something as silly as an arm." "Thanks," Izuku said dryly. "Anything else you wanted to discuss?" No. Oh, I got the wrist gun fixed, so it should be good for the sports festival. I don't even know if they'll allow me to take it in." Izuku sighed. "Nezu was talking about how things were going to be different this year since I was quirkless." "Well, they can't bar you from participating," she said helpfully. "But that doesn't mean they can't limit me." He shrugged on his dress jacket. "I'm sure we'll find out more soon." "Thanks, Hatsum. Anytime, skull guy," she said as he walked out of the room. "Make sure you document any feelings of pain. And if the arm suddenly shuts off, got ya," Izuku called back as he walked into the hallway, immediately stopping when he runs into a familiar face. "Oh, yeah, Momo," he greeted, taking a step back out of her personal space. "It's late. I'm surprised you're still here." "I was looking for you actually," she said, fidgeting slightly as he raised his eyebrow. "Well, here I am," he said slowly. "What did you need?" Are you doing anything this afternoon?" she asked hesitantly. Izuku slowly shook his head. "Just heading home. I'm not allowed to do heavy exercise until next week." She nodded at that. "Do you? Would you like to come with me to get some ramen?" she asked, playing with her ponytail. "Ramen?" he asked. Yes, Kyoka was just telling me about a well-known stand just down the way from UA and I've been meaning to try it. Izuku stared at her, then slowly nodded. Yeah, sure. Doesn't sound like a problem, he said, giving her a smile that came off more like a grimace. That's good, she said with a tight smile. We can get my driver to drop us off then. Izuku blinked as Momo began walking away. Excuse me, driver. Izuku uncomfortably sat at the small ramen shack that Kyoka had suggested to Momo. Behind them, a limousine was parked, its driver reading the daily newspaper while they waited for their food. This place is quite quaint, is it not? Momo asked Izuku, who nodded. Yeah, it's nice, he said politely. So, what brought this on? Momo blushed a bit. I wanted to thank you properly for saving me back at the USJ, she said, and Kyoka said that buying you dinner would be a good way to go about that. Izuku nodded slightly. Well, I'm not one to turn down a free meal, but you didn't have to. But I wanted to, she said quickly. You saved my life doing what you did, and I know how much a decision like that can affect you so. Izuku gave her a warm smile. Thank you for this, Momo, he said softly. I do appreciate it. She gave him a smile as their orders were placed in front of them. They ate quietly, mostly making small talk when compelled, and soon they were both done and walking back to the limousine. This was fun, Momo said quietly. We should do it again. Izuku's easy smile fell. Momo, he began as she opened the door, looking back at him with a raised eyebrow. What do you want to come from this? Momo immediately lit red. Don't read too far into this, she admonished him, fighting the blush as best she could. I just wanted to thank you. Izuku chuckled softly. Sorry, forget I asked anything, he said, beginning to back up slightly. I'll see you at school tomorrow, Momo. You have a good night, Midoriya, she said as he started off down the sidewalk. Quickly, Momo stepped into the limousine, closing the door with a small frown. You're a coward, Momo. 1 week later. So you felt like you had no other choice. Izuku sighed as he looked at Hound Dog. The last 30 minutes had been spent on the USJ, and Izuku was honestly ready to just go home for the day. Yes, I felt like I had no other choice, Izuku said. He had my vice rep in his arms, and he was more than willing to kill. If I hadn't done anything, then Yaoyorozu would have been killed. How did you feel when you had to do it? Inui asked. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. I wasn't proud of it, he admitted. It was what needed to be done and I couldn't dwell on it after the fact. He shook his head. I stowed it away. Did you revisit it before now? I talked about it with my master. He just told me not to stow it away forever. Doing that could be detrimental to your health, Inui said with a nod. Talking about it can help you gain the closure you need to move on. Izuku nodded. I didn't want to kill him, and I hate that I was placed in that situation. If you had a chance, would you go back and change your decision? No, Izuku said firmly, looking Hound Dog in the eye. To change what I did means Momo would have died, and I wasn't going to let that happen. Inui nodded. Let's talk about Yaoyorozu. Izuku tensed. What about her? He asked carefully. You two seem to have gotten closer, Inui said. She's like my other classmates, he said dismissively, happy to have me back, and with a closer bond because of what we've been through. You've mentioned Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo before, but Yaoyorozu is the only one you seem to have a nickname for. Well, she told me to call her that. Izuku stuttered. I didn't question it, I just, went with it. Do you consider her a friend? Yes, Izuku said quietly, just a friend. Why make that distinction? Inui asked. For my own peace of mind, Izuku muttered. Care to elaborate? Izuku groaned. Well, here's the thing. Izuku leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. Yesterday, she came up to me and invited me to a nearby ramen stand. She said it was so she could thank me for saving her. But I felt like she was trying for more. You think she has romantic interests in you? Maybe. I don't know. If she doesn't, then great. Nothing to worry about. But if she does, he prompted. If she does, then I'll have to break her heart. Why? You know about my last girlfriend. We spoke of her our first session. He looks away from Inui, out the window where he could see a class of second years on the field. She died and, well, I was lost. I had promised her the world, promised her safety, and failed. How can I turn around and do that again with another girl? That would be betraying Mia. Inui nodded his head slightly. I don't think it would. He began, making Izuku look at him. Ms. Watanabe loved you, and I think above everything else she would have wanted to see you happy after she was gone. Izuku leaned back, letting his eyes fall to his lap. Can we move on? He asked stoically. Of course. 15 minutes later, Izuku was walking out of the office, promising Inui to think upon what they talked about. Today he actually reached class before it started, taking his seat behind Bakugo and tuning everything out until classes began. With the sports festival coming up, classes began to shorten, giving all students a chance to train and prepare. Once Izuku was given the green light, he was back to work on his skills, spending most of his time at the shooting range with the wrist gun. It was here that Principal Nezu found him, the small rodent climbing onto the bench behind him to watch. I believe you'd give Snipes a run for his money, Nezu said, making Izuku look back at him. Not too sure about that, Izuku said. He can change the trajectory mid-flight. I can't. And yet you've punched out the center of the target. And from what I can see, punched 2 holes in to properly store the target. Izuku grinned. Better than any hole puncher, he said fondly, unloading the gun and turning towards the principal. So, what can I do for you today, sir? Nezu's smile dropped a fraction. I'm afraid I've come with bad tidings, Mr. Midoriya. I have put you in an unwinnable situation. What do you mean? With the sports festival coming up, and with the USJ incident, the Hero Association has flexed its power and has put several new rules into effect. Nezu sat down on the edge of the table. They have decided that Hero Course students are only allowed 2 pieces of support equipment for the festival, and they must be related to the student's quirk, and the use of projectile firearms are prohibited. Izuku felt his blood run cold. Which means I one of my guns, he muttered. They tried to include your new arm as support equipment, but thankfully Recovery Girl was able to convince them that it was against their best interests to try and include that. Nezu said sadly, I cannot prove it currently, but it is abundantly clear that the association wishes to try and edge you out, as it were. But why? Izuku asked in confusion. What have I done to make them want to limit what I can do in the festival? I believe it has to do with your mentor, Deadshot, Nezu said. He is the last of the 2nd-generation heroes, and was one of the most devoted advocates for killing villains. The association has worked very hard to keep those kinds of ideals out of the hero business as a whole, and having Deadshot's protege, a boy who's already killed 2 villains, would most definitely set them back in that regard. Heroes kill villains all the time. It's an occupational hazard, Izuku began. I agree, but Deadshot was known for killing villains indiscriminately, even when other options were readily available. Nezu sighed. I also think they are still against the idea of a quirkless hero. They may be trying to use this as a way to show the world that you cannot be a hero as you are. That's bullshit, Izuku exploded. Who the fuck are they to try and stop me from being what I want to be? To look at my training and everything I've done and say it's not enough. He ripped his ear protection off of his neck and threw it at the wall, the plastic headphones shattering loudly. Fuck. Nezu let Izuku vent his frustrations, only continuing after the boy settled back against the wall in a huff. I understand your frustrations, young Midori. Sadly, my hands are tied. The only concession I can give you is that even without your weapons, you are a force to be reckoned with. Thanks, Izuku muttered hollowly. Nezu jumped down, patting the boy's leg. I'm sure you'll find a way to come out on top in the festival. You have a knack for proving people wrong. He began walking away, going towards the door. Nezu, yes, would eskrima sticks be counted as related to my quirk? Izuku, he asked. Nezu smiled. I do believe an argument can be made for it, he said. You have a good rest of the day. Izuku waited until Nezu was gone before he began cleaning everything up, still fuming internally as he left, already planning on talking with Watanabe about what he learned. Izuku stood with Bakugo and Yamomo, distractedly puffing on a cigarette while the 2 processed what he had just told them. Nezu really thinks they're trying to set you up for failure, Yamomo asked. Why else would they specify a no-guns policy and limit support items so severely for hero students? Bakugo asked rudely. Izuku's the only one who would currently get screwed by these rules. Even Aoyama wouldn't have much of a problem getting his belt approved. But this is underhanded, dirty, unethical. Welcome to the life of a pro hero, Izuku muttered, making Yamomo look at him worriedly. The association is notorious for trying to crush rookies that they feel don't fit their model of a hero. They're just getting a head start on me. But we can't just let this stand. We could protest or petition. Petition wouldn't do anything. Bakugo sighed. Only people who would sign as Class 1A. Everyone else is gunning for us. Why would they help us? Same problem with protesting, Izuku said. If only 1A protests, then they can still hold the festival with the other courses, and probably get all of 1A replaced because of it. Not to mention our class needs the festival to make a name and get scouted. I couldn't ask them to risk that for this. Then, what will you do? She asked worriedly. Bakugo turned his attention to Izuku, likewise wondering what he would do. Izuku didn't respond at first, simply continued smoking until the cherry-red embers began to singe the skin on his thumb. I'm going to train, Izuku began as he flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it with his boot, just like I did for the entrance exam. Push my body to its limits. Then I'm going to go into the sports festival, and I'm going to win. He looked at Bakugo. They think a quirkless can't become a hero. Fine, they want to limit me and try and take away the tools I learned to use to gain an edge. Okay, I don't need them to show the world that I can be a hero. This is gonna be dangerous, Bakugo said. Unlike the entrance exam, you'll be going up against other students. They won't be pulling punches, and if you draw someone like Todoroki in the tournament, then I'll bash his pretty face in advance, Izuku said coldly, making Yamomo shift slightly. I can't let this stop me, Bakugo, you know that. Bakugo sighed. Yeah, I do. And you better not hold back either, Izuku warned. You pull a single punch, then I take it as the go-ahead to ruin your fucking day. TCH, you think I'd let a nerd like you off easy? Bakugo sneered, making Izuku smile. Just making sure you understand, Izuku said, turning his attention to Momo, his eyes softening. That goes for you too, yeah, Momo. He said, no pulling punches, no trying to convince everyone to help me. We go into this festival as equals, and we compete as equals. Momo nodded slightly. I understand. I just wish there was something else we can do to show the association that this is wrong. Only thing we can do is our best. Bakugo grunted, Izuku nodding along in agreement. Hell, Izuku making it to the third event will be a big enough middle finger to those assholes. And winning it will definitely light a fire under their ass. Izuku sighed and stretched. Let's get going. We have a lot of work to do, and only a month to get ready. Izuku was relatively silent as his class milled about, talking about inconsequential things as they waited for the start of the sports festival. Izuku himself was looking at the two smooth batons that he had Hatsune whip up before the sports festival. They were slightly longer than his stun batons, with a better charge as well. Are you okay, Izuku? Momo asked, walking up to her friend. I'll be fine, he muttered, and he was being honest. Over the last month he had trained to the point of exhaustion. Currently he was the strongest he had ever been, even stronger than he had been at the entrance exam. But this was a double-edged sword. Pushing his body to the brink meant that he was sleep-deprived and slightly malnourished as he only ate enough to keep his body from shutting down. The strain it put him through made him feel eternally exhausted. But it was needed if he even had a chance to stand up to some of the powerhouses in their class. I hope you know what you're doing, Izuku, she said softly. Izuku gave her a tired smile. I always do, yeah, Momo, he said quietly, looking up as they get the call to head to the field. Don't hold back today, yeah, Momo. I won't, I promise, Momo said as they all began heading out onto the field. Izuku barely listened to the introductions. And now, we will have the first-year representative come forth to deliver the oath. Midnight called, prompting Izuku to step forward, much to the shock of the other students. Isn't he that quirkless kid? How did he get the position? What happened to his arm? Is that even allowed? Izuku ignored all of them, walking up to the mic as he looked about. This festival is to show the world what we can do, to show the progress of heroes and the skills we can bring to benefit all. He looked up towards the box seats, where Nezu sat with the Hero Association representatives. That's why I swear to do my best and prove to those who limit us that we are here. And we won't be going anywhere. We will go beyond Plus Ultra and prove that we are worthy of being UA students. Class 1A began to cheer, knowing the true message behind Izuku's words, while the others clapped politely, looking between each other uneasily as Izuku stepped off the stage. You think they're gonna rise to that bait? Bakugo asked him quietly as Izuku stopped beside him. They'll definitely be sore about it, Izuku muttered as the first challenge was announced. Obstacle course, huh? I don't even want to know what they would consider obstacles. You scared? Bakugo asked. Go ahead, ask another stupid question, Izuku said dryly, taking off as soon as the start sounded. Izuku was quick to jump over the dog pile in the making, vaulting off the wall and using the other students as stepping stones. Excuse me, sorry, coming through, he shouted as the ground below them was frozen. Todoroki, he muttered, landing in a roll on the other side, much to the surprise of Todoroki. But the half-and-half boy didn't stall. Instead he kept running, freezing the zero-pointers as he ran between their legs. Izuku was in the middle of the smaller battle bots, his prosthetic tearing through the armor and circuitry like tissue paper as he snarled. And there goes Midoriya showing us just how he got into the hero course. Izuku tore through one more three-pointer before breaking free, running alongside several of his classmates as they neared the second obstacle. A cold chill down his spine, and his reflexes were the only thing to save him from being knocked out of the running as a reptilian arm swiped at his neck, narrowly missing as Izuku ducked under it and drove his fist into his attacker's stomach, making him slide back across the ground. Sorry, kid, the Gen Ed student growled as two more students flanked him, one growing sharp claws from her fingers while another seemed to grow quills out of his back. This isn't personal. Izuku slid between their attacks as he pulled his batons, skillfully slamming them into the quill guy's chest, arms and shoulders before kicking him away and taking down the lizard arm guy. Both didn't get back up. You don't come any closer, the girl warned, claws ready as she backed away from him. Izuku shrugged and threw the baton, catching her in her sternum and knocking her breath out of her before charging in and taking her down. Izuku then pivoted on his foot and took off towards the second obstacle, putting away his batons and pulling off his sweater as he jumped over the edge, much to the surprise of Ochako and a few others. He's crazy, Kaminari shouted, watching as Izuku slung his sweater over one of the wires and sliding down it quickly. He treated it like a zipline. Ajiro muttered, brilliant. I really wish he would stop giving me heart attacks. Uraraka sighed before taking away her own gravity and jumping. Izuku landed on one of the lower rock formations, jumping quickly between a few others that were close enough. Damn it, he grumbled, glaring at the line that would get him to the other side. The very steep line. With a grunt, Izuku jumped and grabbed the pole, slowly inching his way up as others began to pass him once more. He let out a grunt of exertion as he pulled himself onto ground level and took off once more. He reached the minefield before the majority of his classmates had, scanning the obstacle and noting how far ahead Bakugo and Todoroki were. "I'm not out of this yet," he growled, easily stepping between the mines as he watched them fight. "Surprise assholes," he snarled as he tackled Bakugo, using him as a springboard to evade the mines as Bakugo was flung back into the air by the explosive. Todoroki attempted to freeze him, but a devastating punch from his prosthetic had the ice shattering before it could do more than frost his boots. Then Izuku was running again, quickly passing out of the minefield and towards the finish line with Todoroki hot on his heels, the sounds of explosions behind them tipping both off to the fact that Bakugo was rocketing back towards them. Izuku felt Todoroki's hand brush his shirt, making him lunge forward the last few meters towards the finish line, Todoroki likewise following his example as Bakugo flew towards them. "It's a photo finish," Present Mike exclaimed. "Let's go to the slow-mo to see who's coming out on top." Izuku slowly pushed himself up, looking at the big screen as he watches himself, Bakugo, and Todoroki reaching for the finish line, neck and neck and slowly falling to the ground. The camera zoomed in on their hands. Todoroki and Bakugo were level with each other, but Izuku's hand was slightly ahead. And the winner by centimeters is Midoriya. Several in the crowd began to cheer, while most others began to boo, making Izuku clench his fist. "Assholes," Bakugo grumbled as he stood up. "You beat me this time, Izuku, but don't think you'll get as lucky in the next round," he declared with a grin. Izuku stared at him in confusion, then he chuckled. "Luck's got nothing to do with it, Bakugo," he said as the two began moving towards the stage, Todoroki staring at them with narrowed eyes. "Midoriya, Katsuki," Uraraka called out, looking tired and out of breath. "You guys were awesome," she gushed. "Thanks, round cheeks," Bakugo drawled, hands in his pockets and a cocky smirk on his visage. "Katsuki?" Midoriya asked in amusement, making Bakugo splutter and Uraraka blush. "Bakugo," Yaoyorozu called, stopping the conversation before it could continue. "Can I speak with you real quick?" "Sure," he muttered, stalking over to the girl. "What's that about?" Uraraka asked as they watched the two talk, Bakugo looking more and more irritated as the conversation went on. "No idea," Izuku said as Bakugo walked back. "Care to share with the class?" he asked. "It's nothing." Bakugo waved him off. "Let's get ready for the second round." Izuku gritted his teeth as he ducked under Todoroki's attempt to grab his headband. "Gonna have to try harder than that icy hot," Izuku growled as he righted himself. Batons out as Monoma's team came in. "You don't have anything worth copying, but I would definitely appreciate having your points," Monoma called as they went in. "Dark Shadow," Takoyami called as the shadow bird went for Monoma, only to be driven back by an explosion from his hand. "He copies quirks. Be careful," Izuku called, turning the batons on and hitting Monoma's hand away from him, eliciting a shriek of pain from the boy as several hundred volts went through him. "Coming through," Bakugo roared as he flew through the air, ripping several bands away from Monoma as Dark Shadow attacked again, forcing Monoma's team to retreat. Only Monoma was still incapacitated from the attack, and he was beginning to fall. "Monoma, come on, man." "OOF, Monoma has fallen from his horse. He and his team are disqualified." Izuku moved his gaze to Bakugo, who was back on his horse, staring right back at him. For a split second, neither moved, then suddenly Bakugo was rocketing towards Izuku as he shouted, "Go," to his team, prompting them to move quickly to the left. Bakugo in hot pursuit as his hand reached for Izuku's band. And time is up. The winner is once again Midoriya. Bakugo fell flat on his face as Izuku's team cheered. "That was close." Uraraka cheered, helping Izuku back down to the ground as Bakugo stood up. "You got lucky," he said flippantly, avoiding Izuku's gaze as the boy narrowed his eyes at him. "Yeah, lucky," Izuku muttered as everyone began to crowd around once more. Ajiro came to a stop by Izuku, looking slightly shaken. "You good, Ajiro?" he asked. "I am going to be dropping out," Ajiro called, holding his hand up before Midnight could say anything. "Unless you're injured, you cannot withdraw from." "You don't understand. I wasn't in control during that match," Ajiro snapped. "I barely even remember anything beyond getting asked to join a team. I also wish to withdraw." The Class B boy who had been a part of Ajiro's team had his hand raised and looked sad. "I'm just like him. I don't even know how we got in the top 4. I think someone who actually knows what happened during the round should take our spots." Such honorable and chivalrous boys. It's so exciting." "Fine, both of you are withdrawn." Izuku looked away from Ajiro and looked at the only teammate who didn't withdraw. The purple-haired boy was avoiding any eye contact and seemed slightly worried. "It's his quirk, isn't it?" Izuku asked Ajiro quietly as Midnight announced that Tetsu and Shizaki would be the new contestants for the tournament. "Yeah, he talked to me and as soon as I responded I blacked out." Ajiro sighed as he looked up at the pairings and saw Izuku's name by Shinsu Hitoshi's name. Izuku nodded as they were dismissed. Anything I can use against him? Izuku asked. During the match I bumped into someone and I was able to get control back. Ajiro answered. So if he does get you locked in, there's a small chance you can bring yourself back. Thank you, Ajiro. I'll kick his ass for you. You really are a good friend. Ajiro chuckled as he walked away. Izuku watched him go for a bit before his eyes zeroed in on Bakugo. Talking quietly with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, he began to walk towards them, hands in his pockets. Bakugo. He called as he got closer, making the explosive teen look over. Can I talk with you for a minute? Privately, Bakugo nodded and walked over. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu watched them go worriedly. What do you need? We only have so long to eat, Bakugo said as they walked deeper into the stadium. This won't take long, Izuku muttered as he pushed the door to the locker room open, nodding to himself when it became apparent that they were alone. What won't take? Crack. Bakugo let out a strangled cry of pain as Izuku punched him across the chin, sending him sprawling to the ground before the boy grabbed him by the front of his shirt and hauled him up, slamming him into the wall. What fucking game are you playing? Izuku growled at him. I told you I didn't need your help. The fuck are you talking about? Bakugo muttered, not looking at him. You think I'm stupid? Izuku snapped. Or did you forget you and Yaoyorozu had your little war council meeting right in fucking front of me? You're looking too far into things. Another punch interrupted Bakugo. You took out Monoma before he could recover and take my headband. Izuku ceased. And don't think I didn't notice you taking out any team that even tried to come after me. Bakugo sighed. Look, it's not what you think, he muttered, grunting as Izuku pushed him away, letting go of his shirt in the process. During the first round, Yaoyorozu saw those 3 Gen Ed nobodies try to ambush you at the start of the second obstacle. So what? Gen Ed has been targeting all of us, Izuku said dismissively. You're the only one who was ambushed like that, Bakugo snapped. And if they were going after all of us, then why were these 3 in particular detained by the heroes? Izuku stiffened at that. What? I don't know the whole story, but Kirishima told me that while he was running past them, Kamui Woods had them restrained using his quirk. Izuku ran a hand through his hair. Unfucking believable, he muttered. One of those idiots said something about it not being personal. You don't think that the Hero Association is bribing some of the Gen Ed students to try and take you out early? Bakugo asked. Ponytail seems to think so. That's why we didn't partner up with you for the cavalry battle, have more eyes watching from different angles. Izuku groaned, sitting down on a nearby bench. These fuckers really want me out, don't they? Izuku said quietly. I'm betting you couldn't single out anyone who may have been bribed, huh? You had the 1 million, everyone was gunning for you, Bakugo said with a shrug. Izuku nodded. I appreciate you two looking out for me, but like I said, I can handle this on my own. He stood up, glaring at Bakugo. You hesitated when you jumped at the end. Next time. Don't, Bakugo scoffed. That's if we even fight. We're on opposite sides of the bracket. I already told you, I'm getting to the top, Izuku said with a smirk, then sighed. Okay, you get 1. What? Bakugo asked in confusion. 1 punch. You get 1 punch since I got you with a sucker. Don't I deserve 2 since you hit me twice? Izuku laughed. One of those punches was for hesitating. Bakugo shrugged. Fair. Then he belted Izuku across the cheek, sending the boy to the ground. Jesus fuck, Izuku griped, slowly pushing himself up. It's like getting hit by a fucking train. Something to look forward to, Bakugo sneered as the two walked out of the locker room. Soon they were at the vendors, getting their food and meeting up with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka in the lunchroom just as Mineta tried to convince them that they needed to participate in a cheer competition. Oi, grapehead, fuck off, Bakugo snarled, making the diminutive boy shrink. I was just letting Yaoyorozu know about. We heard, Izuku said coldly. And if you expect me to believe that Aizawa told you about a competition before he told me, the class rep, then you're either brave or stupid, more likely the former. Mineta quickly scampered away, Kaminari hot on his heels. Idiots, Bakugo scoffed as he sat down by Uraraka. You two settle everything, Uraraka questioned, noting the bruises on both boys. Yep, Bakugo drawled. Totally, Izuku said, looking at Yaoyorozu. And thank you, Yamomo, he said softly before he began to eat. Yaoyorozu stared at him in shock, then smiled. You're welcome. The 4 friends quietly ate, talking amongst themselves. Only Bakugo noticed Shinsu slip into the cafeteria, looking slightly scared as he stared at Izuku. Your quirk is an unconventional one. More than likely it will be overlooked at UA and you will never see the hero course. But if you do what we say. Hitoshi shivered as he thought of the man's words. He had worked so hard and struggled to even get into the top 3. And here was someone, a Hero Association agent, if he was to be believed, telling him that he wouldn't make it on his own. No one would give him a chance, unless he had the Hero Association backing him up. But at what cost? The ruination of another student, one who had probably worked harder than he had. When you get him under your control, order him to break his own leg. It'll probably get you expelled, but Shiksu will gladly accept your application into the hero's course, no questions asked. I can't do it, Shinsu whispered. I can't, that would. I'm not a villain. He shook his head as the intercom in the bathroom turned on. Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinsu, please report to the ring. With a shaky breath, Shinsu stood and walked out of the bathroom, slowly stepping onto the field of the stadium as the crowd cheered. His steps faltered as he reached the ring. Izuku was already there, arms crossed and glaring at the purple-haired brainwasher. Does he know already? He couldn't possibly know. Wait, he's friends with the tail user, that's it. Shinsu sighed, doing his best to keep his composure as he stood across from Izuku. Are both contestants ready? Midnight called. Izuku nodded, not moving from his stance. Yes, ma'am, Shinsu called out. The match ends by either ring out, or one of the contestants is unable to continue. The match begins in 3, 2, 1, start. Izuku ran forward, faster than Shinsu could react as he reached the boy's side and drove his fist into the boy's stomach, making him double over in pain. That was for Anjiro, Izuku growled, grabbing Shinsu by the back of his shirt and throwing him across the ring. I could take control right now and it will all be over. But, do I do what the man said? No, I can't. Shinsu threw up, slowly forcing himself to his feet as Izuku charged again. He looked mildly surprised when Shinsu turned around and punched him. It was a weak punch, and didn't do anything more than inconvenience him for a second. But it gave Shinsu the opening he needed to land 2 more hits before Izuku was taking him down. Knee pressed into his shoulder, arm held in his own. You're holding back, Izuku muttered down to him. Don't tell me you think you can beat me without your quirk. Shut up, Shinsu gasped out. Or is it that you know I have the specs for it thanks to Anjiro so you don't want to risk it? I said shut up, Shinsu snapped, his voice wavering. Izuku narrowed his eyes, then let go of him and stood up. What are you? Shinsu started, only to stop as Izuku spoke again. They asked you to put me out of the running, didn't they? Shinsu froze, feeling his heart plummet at the boy's declaration. That's it, I'm done, he'll tell Nezu and get me kicked out. I'm honestly surprised you didn't do it. What? Shinsu asked in confusion, looking up at Izuku who looked contemplative. Were I in your shoes, I probably would have done it, he said with a shrug. To come out here and face me, someone who's well versed in hand-to-hand fighting, and refuse to use your quirk because some asshat suit wanted you to use it for evil, and then proceeding to land 3 solid hits on me before I took you down. Seems to me like you'd be perfect for the hero course. Izuku looked down at him. He was smiling, but his eyes were still cold. Sadly, this is a tournament, and I can't step aside for anyone else. Shinsu got to his feet a second before Izuku's roundhouse slammed into his stomach, sending him tumbling towards the edge, stopping a few centimeters away, his head raising up to keep himself in bounds. Why, you have something to prove too, don't you? Shinsu asked. I have everything to prove, Izuku said, freezing as Shinsu's quirk grabbed hold. Shinsu stared at Izuku in surprise. There's no way he didn't know how my quirk works, so why? His thoughts trailed off as he saw the slight quirk in Izuku's lips. He's giving me one chance to move on. Shinsu chuckled. You're really just a softie at heart, eh, Midoriya? He asked quietly, releasing his quirk and letting his head fall back, placing him out of bounds. And the winner is Midoriya. The crowd cheered as Izuku turned and began walking towards the stairs. See you in the hero course, Hitoshi, Izuku called back, making the boy laugh, too tired and too in pain to do much more. Well, that match didn't quite end up the way I thought it would, Nezu hummed as he drank his tea. Beside him, 2 Hero Association representatives were looking slightly worried. I must say, young Hitoshi took a big risk only using his quirk at the end. Yes, a big risk, one muttered. Then again, I can understand his hesitation. Usually the most obvious move is the wrong one when dealing with an opponent like Midoriya. I'm sure, the other grumbled, crossing his arms. We'll have to address that while he's in his supplementary classes. As supplementary, the first representative stuttered out, while his partner scowled. Yes, he's shown that he has exactly what we look for in aspiring heroes, Nezu said joyfully. His quirk will attract unwanted negative press, perhaps you should. After all, refusing to injure another student in return for a spot in the hero course shows great morale backbone. The 2 representatives were frozen in shock. How long have you known? One asked as Powerloader and Snipes took positions flanking them. Since one of the 3 you propositioned before the festival ratted you out after being detained, Nezu said, giving them a cold glare. I can't prove the association put you up to this, but I'm sure having 2 representatives actively trying to harm and injure a student to keep him from advancing will be a nice little tidbit for the media. Escort them down to the police, please. Their filth is beginning to give me a migraine. Izuku watched the matches from the entrance of the tunnel, giving a soft chuckle as he watched Ida be used as a walking infomercial, and scoffed when Kaminari put himself out of commission by using his strongest attack at the onset of the match. Kid's still an idiot, he grumbled as Yaoyorozu stopped at his side. Watching as Mina went up against Aoyama. You ready? I believe so, yes, she said, cradling her arms near her sternum. I saw 2 men be lead away from the teacher's box. She began. It seems the Hero Association representatives were caught in something illegal. Izuku grinned at that. Good. Those assholes can watch me win this from a jail cell. You're still going to try and win the whole thing? Yaoyorozu asked, deflating slightly. The association isn't the only thing I need to prove wrong, he said simply. They were just the more pressing. Okay, but please be careful, she mumbled, letting her head fall slightly. Izuku stared at Yaoyorozu, something in his chest twisting painfully. Hey, he said gently, making her look up at him. He gave her a soft smile. I'll be all right, Momo, he said quietly, and when I win, it'll be my treat at the ramen stand. Momo smiled at that. I'll hold you to it, she said as she was called up for her round. Izuku watched her leave, his smile slowly falling. What are you doing, Midoriya? He muttered to himself, crossing his arms as he leaned against the wall. He watched as Momo was driven back by Takoyami, cursing quietly when she accidentally stepped out of bounds. Bad luck, he sighed as Momo walked back towards the tunnel, looking downtrodden, chin up. He commanded her as she got closer, making her look up in surprise. It's all right, he continued, his voice softening a few degrees as his prosthetic came up and tapped her forehead, making her blink. That big brain of yours had you overthinking things again. Sometimes you need to go with your instinct and gut instead of logical thought and reasoning. How is one to strategize against their opponents if they only trust their gut? Strategy takes too long. He sighed. In my experience, winging it tends to produce better results. He grinned as she giggled quietly. Don't let this loss bring you down too much, he advised, returning to his spot as Kirishima began heading to the ring, giving both a thumbs up as he went. It was luck and situational awareness that won him the day. Nothing else. Momo sighed. You're right. Had I been more focused, I would have been able to realize that he pushed me to the edge. My advice: don't go for stationary defense next time. Go for relocation and attack. What are you nerds talking about? Bakugo asked, walking over from deeper in the tunnel, hands in his pockets. Just about Momo's fight, Izuku said. Bird had got lucky, and didn't realize it for a moment. Bakugo scoffed, watching Kirishima go head-to-head with Tetsu, and Shitty Hair's an even match for his clone. Wonder how they'll solve the tie. Maybe an arm wrestling match, Izuku mused as the two fighters knocked each other out. TCH, like UA would be that lame, Bakugo grumbled, stepping out of the way as the medic bots wheeled Kirishima past. Your turn, Izuku said. Make sure to tell the missus this isn't personal and that your date night is still on. Missus, what are you? I'm not going out with her, Bakugo snapped as he realized who Izuku was talking about. But you want to, Momo said slyly, making Izuku chuckle as Bakugo began to steam. Idiots, he growled, stalking towards the ring. Do you think he'll hold back? Momo asked Izuku once Bakugo was far enough away. Not likely. It's not in his nature to hold back, he sighed. Once there was a girl who really liked him, and was a few grades below us, and she had started giving him little anonymous gifts and notes in his locker. Most thought it was cute. Bakugo found it infuriating. After bitching out our class was producing no results, he took it to the lunchroom, torching the letters and loudly exclaiming that if you're too weak to tell me face to face, then you're not worth my time. Ouch, Momo winced. Isn't that harsh? That's Bakugo. An explosion alerted them to the start of the match, distracting them from their conversation as they watched Ochako charge at Bakugo, tanking his explosions and keeping him on his toes with misdirection. Why is she so willing to take the brunt of the attacks? Momo whispered worriedly. If she keeps up this frontal assault, he'll just launch her out of the ring when he gets tired of playing with her, Izuku muttered, his eyes narrowed. And it's obviously not working, so what does she owe? What? Momo asked. Slowly Izuku pointed to the space above the ring. Momo's eyes widened as she saw huge chunks of concrete floating above the fighters. She's a bold one, I'll give her that, he muttered, looking back to the fight still ongoing. She did exactly what he thought she would do and then threw in some misdirection to get him worried. Then she played like she was getting desperate and continually attacked, keeping low to the ground so his defense would destroy more rock for her to float. He crossed his arms as Uraraka pressed her fingers together and created a mini meteor shower. Amazing, Momo breathed. You can do it, Uraraka. She cheered as the girl ran towards a distracted Bakugo, hand outstretched and ready to take away his gravity, only to be blown back by Bakugo unleashing a powerful explosion above his head. Jesus, Momo whispered. Fuck. Izuku finished for her, shielding his eyes as the shockwave buffeted his hair back, knocking his hair tie loose. Leave it to Bakugo to see that much ordnance falling on him and respond with a bigger attack. He smirked as he watched Bakugo shakily lower his hand. He's weak. If Uraraka can get one more charge. The words died in her throat as she sees Uraraka fall over, Bakugo's quick reflexes stopping her from hitting the uneven ground. Oh no. Izuku sighed. Too big, too fast, Infinity Girl, Izuku muttered, smiling ever so slightly as he watched Bakugo check over her before carrying her to the medbots, but I still think this one counts as a win. I think you're right, Momo said with a smile. Then her smile fell. Izuku, what did that girl do after Bakugo rejected her so harshly? Cried her eyes out. Izuku said, then kicked Bakugo's ass 7 ways to Sunday. What? Turns out she was into Muay Thai. They really did a number on each other too. Bakugo said if she hadn't been so emotional, he may have just gone out with her. He shrugged as he began walking towards the ring. Wish me luck. This match is gonna be a harsh one. Good luck, she called, worry evident in her eyes. And be careful, please. The man before him was an enigma. At least that's what Shoto believed. There were too many questions surrounding Izuku Midoriya. Why was he trying so hard to win? How was it that he was able to beat opponents much stronger than him and with quirks to boot? How did he bounce back from not only a debilitating injury, but also from killing 2 people? The boy was always unnerving, not unlike the way Shoto himself was. Only, while Shoto was stoic and aloof and was able to drive off anyone with a glare, Izuku was engaging, encouraging, talking with everyone in the class and offering tips to help better their quirks. He was always seen surrounded by friends, but Shoto couldn't help but notice the dead look in his eyes, or the rage that so easily bubbled to the surface when he was provoked. Yes, Izuku Midoriya was an enigma, a very dangerous, volatile enigma, and one that he was about to face. Are both contestants ready? Midnight called, gaining a nod from each of them. All right then, the round starts in 3, 2, 1, begin. Shoto stomped his foot on the ground, immediately conjuring his giant iceberg prison. Knock him out of the fight early, sorry Midori. But I can't take his train of thought was interrupted as a fist crashed into his cheek, sending him skidding across the ground. Izuku was breathing heavily, his prosthetic emitting a high-pitched ringing as it steamed. Damn, Hatsune was right. That shit does hurt. He growled as Shoto stood back up, the boy's eyes slowly looking over to where Izuku had been, surprised to find a giant hole in the middle of his iceberg, weaker parts of its ice slowly falling away. It's funny, Izuku called out as his arm returned to normal. Before this moment I thought losing my arm was the worst thing to happen to me. He extended it out in front of him, as if reaching to catch something, but this thing is strong. Strong enough to punch through the battle bots, strong enough to take multiple hits. His grin turned slightly feral, and with a sonic disruptor just in case she really outdid herself on this one. Shoto narrowed his eyes and sent another wave of ice at Izuku, who dodged and swung his arm around, smashing through the ice easily. Don't you get it icy hot? Shit like that won't work. Izuku snarled, charging at the boy, dodging similar attacks that he broke apart to clear his way, not slowing down in the slightest as he reached Todoroki and punched him in the stomach. Todoroki was ready this time. The punch, while painful, allowed Todoroki to grab onto Izuku's human arm, ice already beginning to form on the quirkless boy. It's over, Todoroki stated, looking up at Izuku, and slightly unnerved to see the boy smiling. That's what you think, Izuku said as his arm began to ring again. Todoroki felt his vision blur as he let go of Izuku's arm, falling to his knees as he covered his ears. Midnight and Cementos likewise were trying to cover their ears from the ringing. Izuku jumped back a few paces, the ice on his arm shattering from his sonic attack. The skin underneath was pale and had what looked like the early stages of frostbite. Your ice isn't going to work, Izuku said. Shut up, Todoroki snarled, sending several spikes of ice at Izuku, who simply brought his arm down and smashed them before they could reach him. This is pathetic, Izuku spat. Come on Todoroki, give me your all. I'm giving you mine. Or do you think the quirkless reject is too beneath you for your fire? You don't understand. Understand what? That you're so powerful that the rest of us are beneath you. That you've only used half of your powers since the beginning of the year as if to spite us. I will not use that man's quirk. Todoroki's declaration caught Izuku off guard. His eyes narrowed as he began to stalk towards Todoroki, who visibly paled as Izuku tore off his destroyed sweat top. The only quirks you can use are yours, he said coldly. My fire is yours. Izuku cut him off. Your fire, your quirk, no one else's. Don't let him taint you. Be the hero you want to be, Todoroki. Todoroki took a step back, left hand rising. Stay back, he commanded. Or what? Izuku challenged him, still stalking towards him. Aye. Suddenly, Izuku was lunging at him, fist cocked back. Let's see you grit those teeth, Todoroki. Time slowed for Shoto Todoroki as he watched Izuku's fist fly towards him in slow motion. The boy's appearance was that of an angry monster, something to listen to in fear. And for the first time, Shoto saw something in Izuku's eyes that wasn't dead. Shoto's left side ignited with fire. But it didn't matter as Izuku's reflexes once again made a showing as his right arm retreated from the flames and his left came rocketing around. A metallic arm easily breaking through the thin ice wall Shoto was able to make, and he once again found himself flying across the ring, this gouging a small crater into the dirt outside of the ring. Todoroki has been knocked out of the ring. Midoriya continues on. Smack. Oh, you idiot. Hatsune seethed as she worked on his arm. Do you have any idea how close you were to making this baby go critical? I kept it below 50% output like you said. I said that 50% wasn't guaranteed, and that if you attempt to use it you could easily disrupt your internal systems with that. Hatsum groaned, holding her forehead. As it is, you've put this thing so far out of alignment it's about ready to fall off. Can you fix it? Izuku asked, making Hatsum grin. Of course I can. It'll take me a bit, but we should have it up and rolling before your next fight. Izuku nodded, grimacing at the familiar pain of nerves realigning as Hatsum worked. You know, other than you almost destroying your body with that, the arm held up pretty good. I think we could get away with monthly checkups. That's good, Izuku said quietly, looking up at the ceiling. Soon Hatsum was finished, both heading for the door as Midnight calls Izuku's name. Good luck out there, Mr. 10 million, she said, and don't wreck my baby. No promises, Izuku called back, soon heading out of the tunnel and straight for the ring, where Tenya was waiting. Midoriya, please know that I will be trying my hardest to defeat you, Ada called to him, giving him a stiff-backed bow. I hope you do the same for me. I never do anything by halves, Ada, you know that, Izuku said with a small smirk, pulling his batons off his back and getting into position. Are both contestants ready? Midnight called. Yes, ma'am. Let's start this. 3, 2, 1, begin. Ada shot off to his left as Izuku charged forward, sliding to a stop as he watches Ada run around him, Izuku doing his best to keep track of him as Ada suddenly darted in, delivering a powerful kick to Izuku's side and dodging back out before he could bring his batons around. This process continued for another few moments until Izuku suddenly lunged forward, forcing Ada to swerve to avoid his left arm as it crashed into the concrete. Damn it, off by a few seconds, Izuku growled, trying to pull his arm free of the concrete, only to find it stuck. Now's my chance, Ada muttered, charging at Izuku with his shoulder lowered. Izuku grunted as Ada rammed into him, dislodging his arm from the ground and sending him tumbling across the ground. Luckily he got his feet back under him before he went out of bounds. Gotta try better than that, Izuku snapped, catching his friend in the stomach with one of his batons. He was able to hit him with several combos before a punch from Ada sent him back once more. This is where it ends, Ada shouted, running around Izuku once more, gathering speed before he suddenly jumped towards Midoriya, who crossed his batons in defense, only for Ada to break both of them as he delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying back. Izuku grit his teeth as he felt something break in his chest. Damn it, he thought as he tumbled across the ground, knowing that he would be out of bounds unless he thought of something fast. Ada froze as he heard Izuku let out a strangled cry of pain. Midoriya, Ada called in concern, staring at his friend who had just grabbed onto the hole he had made earlier in the fight with his right hand, the appendage now hanging limply at his side. Midoriya, are you all right? Izuku breathed heavily through his gritted teeth as he slowly reached up with his left hand, screaming again as he popped his shoulder back into place. Never better, Izuku snarled, charging at a shocked Ada and delivering a powerful left uppercut that sent Ada out of bounds. Tenya, Ada is out of bounds. The winner is Midoriya. Izuku staggered back, right arm hugged close to his chest. Ada was back at his side before Midnight had even finished proclaiming him the winner. Are you all right? Let me see, Ada began, pulling his hand back when Izuku shrugged him off. I'm fine, Izuku bit off, just sore. Good fight, Ada. You almost had me a couple of times. Ada gave him a friendly smile. I just wasn't able to keep up with your dedication to winning. You truly are a force unto yourself. His smile fell as he gazed worriedly at his panting friend. Are you sure you're all right, Midoriya? I'm fine, he said again, limping towards the tunnel. Let's clear the stage for the next contestants, he said, stepping over his destroyed batons as he went. Ada nodded, walking alongside Midoriya, keeping a close eye on him in case he fell. They parted ways at the waiting room. Izuku was barely able to stagger to the table before his legs gave out and he stumbled to the ground, his left hand keeping him from crashing completely to the floor. Fuck, Izuku whispered hoarsely, his entire body shaking as he settled himself against the wall. Fucking hell. You said you would be careful. Izuku looked up, letting his head fall after confirming it was Yaoyorozu who had just walked in. I was careful, he muttered, slowly leaning his head back against the wall. Miscalculated a few things. Momo sighed, slowly walking over to his side. Here, let me help. I'm fine, he grunted, shrugging her helping hand away. I don't need any help. Momo hesitated, then set her mouth into a hard line as she glared at him. Don't feed me that bullshit, she said strongly, making Izuku look up at her in shock. The way you're cradling your arm to your chest, it didn't properly set, and I bet I'm not far off when I say you probably broke some of your ribs. You may be right, then I still don't need help. Then stand up, she commanded, cutting him off. Stand up with your own strength, and raise your right arm above your head. If you can do that, then I'll believe you. Izuku sat quietly against the wall for a bit, then sighed, letting his head fall again. I can't. Momo's gaze softened as she moved around to his left side and put his prosthetic over her shoulders. Let's go, she said, grunting as she helped Izuku stand up and walk over to a nearby chair. Careful, she warned as he sat down, his face pale and drawn from the pain that coursed through him. Here, she said, creating a roll of medical tape. I'll help you take off your shirt and we can at the very least wrap your ribs and shoulder to help. Izuku just nodded numbly, wincing and groaning as she helped him pull his tank top off. He didn't make a single complaint as she carefully wrapped his injuries. I need to set the shoulder properly before I can wrap it, Momo warned him. Do you need something to bite on? He shook his head. Just do it, he muttered, grunting as Momo sharply pushed on his shoulder, relocating it fully with a pop. Izuku slowly worked his shoulder in a rolling motion. It still hurts, but it's manageable, he muttered as Momo began wrapping his shoulder. You'll still need to be careful, it may dislocate again during your next fight. The door opened and Izuku and Momo both looked up. Oh, it seems I'm not needed, Recovery Girl said, slowly walking over to look over Momo's work. Not too bad, though a word of caution, wrapping ribs so tightly can impede the healing process. But I think this is what he needs if he's going to be able to fight in the last round. Thank you for the advice, Recovery Girl, Momo said with a small bow. And thank you for taking care of this knucklehead. She laughed, giving Izuku a glare. And if you try to hobble off and not get treatment like that again, I'll make sure you're stuck in the infirmary for the full recovery period. Honestly, if it weren't for the Ada boy, I wouldn't have come down to check up on you. Sorry, Recovery Girl, Izuku mumbled. Recovery Girl sighed. Just be more careful in the future, Sonny, she said, walking towards the door. I'll go let the judges know that you'll be fit to fight. Thank you, ma'am, Momo said again as she left. She seems to have taken a liking to you, Momo said jokingly, her smile falling at seeing Izuku's quiet disposition. I guess there's no point in me asking you to step down. And close, yeah, Momo, he mumbled, not looking up. One more fight and I'll have proven to everyone. You already have, Izuku. Yeah, Momo interrupted him softly, kneeling down to be face level with him. Do you think no one will accept how much effort you put into this? Or accept how far you came? You've already proven that you belong in the hero course. Izuku said nothing, his eyes downcast. Momo frowned, then slowly began to smile. Do you know what I saw in the stands today? When I was walking around waiting for the third event to begin, I saw two little boys. They were playing hero, and I saw one of them pick up two sticks and say, look at me. I'm like that Midori boy. He was so happy to think he was emulating you. Izuku gave a soft chuckle, his lips quirking up slightly. And that's not it, she continued on, her hands gently wrapping around his prosthetic's wrist and raising it up, fingers lightly brushing over the cold metal. I saw a girl with the biggest smile on her face and tears in her eyes as she pointed at you with her own prosthetic and told his mother, look, he's just like me. Izuku stared at her, stunned at her words. You don't have to prove you're a hero, Izuku, she said softly, pulling her hand away from his own as she stood up. You already are one. She began to walk away from him, only getting a few steps before his hand softly grabbed onto hers. She looked back, surprised to see tears streaming down his cheeks. Thank you, Momo, he whispered. Thank you. She gave him a smile. You're welcome. I guess I'm still a little fucked in the head, huh? He asked as he laughed humorlessly. Kinda got blinded to what this was for. He slowly looked up at her, eyes holding a determined glint in them. I'm going to win this, but not to prove I belong here. No, I'm gonna win it for those kids who keep getting told they'll never be a hero. And that's a grand reason to win, she said happily as the intercom crackled above. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, please report to the ring. So it's Bakugo, huh? He mumbled, slowly standing up with a grunt as he let go of Momo's hand. You want to help me with one more thing? Of course. Bakugo narrowed his eyes as Izuku walked into the ring, leaning on a metal pole that was about 3.5 feet long. What's with the walking stick? He asked. Not a walking stick, Izuku sighed, coming to a stop several meters away from Bakugo. Are both contestants ready? Midnight called, giving Izuku a worried glance. Yeah, Bakugo said, his eyes not leaving Izuku. Izuku nodded, slowly getting into a fighting stance, bringing the quarterstaff in his hands up. Begin. Bakugo rocketed forward with a powerful explosion, fists swinging for Izuku's chin. Izuku quickly pivoted around Bakugo, quarterstaff flashing out and slamming hard into Bakugo's arms and side. Son of a, Bakugo bit out, blasting Izuku with a low-powered explosion to distract him while Bakugo fell back to regain his bearings. Only Izuku didn't give him that chance as he charged through the smoke, jabbing the blunt end of his staff into Bakugo's stomach. Bakugo let out a strangled cry as Izuku practically tossed him across the ring, barely able to get his feet under him as he leveled his hand at his opponent. Howitzer impact. Bakugo snarled, unleashing his strongest explosion on Izuku, who was barely able to dodge the attack as it caught his shirt on fire. With nary a thought, Izuku tore his ruined shirt off, charging at Bakugo again, twirling the staff before slamming it into his forearms. Fuck, Bakugo roared, blasting Izuku in the stomach in retaliation. Izuku tanked the explosion and tapped Bakugo several times against the shoulders before suddenly sweeping down and knocking his feet out from under him. regaining his feet to bring the staff down in a powerful two-handed strike on Bakugo's chest. But it didn't connect as Bakugo blasted away from Izuku, pelting him with twin explosions as he flew high into the sky. "Dodge this," Bakugo shouted as he once again used howitzer impact, following it up with two more from both hands. The crowd watched on in shock, the brutal tactics of the two supposed friends making even the teachers unable to do much other than gape. Bakugo landed in a sprawling crash, his arms stinging from the repeated use of his quirk. Slowly, he forced himself back to his feet, glaring at the smoke screen in front of him. "You dead yet, Izuku?" Bakugo growled. "You think that would have been enough to beat me?" Izuku panted out, staggering out of the smoke, his chest and arms stained with soot, the remaining end of his quarterstaff clutched tightly in his left hand. "I think it was enough to get rid of your weapon," Bakugo taunted, popping off weak explosions to try and scare Izuku. "You and I both know you're at your limit." Izuku shot back, tossing the useless weapon to the side. "You're not looking so hot yourself." The two opponents stared each other down, neither moving as the last of the smoke dissipated. Suddenly, a screaming battle cry tore out of Bakugo's throat as he charged Izuku, hands positioned like he would have them before using his quirk. Bakugo answered his cry with one of his own as he too charged, fists clenched, left arm chambered at his side as they meet each other in the middle of the ring. Bakugo's hands clenched into fists as he suddenly delivered a powerful uppercut to Izuku's jaw. Izuku was barely phased as he belted Bakugo's cheek with a right hook. Unbelievable," Present Mike stuttered out as he pulled himself from his incredulous gawking. With both exhausted from their previous fights, Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya are now going toe-to-toe in what can only be described as an old-school boxing throwdown. No punches pulled as Bakugo rocks Midoriya with a powerful right cross-left uppercut combo, but Midoriya answers back with a devastating attack to Bakugo's abdomen, his arms working like pistons. And here comes Bakugo with a powerful left straight, following up with several hooks that have Midoriya reeling. The crowd was once again cheering on their favorite competitor, caught up in Present Mike's announcing as the two boys continued to trade powerful blows. Until, finally, Izuku landed a powerful cross on Bakugo, sending the boy spinning to the ground as Izuku stumbled alongside him. "And they're both down. Look at the heart in these two, ladies and gentlemen," Bakugo growled as he tried to get his arms under him to push himself up, his forearms and hands screaming in protest as he ignored the red-hot pain in them. Izuku was doing his best to stay conscious as he slowly rolled over onto his back. "Come on, Bakugo," Kirishima shouted. "You got this, Midoriya. Stand up," Bakugo roared as he forced himself to his knees, swaying ever so slightly as Izuku turned over on his stomach again, prosthetics slowly propping him back up. And it's a race to see who gets back on their feet. The atmosphere here is wild for what could possibly be the most intense matchup we've seen today. Bakugo was breathing heavily as his vision swam. He was having a hard time bringing his foot out from under him, and his arms were still shaking. Izuku finally got a foot underneath him, watching Bakugo carefully as he forced himself to his feet. Bakugo followed a second later, only to crumple back down to the ground, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Midnight quickly rushed forward, checking on Bakugo as the crowd suddenly went quiet. "Severe dehydration," she whispered quietly to Cementos as she stood back up. Katsuki Bakugo is unable to continue. The winner is Midoriya. The entire stadium exploded into cheers as Izuku fell to his knees, sitting back as he allowed his tortured body to rest. "I did it," he mumbled, a carefree smile on his face as he slowly fell back, unconscious. Rin Watanabe was silent as he stared at the breaking news bulletin that cut through the final moments of the sports festival feed. Breaking news here in Hasu City. Just moments ago, an attack on the pro-hero Ingenium was attempted by the hero killer Stain. It is currently unknown how Stain was able to corner the veteran hero, but he remains in critical condition. The whereabouts of the hero killer are currently unknown. This marks his. Rin shut the TV off, eyes narrowed as he stands up, brushing stray crumbs out of his beard as he walked out of the room and into his basement. The rectangular concrete room had once housed all of the guns he had collected and modified over the years before he had given the arsenal to Izuku. But that didn't mean he had given the boy everything. He flipped a small panel open beside the door, punching in a 5-digit passcode before walking down the stairs. Directly in front of him, the wall began to slide up, revealing hundreds of guns lining the white walls of another room with larger dimensions. Also in the room were crates of grenades and ammo, as well as several rocket launchers ranging from a 6-shot 40mm grenade launcher down to a Cold War-era RPG. In the back of the room, in a bulletproof glass case, was a hero costume, ballistic armor spray-painted silver with gold buckles and straps, a red jumpsuit made of stab and cut-resistant materials sitting underneath, and a white full-head mask. A targeting device sat in front of the right eye hole. "Time to clean up a mess," he muttered as he stared at the costume one last time. Izuku woke up in the infirmary, his entire body feeling sore and weak. It took him a moment to remember the circumstance that led him to waking up in the white-walled room. And when he did, he couldn't help the small smile that graced his lips. He had done it. He had won the sports festival. The first Quirkless student to do so. Pride welled in his chest and actually felt painful as he let loose a few quiet coughs. Awake, huh? Recovery girl mused, walking around the partitioner beside Izuku's bed. Congratulations, you woke up before your opponent. Izuku slowly turned his head, looking at Bakugo in surprise. The boy had an IV in his arm and looked nowhere close to waking up. His entire body was covered by bandages. Don't worry, he's okay. Recovery girl chuckled. He passed out from a combination of dehydration and pain. You two don't seem to know when it's best to stop a fight instead of continuing on. She sighed. But I suppose that's the problem with you heroes. You never think of the consequences until you're done doing what you do. If we thought of the consequences, then we wouldn't be heroes. Izuku croaked out, wincing at the pain in his parched throat. I'm sure you're right. She grumbled, slowly walking over to the boy and offering him a cup of water, which he guzzled down thankfully. What about the awards ceremony? He gasped breathlessly as he pulled away from the cup. Oh, it's already happened, Recovery girl explained. Only Takoyami was in any kind of shape to accept his medal from All Might. With how long you two took recovering, it was a bit of a letdown for those who wanted to see you two again. But this isn't the first sports festival that ended like this. Izuku sighed quietly, letting his head fall back as Recovery girl checked something. Your ribs are still dislocated. And you have a minor concussion. Since you're awake, I should be able to heal it with my quirk. You'll have to spend a few more hours here to rest. But it'll definitely be better than waiting 3 days to get it healed. Go ahead then, Izuku mumbled, eyes already feeling heavy. All right then, Sonny. Now, remember to go see that raven-haired lass when you wake up. She's been worried about you since you were carted off the field. What? Izuku asked as Recovery girl kissed his forehead and everything went black. 2 days later, Izuku sat beside Bakugo in his apartment. The two boys were currently on the couch, covered in gauze and unable to move on their own as their mothers spoke happily in the kitchen. You two need anything? Matuski asked in amusement. Fuck off, you old hag. Bakugo growled out, wincing when his mother's shoe connected with his head. Do you have to provoke her? Izuku asked quietly. Fuck you, she's only got one shoe left. Bakugo grumbled as Mitsuki and Inko laughed at their expense. I guess this is as good a punishment as any for being so reckless. Inko sighed, looking at her son fondly. I'm proud that you won the sports festival, but did you have to give me a heart attack while doing it? That wasn't my intention. Izuku mumbled as he closed his eyes, remembering how much his mother cried when she had picked him up from UA after the sports festival, barely able to walk even with Recovery girl's quirk. The fussing and worrying she had done on his behalf until Mitsuki had showed up the night before with Bakugo in tow, the boy looking just as bad as he had if not worse. Intention or not, you two really put us through the ringer, Mitsuki said, giving her son a small frown. I thought you were trying to kill each other for a second. HMPH, Izuku just knew I wouldn't accept anything other than his best, Bakugo said gruffly. Says the guy who held back in the second round. Izuku muttered. That was because of the asshole extras trying to hurt you and you know it. Still held back. Bakugo stewed in his anger as a knock sounded at the door. Oh, that must be them, Inko said happily. Heading towards the door. Them? Izuku asked warily as he looked at Bakugo, who looked just as worried as he did. Hello you two. I'm so happy you both were able to come by. Of course, anything to help Katsuki and Midoriya. Bakugo paled as Uraraka spoke. Kill me now, he muttered as Izuku chuckled quietly. It could be worse, Izuku mumbled back to him. How? I'm also happy you invited us, Mrs. Midoriya. We were worried about both Izuku and Bakugo after the third event. Oh, think nothing of it, Yaoyorozu dear. How are your parents? Izuku let his head fall. It got worse. Momo and Uraraka walked into the living room, both looking over their schoolmates with sympathetic eyes. Is there anything we can do for you two? Yaoyorozu asked worriedly. Perhaps a bit of water or a snack. Don't worry about those idiots, Mitsuki scoffed. It's their own fault they're injured. Why don't you two come in here and try this jasmine tea that Inko just got? Well, it would be impolite to accept. Yaoyorozu hesitated as Uraraka giggled. I'm sure they're fine for now, Momo, she said as she sat down by Mitsuki. Now this girl knows how it is. Mitsuki chuckled, pouring Uraraka a cup of tea as Momo and Inko sat down with them. So, how are those two in class? Please just get my gun from my room and shoot me, Izuku muttered as the women in the room began to laugh at Uraraka's portrayal of Bakugo in class. Shoot me before you do, Bakugo muttered, glaring at his mother from his seat, bristling as his mother gave him an unsubtle middle finger. Izuku sighed, staring at the ceiling as he allowed his mind to drift, thinking of the boys Yaoyorozu had told him about before his last fight, as well as the handicapped little girl who had waited at the gate with a pen and paper, practically begging for his autograph as he hobbled out of the infirmary with his mother. When I grow up, I'm going to be just like you," she had gushed as he carefully signed his name. "If you can be a hero with one arm, so can I." Izuku let out a sigh. "Hey Bakugo," he said softly, catching the boy's attention. "Yeah?" he asked, voice just as quiet as Izuku's as the girls kept gossiping behind them. Thanks for looking out for me at the festival," he mumbled. "You're a good friend." Bakugo stared at Izuku in shock, then began to chuckle. "What kind of hero would I be if I didn't do what I did?" he asked. "Just watch yourself next year. I'm gonna beat you and claim the #1 spot. If anyone could, you can, Kaken." Bakugo felt tears sting his eyes as he looked away. "You idiot." The next day had Izuku limping towards Watanabe's house, eyes narrowing when he heard gunshots coming from the range. He walked down the path as quick as he could, stopping a few meters away as he watched his sensei sighting an MK-13 rifle. "Thought you gave me all of your weapons," Izuku said as he walked up to his old teacher, right hand going into his pocket. "You think I'd give you my entire arsenal and leave myself defenseless?" the old man asked gruffly, slowly turning the dials on his scope as he lined up for another shot. "I have a job lined up." "I thought you were retired," Izuku muttered, not even wincing as the old man fired the gun and ejected the brass, nodding to himself as he moved the side dial a few clicks as well. "I was until Hasu," he said, firing again. Hero killers got closer to Mustafa, and they already have heroes on the lookout for him. "They won't find him," Rin said decidedly, firing 3 more times to make sure the gun was sighted incorrectly. "You sound really sure about that," Izuku sighed. I'm the one who trained him." Rin stood, looking at Izuku's stunned expression. "Don't be so surprised. You're not the only one over the years that I've trained since I took up the name Deadshot." He sighed. "His real name is Chizo Makaguro. Several years ago he came to me wanting to learn what he could about bladed weapons. Not my best area of expertise, but good enough to make him proficient. He joined Chaiksu to become a hero almost 12 years ago. Dropped out his first year when he couldn't agree with how the school viewed and taught heroes. After that he became a vigilante known as Stendhal. Bit on the bloody side, but nothing that I hadn't done to criminals." He sighed. "Then 6 years ago he dropped off the face of the planet. And the hero killer came to be 4 years later, using the very same hit-and-run tactics I use and that I taught you." "How many other people were trained like us?" Izuku questioned, mind going a mile a minute as Rin turned away from him. He put the rifle up and picked up 2 boxes and set them on the table. "Only other person I know of would be my master, Floyd Lawton, but he's been dead for years now. And I was his first and only student. His daughter might still be running around, but she's not one to train anyone. And she didn't train under him, trained under an American vigilante known as Deathstroke." Rin sighed, slowly letting his hands come off of the boxes. "I'm gonna need your help on this, kid. I'm not as young as I used to be. I'll need you to watch my back and make sure I don't get blindsided by anyone he's working with." "Of course," Izuku said immediately. "We have internships coming up. You send an offer, then I can join legit. Don't have to worry about either of us getting in trouble." Rin laughed. "Gotta love legal loopholes," he sighed, becoming serious once more. "You should know that I'm not going in to incapacitate and capture. I'm going to kill him." Izuku nodded. "I figured. After what he did to Ingenium, I'd like to put a round in his head as well." "You knew him?" Rin questioned. "His brother, Guy, won't even answer the phone right now, which isn't a good sign." "You're right. Keep an eye on him then. We don't need anyone going cowboy and getting in the way." "Yes, sir." "Good. Now, give me a rundown on the loadout you'll be prepping. That way I know what I'll need to take." He opened the boxes and Izuku gaped. "I thought Hatsum only made the one for me," he muttered, staring at the 2 wrist-mounted machine guns. The older gunslinger grinned at Izuku. "Her design is good, improved trigger control, larger caliber, belt-fed magazine. But these are my master's old wrist gauntlets." He held one up, bastardized from a Glock 19. 30-round mags, and you can change the fire setting. Unlike that .40 you sport, hair trigger and built-in gas system for steady recoil control. There's no chance I'll ever get to try those out, is there? Not in my lifetime you won't. Let's get to work." Izuku waited in the entrance hall, sitting on one of the benches as he waited for Ida to show. Soon enough the engine user walked through the door, shaking the water from his raincoat. "Midoriya?" he asked in confusion as he began to put his things up. "Class starts in 15 minutes. As the representative you should be setting an example for our classmates. I'll head to class after this," Izuku said as he stood and walked up to Ada. "I heard about your brother." Ada stiffened. "I want you to know that I'm here if you need to talk to someone. I know it can't be easy, going through what you are." "It's okay, Midoriya," Ada said, giving him a stilted smile. "But I'm okay. What happened to my brother is truly tragic, but injuries happen all the time in our profession. We must learn how to cope." With that Ada walked away, his movements even stiffer than usual. Izuku sighed. "You're not gonna make this easy on me, are you?" he muttered quietly as he followed his friend to their classroom. "There's our rep." Mina cheered as Izuku stepped into the room. The slugfist champion of Class 1A. Kaminari whooped. Yeah, long may he reign, Sato said, giving Izuku a semi-serious military salute. Hagakure, Uraraka and Shiro mimicking him. Shiro wiping away an imaginary tear as he did so. Knock it off, Izuku said, the usual bite in his voice softened by the unusual carefree smirk he had, patting Ida's shoulder in a gesture of comfort before heading to his desk. Mr. Aizawa will be here soon, so let's get ready for class. Everyone quickly found their seats, sitting up straight as Aizawa stepped in. Good morning, he yawned as he moved to his desk. All right, let's jump right to it. First off, good work in the sports festival. All of you put forth your best and proved that you earned your spot in this department. And now that the festival is over, we get to move on to the student work internships. Several of you have gotten offers from hero agencies across Japan who want you to go to their agencies for the internships. For those of you who didn't get any offers, don't worry. You'll still be participating and will be able to choose from a list that UA has on hand. It'll be too much work to tell you individually, so I'll just write it on the board. Izuku leaned back as Aizawa wrote down their names and the offers each got. He wasn't surprised that both Todoroki and Bakugo had gotten enough offers to break the 1,000 mark, and Takoyami and Ida both had collected a respectable 300 each. But the number 2 beside his name was almost an insult. Guess people still aren't so big on a quirkless hero. Izuku sighed with a shake of his head. Or they don't like the way you nearly killed 3 contestants, Minta muttered, shrinking back when several glared at him. Try and have your choice ready by the end of the day, Aizawa said. Now, the rest of the day will be spent on something very important. The class tensed in anticipation as Aizawa looked at all of them. You all need to choose code names. Instantly, the class burst into cheers as they thanked whatever lucky star out there that they weren't doing anything boring or dangerous. Only Izuku didn't join in their cheering, his mind still on it as well as his upcoming mission. He barely even noticed when Midnight walked in and the process of choosing their names had begun. He only looked up when he felt Kaminari prod his shoulder. He looked to the blonde-haired boy, then to the front, where Midnight was staring at him worriedly. I've been trying to get your attention for the last few minutes. Are you okay, Midoriya? She asked in concern. Yeah, fine. Just thinking about something, he muttered. Do you need more time to think of your name? She asked. Izuku shook his head and quickly wrote a name down, standing up to show the class. The tactical hero, Ghost, he said, making Takoyami nod in approval. It sure does fit, Shiro said with a nod. Yeah, and it's not the worst name to be said, looking at you, Explosion Murder, Achako said, making Bakugo bristle up. Ghost it is then, Midnight said with a smile as Izuku walked back to his desk, still pondering over the challenges in front of him. After class, Izuku was quick to latch on to Bakugo. We need to talk, he told the boy as he grabbed his shoulder. We'll catch up, he told the girls as they waited until the hallways emptied. What is it? Bakugo asked rudely. Who are you choosing for your internship? Izuku asked quietly, letting go of Bakugo's shoulder. Already turned in for best genist? Shit, you think you could switch for something closer to Hasu? Not if you don't start explaining what the fuck is going on, Bakugo growled pointedly. He may be trying to fix his relationship with the green-haired boy, but he was really starting to get pissed off with all of this whispered secrecy shit. Izuku hesitated, then nodded to Bakugo as they began to walk. My old master, he's going after the hero killer, asked me to tag along. You're an idiot, Bakugo said immediately. No offense to your master, but this is a hero killer. I know, but he's going to go after him. And he sent me an internship so I can help. The problem is Ida. What does Four Eyes have to owe? Yeah, Izuku grumbled. I'm worried he's gonna go after the hero killer on his own, and if he gets between my master and the hero killer, Bakugo sighed. Why not tell one of the teachers? Get him blacklisted from anyone in Hasu? He questioned. The only proof I have is my gut. And no one except maybe Aizawa would listen, but getting Ada blacklisted isn't something we need. Get what you mean, he grumbled. So you want backup in case shit hits the fan, right? If you can, I'll do what I can, but the way Aizawa talked, our decisions are final. Izuku sighed. Well, do what you can, he muttered, moving off. Izuku, Bakugo called, making the boy stop. Take care of yourself. This is some serious shit. You're telling me? Izuku scoffed, giving him a smile. See ya. The end of the day came and Momo was quietly talking with Kyoka about her choice in internships. I still don't see the sense in going with a battle hero like Fat Gum. I thought you wanted to be a rescue hero. I do, but I need to work on my battlefield awareness, and Izuku said that Fat Gum has a quirk similar to mine. I still think you shouldn't just listen to everything Midoriya says. Guy may be smart, but dangerous. No more than anyone else here, Momo said dismissively. Did you just gloss over the 2 kills he has under his belt? That was unavoidable. But still, Jiru stopped as they neared the door and saw Izuku waiting, looking slightly uncomfortable as the girls approached. Hey yeah, Momo, he greeted with his usual drone, a slight edge of uncertainty in it. Izuku, she greeted. Did you need something? Yeah, do you want to go to the ramen stand? He finished lamely. The two girls looked at each other, then back to Izuku. Of course, Momo said with a smile, I would love to. Cool, Izuku said with a small smile. Walking out the door, Momo followed with a quick smile to Kyoka. Guess he does have another emotion other than rage. Kyoka muttered. So, what brought this on? Momo asked as they waited for their food. Like I said, when I won the ramen would be my treat, he said, then gave her a smile. Also, this is a thank you for everything you did during the sports festival. Momo smiled. Well, you certainly are a man of your word. Izuku nodded as their ramen was placed in front of them. So, you chose Fat Gum? Yes, he really was a good suggestion. I'm sure you'll learn a lot with him, Izuku said, running a hand through his hair. So, I wanted to ask you. Momo raised an eyebrow in surprise at Izuku's uncharacteristic stuttering. Something wrong? She asked worriedly. And no, not at all, he sighed, going back to his ramen, taking a big bite. Get yourself together, Midoriya. He turned back to Momo. Do you want to go out sometime? He asked, voice cracking a bit. Momo blinked. I what? Izuku took a deep breath. Look, I'm not good with emotions anymore, or ever, and I don't like beating around the bush, so would you like to go on a date with me? Momo stared at him for a few seconds, then began to blush. Why yes, I would enjoy that, she squeaked out, making Izuku smile. Great, weekend after the internships. Sounds grand. She smiled disappearing as her driver honked his horn. It seems it's time for me to leave, she sighed, finishing her ramen and standing up as Izuku paid their bill. Thank you, Midoriya. Anytime, yeah, Momo. He watched as she walked down to her limo, driving off as he walked away. The next week, Izuku watched Ida as they neared the Hasu train station. You good, Ida? Izuku asked the boy. Fine, Ida said curtly. Watch yourself out there, Izuku warned as the train stopped and they stood. There's a hero killer out there, you know. Ida tensed. I know, he muttered, walking out and disappearing into the crowd. Izuku walked out after him, immediately seeing his mentor waiting against the wall in his hero gear. Get your shit on, kid. Rin growled as Izuku walked up. We have patrols to go on. Couldn't even rent a hotel, Izuku asked as he began walking towards the restroom. Consider it a camping event, Rin grumbled, kicking off the wall a few minutes later when Izuku walked out in his repaired armor, a few dents and scratches still showing through the paint job. Nice helmet, Rin mused as he looked at the skull painted on the face. Mia's work, isn't it? Why yeah, keeps her close. Rin nodded. Let's get going. 3 days and not a single sighting of the hero killer. Izuku knew that his sensei was getting impatient. He could hear it in the man's voice when they would check in over the radio, or when they'd meet up for their meals. He's still in town, he would mutter. He's only injured one hero. He goes after at least 4 in the previous towns he's been in. Maybe we should tighten our search pattern, Izuku had suggested. Focus more on the back alleys. But Rin had been adamant that they'd stick to the search pattern he'd set in place on the first day, which is what led to Izuku watching over a busy town square, watching civilians and heroes mill about. This is Ghost checking in. Izuku spoke into his radio. Still no sign of the hero killer. We'll be moving a click to the southeast. Copy that, Ghost. Be advised. Received some intel that pro-hero native missed his check-in time. You see him, you radio and copy. Copy, Ghost out. Izuku sighed as he turned off his radio, jumping rooftop to rooftop as his eyes scanned the back alleys. What? He muttered, stopping on one roof and pulling his rifle off his back, looking down the scope at a small child running away from 3 goons. Goes to Deadshot. I have 3 goons trying to run down a small child, moving to intercept. I'm denying that request. We have bigger fish to fry, Ghost. Izuku hesitated, watching as the goons cornered the obviously terrified girl. Sorry, sir, but that wasn't a request, Izuku said firmly, turning his radio off as he jumped down into the alleyway. Yuri was terrified. She had been lucky to escape the underground base with little difficulty, and had even managed to get deeper into the city than she ever had before. But Overhaul's goons were already on her trail, and these 3 did not look happy with her. Come on, you little brat, one sneered, holding a hand out. Come with us quietly. We don't want Overhaul to get involved in this, do we? Yeah, just come with us, and we don't even have to tell him that you ran away. The other added, you won't be in trouble. She won't be, but you 3 are. The 3 goons turned around quickly, tensing as they looked at the armor-clad individual behind them, his skull-faced helmet unnerving. Beat it, this don't concern you, one said, flexing his fire quirk as the man slowly stepped forward. I think it does, he said. That girl doesn't look too comfortable with any of you, leading me to believe that she's not any of yours. She's our boss's daughter. The third said he wanted us to take her home. The man looked at the little girl, who was trembling in fear amidst the 3 goons. Then he won't have a problem picking her up at the precinct, he said firmly. We don't have time for this. The fire user growled, unleashing a torrent of flames at the man. No, Yuri shrieked as the flames disappeared. The man was gone. You turned him to ash, one of the other goons said in surprise. I gave you an out, The man's voice growled out a split second before he appeared in the middle of the goons. Eri watched in awe as the armored man took down the 3 goons in record fashion, dislocating arms and kicking in knees until all 3 were passed out on the ground. "Are you okay?" the man asked her. "Aye," she whispered, backing up further against the wall. "It's okay," the man whispered gently, kneeling in front of her and pulling his helmet off. "I'm Izuku. What's your name?" "Eri," she mumbled. "That's a nice name," Izuku said with a smile. "Do you know what I am, Eri? I'm a hero. My job is to protect people, help them when they're in danger." He held a hand out. "I want to help you, Eri. Will you let me?" Ever so slowly, Eri reached out and took Izuku's hand. "What were you thinking?" Izuku sighed, pulling the phone away from his ear for a moment before bringing it back. She was in trouble. The 3 guys who cornered her are all Yakuza, wanted for various things. The girl herself has signs of abuse. "We have a mission to do, Izuku. I need you out here right now. Give me 15 minutes to make sure she's settled, and I'll head back out." "You have 10. The line went dead and Izuku fought the urge to throw the phone across the room. Instead, he returned it to its spot on his belt and walked back into the observation room of the hospital, where Eri was quietly sitting on the examination table. "How are you holding up, kid?" Izuku asked. The little girl simply shrugged, looking down at her hands while Izuku leaned against the wall. "The people here will take good care of you," Izuku said. "Try to comply with them as best you can." "You're leaving?" Eri asked, looking at him with scared eyes. "Not yet," he reassured her. "I still have a little bit before I have to get back to patrol, and I promise you that I'll be checking in with you after the patrol as well." He trailed off as her gaze moved away from him, specifically to his helmet sitting on the counter. He pushed off the wall and picked up the helmet, holding it out to her. "Here," he said, "try it on for size." Eri slowly took the helmet, her hand running over the face of it, fingers tracing the divots and dents in it. Then she slowly put it over her head, giving a small "oh" when it sank too far. Izuku chuckled. "Bit big for you, huh?" he asked, slowly lifting it up to look at her. "Maybe one day you'll grow into it." "Maybe," Eri said, her eyes shining slightly as she pulled the helmet off completely and looking at the skull on the front. "Why is it so scary?" she asked. "It's not supposed to be," Izuku said, running a gloved hand over it. "Someone I really care about designed this helmet. They said the face is supposed to protect me from evil." "It does," Eri said honestly, looking up at Izuku. "Can I meet them?" Izuku smiled sadly. "No, not anymore. They're not around." Suddenly an explosion shook the building, causing the lights to flicker as Izuku instinctively covered Eri. "You all right?" he asked her, looking to the door when she nodded. "Get under the counter and stay there. I'm going to go see what's going on." "You'll come back, right?" she asked worriedly. Izuku looked at the scared little girl. "Of course," he said, putting the helmet in her hands again. "Here, so you know I'll have to come back." Eri hugged the helmet as she moved under the counter while Izuku left the room, closing it behind him and grabbing a running doctor. "What's going on?" he demanded to know. "There's a thing. It attacked the heroes outside. It's trying to get in." The doctor spluttered. "Get your staff somewhere safe," Izuku commanded him, pulling his Berettas as he ran down the hall, turning his radio on as he went. "Deadshot, we have a situation at the hospital. Unknown hostiles are attacking. We'll need immediate." He was cut off as a dark fist shot out and slammed into his chest, sending him flying back down the hall. "Fuck," Izuku groaned, tumbling back to his feet as he brought his guns up and firing. "We have Namu at the hospital. Need immediate backup now." Rin ran across the rooftops as fast as he could go. "Namu and Hasu, what the hell?" he growled as he jumped over alleyways. "Hang on, kid, I'm coming." He trailed off as he heard a cry of pain. Quickly he turned around and looked down the alley he had just passed, seeing Native and what could only be Ingenium immobilized by Stain. "Hero killer," Rin growled. Stain looked up and locked eyes with Rin. "Sensei," he sneered, "come to save these fakes? Save them and put you in the ground," he snarled, diving down into the alleyway, wrist guns firing as he went. Izuku dodged another punch as he unloaded his handguns into the Namu. Beside him, another hero was using their telekinesis quirk to send nearby objects crashing into it. "We need reinforcements," the hero shouted to Izuku. "My mentor should be on his way. Until then, we need to hold this freak here." Izuku snarled, reloading his weapons. The Namu in front of them shrieked as it charged once more, going straight for Izuku, who dove down the hallway, firing as he went. The other hero sent a tray full of scalpels into its chest, making it scream again and slam its fist into the hero's stomach, sending him flying through a wall. "Psyche," Izuku shouted, glaring at the Namu as he pulled his single-shot 40mm out. "You son of a bitch." A high explosive round tore through the monster's arm, making it scream in pain as it began to reform. "You like that, you piece of shit?" Izuku roared, reloading and firing again, this time taking out its leg. "Coming through," a familiar voice shouted a split second before a hardened fist punched the Namu in the mouth, sending it staggering back out into the street. "Midoriya," Kirishima exclaimed as he and Tetsutesu ran into the hospital. "You're here too. Where's your mentor?" Izuku asked as he limped over to them. Fourth kinds in the town square helping local heroes contained 2 other nomas. Tetsu reported, getting into a defensive stance as the Namu lumbered back into the hospital. He sent us here to help. Get ready. This thing has hyper regeneration and who knows what else. Izuku said, holstering his Berettas and bringing his M4 up. Aim for the head. If we can kill it, we can end this. Kill it? What business are you in? Tetsu asked rudely. He's right, Kirishima said. That last Nama we faced almost killed him in Aizawa. We don't put it down, then it may just destroy this entire hospital. Tetsu growled as his skin turned to metal. I don't like it, but you're right. Let's hit it, Red Riot. Got your back, real steel. Kirishima snarled as the 2 charged in and began hitting the Nama, dodging its kicks and punches while also delivering devastating blows to the monster. Izuku, meanwhile, was trying to get a good angle on the monster, hoping to get a headshot without hitting Kirishima or Tetsu. Aim for the head, he ordered as he fired a 3-round burst, blasting a chunk of its brain away, only for the damage to heal on its own as the thing darted at Izuku and swatting him away. This thing isn't letting up, Tetsu shouted, groaning as a powerful punch sent him flying out of the hospital. Tetsu, Kirishima cried out in concern. Kirishima duck. Izuku ordered as he brought the 40mm up once more from where he lay. Kirishima dove out of the way as the round tore into the monster's brain, exploding within and sending gray matter and bits of skull around the room. You good? Izuku asked, limping over and helping Kirishima up. Bit banged up but fine, Kirishima said, giving him a thumbs up. You 2 alive? Tetsu called, running back into the hospital, his costume worse for wear as he reached the 2. Fine, there's no fucking way. Izuku groaned as he watched the Namu's head begin to reform. We're not out of the woods yet. The 3 heroes in training readied themselves for another fight, only to relax as fire enveloped the Namu and Endeavor appeared behind it, burning it so thoroughly that it couldn't regenerate. Midoriya, Shoto called, running over to his classmates, sight for sore eyes. Izuku muttered as he fell to his knees, Kirishima steadying him. You good man? Kirishima asked. Might have broken some ribs. Izuku gritted out as he turned his radio on. Ghost to Deadshot. Namu has been neutralized. I repeat, Namu has been neutralized. Deadshot to Ghost. I need you here now. I am currently engaging the hero killer and am in need of reinforcements. Gotta be shitting me. Izuku swore as his mentor relayed the coordinates to him. My mentor's engaging the hero killer, and I'm combat ineffective. Where is the hero killer? Endeavor asked gruffly. Alleyway about 2 clicks to the south, Izuku muttered, wincing as Kirishima helped him up. Deadshot is currently engaged. Then we'll go reinforce him. Endeavor said, Shoto, with me. Let's get you to a room, Midoriya. Kirishima said, guiding the injured teen down the hall while Tetsu checked over the injured psyche. Gunfire filled the air as Stain darted from wall to wall, narrowly avoiding the rounds from his former mentor. The heroes of today are unworthy to hold such a title. The fakes of society will be called to bring forth a new era. You talk too much. Rin snapped as he reloaded his weapons. The Ingenium boy had dragged Native out of the alleyway moments before, leaving the 2 on their own. I never thought I'd end up fighting you, my former master, Stain said, landing on the pavement and charging forward. Katana at the ready, you are one of the few true heroes left. But you step in the way of my mission. Your mission is bullshit. Rin snarled, dodging Stain's strikes. You call these heroes fakes and unworthy, yet they still do the job of a hero, protecting the innocent, for their own profit and gain. He sneered, jumping over a barrage of bullets and throwing 2 knives. A true hero would never ask for anything in return. Humans are allowed to be imperfect, Rin declared, catching his knives and throwing them back, following up with another barrage of bullets. You're not judge, jury, and executioner, Akaguro, and it's high time someone remind you of that fact. Stain let out a gasp of pain as his knives shot into his chest. He barely had the presence of mind to dodge his former master's shots, each bullet grazing his skin as they sped past. He pulled another knife to throw it, only for a large hand to grab him around the throat. Hero killer, Endeavor sneered as he unleashed his hellflame. Within moments, Stain was unconscious and on the ground. Endeavor, Deadshot greeted. I'm guessing you're the backup my protege sent. Yes, your ghost is a talented young man. He stopped as he saw Stain slowly stand. Several other heroes come running towards them, out for more punishment. Endeavor, Stain roared, everyone in the area freezing at the pure bloodlust pouring off the man. Come on, you fake. Just try it. You think I'd let any of you phonies take me out? There's only one man who has the right to kill me. All might is worthy. Bang! The heroes present stared in shock as Stain fell to the ground, a bullet in his head courtesy of Deadshot. Shut the fuck up, he growled as he lowered his arm. You killed him, Endeavor whispered as his son looked sick. He was too dangerous to be kept alive, Deadshot said, and I'm sure there's bigger fish to fry right now. He's right, Manuel shouted. Native and Ida need the hospital, and we still have a lot of search and rescue back in the square. Endeavor clenched his fists. Fine, let's get to work, but this isn't over, Deadshot. Rin said nothing, simply walked away. The next day, Izuku sat listening to fourth kind fuss over Kirishima and Tetsu. You both showed everyone just what it means to have chivalrous hearts. The four-armed man exclaimed, eyes seeming to shine as the two boys stood at attention. I couldn't be more proud. Thank you, Mr. Fourth Kind, sir. Saiki chuckled, wincing from his bed. Stop, it hurts to laugh. He groaned. The telekinetic hero was covered in gauze save for his eyes. But seriously, you boys really saved my ass, especially you Ghost. It was a coincidence that I was at this hospital, Izuku said, thinking of Eri next door. Coincidence or not, glad you were here. Glad someone is, Rin said gruffly as he entered the room. Sensei, Izuku greeted, keeping his eyes averted. Rin glared at him, then sighed. You did good work yesterday, kid, he said, looked further into those Yakuza guys you caught. They had some funky shit on them. Once you're cleared, I want you guarding that little girl. Yes, sir. How are you holding up? Rin scoffed. Ask me again after these bureaucrats are done fucking with me. He grumbled, walking back out. That guy's kinda an asshole, isn't he? Kirishima wondered aloud. Not the nicest of guys. Tetsu agreed. Bonk. You two show some respect. Fourth Kind thundered. That there is a veteran hero and you'll show your respect. Yes, sir. Izuku sighed, standing up and wincing slightly, his ribs aching. I'm gonna go check on the kid. Kirishima, can you let me know when it is done with the doctors? I need to talk with him. Got you, class press. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up as Izuku walked into Eri's room. The little girl was watching a TV show one of the nurses had put on. Ghost, she greeted happily, her eyes shining as she jumped out of bed to run up to the injured hero in training. Are you okay? Of course, can't take me down that easy, Izuku said with a friendly smile as he ruffled the girl's hair. Besides, had to come back for my helmet, right? She nodded. Right. Have you eaten yet? He asked, receiving a quiet no from the girl. Let's head to the cafe, then get some food and They walked out together, Eri sticking close to the larger boy, holding his hand as she looked around worriedly. Don't worry, kid, Izuku said, squeezing her hand softly. You're safe here, I promise. She nodded. Okay, she mumbled, but still stayed close. Meanwhile, Rin was speaking with a CPS worker. So you're saying the girl has no documented guardians? He asked. Her mother had signed away her rights to the grandfather, but we've been unable to reach him, and the gentleman we've talked to. More Yakuza, Rin guessed, getting a nod from the doctor. And we have another problem. The girl doesn't trust anyone save for your protege. She won't even talk to us unless he prompts her. With all of her injuries, I wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya saving her is the first positive experience this kid has had. Is there a way to sign temporary custody to myself? He asked. It'd keep her close to him, and I'm a pro-hero, should deter any attempts by the Yakuza to reclaim her. Does the boy have a mother? The doctor asked uneasily. Rin rolled his eyes. He does. I'll give her a call. Izuku carefully set the 2 trays of food down, digging short stack. Izuku said, smiling as he sees Eri's mouth water at the sight of a bright red apple on her tray. Thank you, she breathed out as she took a big bite of the apple. Guess you like apples, huh? Izuku chuckled. Don't forget to eat your hamburger too. Can't just live on fruit, you know. Okay, she hummed, still focused on the apple. Izuku kept his attention on Eri, talking with her as he ate. Soon both were done and simply conversing. Izuku was telling Eri about the amazing All Might when Kirishima walked over. Hey Midoriya. Ada's done talking with the docs. Said he'd be waiting in his room for you. Thanks, Kirishima. Could you watch Eri for me while I talk to him? Of course, Kirishima grinned. Can you stay with Kirishima while I go take care of something, Eri? He asked the girl, who looked worried. Don't worry, he's a good friend of mine. And a hero too. Okay, she mumbled as Izuku walked away, Kirishima sitting down next to the girl. So, who's your favorite hero? Kirishima asked the girl with a big smile. Ghost, she said shyly. Who's yours? His name is Crimson Riot. Ada sat in his room, mulling over what the police chief and the doctors had told him. My one and only warning, and my arms are damaged. You look like hammered shit. Ada looked up, averting his gaze when he saw Izuku Midoriya. He greeted. Izuku walked in and sat down in a nearby chair. Been a pretty crazy night, huh? Izuku asked him. Hero killer's dead, and those Namu showed up again. I heard you had to go up against them. I'm sorry I couldn't help. Izuku sighed. No, I'm sorry, Ada. I should have known you'd want revenge, and as your class rep and your friend, I should have been watching out for you. Midoriya, no. This was all my fault, and I should have pushed Aizawa to bar you from Hasu. No matter the cost, as well as counseling, you weren't in a good spot mentally after your brother's injury. Izuku put his hand on his shoulder. Don't get me wrong, I'm also pissed you did what you did, but I can't put all the blame on you. Ada looked down. I am so sorry. I couldn't handle. Izuku sighed. Gotta get your head on straight, man. How do you think your bro would have felt if you had died? He stood. Use the next week to come to terms with what happened. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Midoriya. Run that by me again. Rin sighed as he leaned back. Currently he and Ko and Izuku were sitting in the living room. Eri was quietly drawing in the living room, We want you to be her legal guardian," Rin said again, looking at Izuku, whose eyes were wide in shock. "You do realize I'm not a pro, right? I'm still in high school, my first year in high school." "Yes, I get that," Rin growled. "But the truth of the matter is, this girl is only truly comfortable with you. She's tolerant of Inko and myself, but if she has any problems she goes to you, and she spends all her time with you. And I'm fine with that. But there's a difference between being an older brother to her and being legally responsible for her. It's more than being an older brother, Izuku." Inko began softly. "The way she looks at you, and the way you dote on her, it's like you're her father." Izuku looked at his mom. Look, how would I even take care of her? I have school. She'll be looked after by your mother while you're at school," Rin began. "And I'll be on deck to take care of anyone who tries to come for her. We still don't know her quirk, so we'll have to be careful." Izuku mulled it over in his head, then sighed. "Give me the damn paper," he grumbled, giving Rin the finger when the man smugly slid the documents towards him. He read it over, signing as he went. "The Hero Association is giving us a stipend for her?" he asked, looking up to Rin. "They recognize that we're taking a big risk taking care of her," he explained. "It's confirmed that Yakuza are looking for her, and we don't know her quirk. If it's as dangerous as they believe, then you two might need to relocate to UA. And you're all right with this, Mom?" Izuku asked, looking at his mother in concern. "This puts you in a lot of danger." "I'll be fine," she said dismissively. "With Rin here, and with Fourth Kind and Psyche promising to patrol around here, I couldn't be more safe." "What about the mystery of her quirk?" Rin asked. "I used to have to deal with dangerous quirks all the time at the hospital," she said dismissively. "I can take care of a single girl. In fact, it'll probably be easier because I don't have to worry about a whole ward." Izuku sighed and continued signing. "Here," he said, handing the papers back to Rin. "Anything else?" "Yeah, your last day of your internship is tomorrow. However, due to the circumstances, I'm gonna give you tomorrow to better acquaint yourself with Eri. She'll need you around." "Yes, sir." Rin stood up. "Well, it was good seeing you again, Inko. See you next Saturday." "Have a good day, Rin," she said with a smile, waving him off as he walked out of their apartment. "This is gonna be an adjustment." Izuku sighed. "Oh, I think you'll do fine." Inko giggled as Eri ran into the kitchen. Mr. Ghost, I made a drawing," she said, holding the paper out to him. "Well, let's see it," Izuku said with a smile, his tough persona immediately melting away as he turned to the little girl, holding the paper up. It was a crayon drawing. 2 little stick figures standing in front of a house. One was small with a small little pointed bump on their head and hair drawn with a yellow crayon. And right beside her was a green stick figure with wild scribbles as their hair, and one of its arms was gray. "It's you and me," she mumbled quietly, not looking at Izuku as the boy chuckled. "It's perfect, Eri," he said, fondly ruffling her hair, making her giggle as she gave the barest hints of a smile. "I think I know exactly where this should go." He stood and walked over to the refrigerator, pinning the drawing up with magnets. "There. A place of honor," Izuku declared as Eri stared at the spot in wonder. "Now, let's get you some dinner." "Okay." Inko smiled as she watched the two interact. She slowly stood and walked towards her room. "Yeah, I think he'll do just fine," she said softly. Later that night, Izuku was tucking Eri into his old bed. The little girl was barely awake as he turned on the night light. "Good night, Eri," Izuku said softly. "Good night, Papa," Eri mumbled sleepily as she fully went under, not seeing Izuku's look of surprise before it softened and he leaned in to kiss her forehead. "Sweet dreams, princess," he said quietly as he walked out, carefully closing the door. "She's asleep?" Inko asked her son as she poured tea for the both of them. "Out like a light," Izuku sighed, sitting down across from his mother, taking the tea with a quiet thank you, staring into the dark liquid in contemplation. "What's wrong?" Inko asked her son, sitting down fully as she took a sip from her own cup. "Eri. She called me daddy when she was falling asleep," Izuku said quietly. "Well, you do give off such a fatherly air," Inko said gently, "the way you act with her. It's like how your father used to act with you." Izuku stiffened a bit. They didn't talk about his father much, the man who had divorced his mother when he was 9 and only sent Christmas cards. It had been a mutual breakup from what his mother said, but it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Why would I want to act like that bastard?" Izuku muttered, leaning back with her arms crossed. Inko sighed. "I know you have your problems with your father, I do too, but I didn't mean that as an insult. You treat that little girl with unconditional love, despite only knowing her for a few days now. Don't you think that would make her hold you on a pedestal?" Izuku ran a hand through his hair. "You're right, but," he groaned, "I was hoping all this would happen after high school, not in the middle of it. I can't say I disagree with you, but it is happening now. And you'll need to come to terms with it, because that little girl can't handle a betrayal after all that she's been through." Izuku nodded slightly. "All honesty," he began, a small, soft smile spreading on his lips. "I felt warm when she called me that." Inko smiled. "Drink your tea," she urged, sipping her own once more. Izuku brought the tea up and took a small sip. "I want to take her down to the beach tomorrow." Izuku said. She's starting to smile just a little more every day, and I think she'll enjoy the beach. I think you're right, Inko agreed. Why don't you invite that Kirishima boy as well? Eri was fond of him. I think Kirishima's having to work with fourth kind tomorrow, Izuku muttered, then smiled. But I know someone who just finished his internship who would be very happy to help with this. I hate you. I know. So much. I'll live with it. Mr. Izuku, come play with us. Eri called from where she and Inko were making a sand castle. Izuku smiled at the little girl's enthusiasm as she tried to balance a seashell on top of one of the towers. Mr. Izuku, Bakugo asked in confusion, looking at Izuku, who simply sighed. She called me Ghost until she met Mom. Then tried Mr. Ghost. Now it's Mr. Izuku. Glad we're slowly getting to simply Izuku. HMPH, surprised she isn't calling you Dad or something. Bakugo scoffed as they began walking towards them. Hee, right. Bakugo looked at him sharply, a smug smirk beginning to tug at the corner of his lips while Izuku stared resolutely ahead. Here, Izuku said, kneeling down next to Eri and helping her keep the seashell standing while he packed sand around it. Now it won't go anywhere. Thanks, she said, that small, barely their smile getting just a little bigger. Of course, kid, he said, ruffling her hair as she giggled. Bakugo rolled his eyes and sat down beside Inko. How's it going, Auntie? He asked. It's been okay, Katsuki. How was your internship? A waste of time, he muttered, doing his best to ruffle up his still-combed hair. Best Jeanist was trying to fix me. Apparently I'm too angry and loud. Did you tell him about your hearing aids? Inko asked him, making Bakugo tense. No one needs to know about those damn things, he grumbled, wincing when she grabbed his ear and twisted it. If you're not careful, you're gonna lose your hearing by the time you're 25. She chastised him, letting his ear go. And if you could actually hear, you may not come off as so angry. Bakugo said nothing. Watching Eri and Izuku make the castle, he looks happy. Bakugo muttered, much better than the beginning of the school year. Yes, I was worried for a bit, but he's starting to heal. She gave a soft smile, looking at the young boy. You really helped him. I didn't do much. You did, more than you know, she said kindly, patting his shoulder as Izuku and Eri approached, Eri hiding a bit behind Izuku as he put a reassuring hand on top of her head. Hey Bakugo, he said, carefully moving Eri up as he knelt down beside her. This is Eri. She wants to meet you, but is kinda scared. Eri looked up at him, averting her eyes. Hello, Mr. Bakugo, she mumbled cutely. Bakugo narrowed his eyes a bit, then reached into his pocket with a sigh, pulling out a set of hearing aids that he put into his ears and turned on. Can you say that again, kid? He asked, keeping his voice as calm and even as he could, tapping his hearing aids. Need these to hear you? No. Eri gulped and nodded. Hello, Mr. Bakugo, she said again. I am Eri. Nice to meet you, kid, Bakugo said, holding a hand out. Eri hesitantly reached out and took it. Strong grip. He chuckled. Could hurt someone with that strength. Hurt? She asked in a scared voice, pulling away. Bakugo stiffened as Izuku swooped in to quickly put the girl at ease. He just means you're gonna grow up to be big and strong, Izuku said with a light chuckle. Yeah, Bakugo chuckled awkwardly. That's what I meant, kid. Okay, she said unsurely. Bakugo felt his legs start to shake as he stood up. You like ice cream, kid? Ice cream? She asked in wonder. What's that? Let's go get some so you can see, Izuku said, standing as well, picking Eri up and carrying her as Bakugo followed with his hands in his pockets, Inko right beside him, looking at him with a smug smile. Don't say a thing, he grumbled. I said nothing. Later on that evening, Izuku was putting Eri to bed once more, though she was still awake, eyes drowsily trying to stay open as Izuku tucked her in. But I'm not tired, she mumbled, stubbornly trying to stay awake despite the inviting warmth of the blankets and the belly full of homemade food weighing her down. I'm sure you're not, Izuku said with a smile as he turned the nightlight on and sat down beside her bed. But bedtime's here, so we all have to go to bed. But I'm really not, she pouted. Izuku chuckled. You sure about that? He asked, yawning real big, making her yawn in return. Yes, Izuku leaned back, checking his bookshelf until he pulled a picture book out. How about, let's read a story for a bit? Okay, she said, leaning towards him as he opened the book. Many, many years ago in the city of Nara, the old capital of Japan, lived a wise state minister named Toyonari. A few minutes later, Izuku was quietly walking out of Eri's room, rejoining his friend at the table. She didn't want to go to sleep, had to read her a story. Izuku sighed, sitting down. Fatherhood suits you, Bakugo scoffed, making Izuku chuckle. Yeah, guess so, Izuku sighed, looking at his hands. After all that bullshit we went through. Bakugo nodded. Auntie Inko said she'd be taking care of her when you're at school. Yeah, she's really happy to be a grandmother. He rolled his eyes with the quotations. She's gotten Eri to call her Obasan. Bakugo chuckled. Well, if you guys need any help, I'll be there. Thanks, Bakugo. Izuku walked into the classroom, smiling at the sense of normalcy at walking in and hearing arguing and laughter. Yo Midoriya, Kirishima called, running up to Izuku. How you doing, man? How's Eri? I'm good, and she's doing great. Izuku chuckled, bumping fists with the hardening user. All moved in, mom's probably having a blast keeping her occupied. Hell yeah man, you ever need any help hit me up. Thanks, but for now we should all get to our desks. Izuku raised his voice, catching everyone's attention as he moved to his desk, putting a comforting hand on Ida's shoulder as he passed him. Who's Eri? Uraraka asked Kirishima as the boy sat next to her. Little girl Midoriya saved from some Yakuza thugs in Hasu. Kirishima said with a grin, she's staying with him now, practically his daughter. All Midoriya's a dad. Mina gushed. So cute. Toru sang beside her. Dad Midoriya? Kaminari asked. Well, he's up for the job. He acts like our dad sometimes. Hee yeah. Zero chuckled. Like, hey dad, can we have ramen after school today? Or how about, hey dad, can we go over and play with class 1B? Sato said, laughing as Uraraka giddily joined in. Oh, dad, can we play stickball after training? Please dad. She fake begged as everyone began to laugh harder. Hey dad, can we go to the pop stand and get some drinks? Please dad. Dad, Kaminari snickered, nudging Kirishima as the boy almost fell out of his desk laughing. Enough, Izuku ordered, giving all of them a glare. Okay dad. Yes, sorry dad. Won't happen again dad. Izuku groaned and leaned back in his chair. Kami's cursed me. He grumbled. Who's a dad? Momo asked as she stepped into the classroom, looking confused as most of the class went quiet. Midoriya is, Kaminari chuckled, freezing when Jiro punched the back of his head. Momo was likewise frozen, staring at Midoriya in shock with a blush on her cheeks. We'll talk about it after class, he reassured her, giving her a tired smile. I promise it's not what you think. Okay, everyone to their seats, Aizawa said gruffly. Walking in, we have a lot to cover today, namely reviewing your time at your internships individually. But first an announcement. This summer we will be going to a summer training camp. Instantly the room was in an uproar as the majority of the students began to cheer and excitedly talk about what would happen at the camp. Enough, Aizawa growled, eyes flashing as they all sat back. Your ability to go to this camp is entirely dependent on all of you passing your final exams. If you fail, you will not be going on this trip, and you'll be in summer school with me. Now, get ready for English. Izuku began to put his things up as the bell rang, releasing them for lunch. Midoriya, stay behind a bit. Izuku looked up to find Aizawa and Nezu waiting, allowing the other students to pass, including Yaoyorozu, who hesitated at the door as Izuku stood. I'll be along soon, Izuku reassured her, making her smile and give a slight nod before walking away. So, what's this about? Izuku asked, leaning back against the front row desk, arms crossed as he stared at his teacher and principal. We wanted to talk to you about the training camp, Nezu said, jumping onto the desk. The camp will be focusing on training the students' quirks to their greatest potential, and the fact of the matter is, you don't have a quirk, so we wanted to speak to you about a potential way to help your skills grow while still being able to go to the camp. What did you have in mind? Izuku asked cautiously. We want you to spend your time at the camp, harassing the other students, Aizawa said. Heroes are always on guard, and need to be able to react at a moment's notice, which means they would need to be on guard even in a setting that they would normally be safe at. Izuku finished for him, looking at them with an interested gleam in his eyes. Am I just going after the 1A students? You'll be going after both classes, Nezu said joyfully, and you'll be allowed to take whatever you want from your armory to see it through, as well as your costume. I'll have to get with Hatsune, Izuku muttered. See about adding a cloaking feature to my armor. All that can be handled at a later date. For now you need to pass your final. Yes, sir, Izuku said with a nod, though I do have to ask where Eri will be during this time. We acknowledge that your ward is a special subject, and while I would like to say you may bring her along, there will have to be extensive talks with the owners of the land we will be utilizing as well as Mr. Watanabe, as he is technically in charge of the investigation. If she is unable to join us, then we can see about extra security around her apartment complex. Thank you, Principal Nezu. Go ahead and run along. I'm sure you have some friends waiting for you. Izuku bowed to them and walked out of the classroom, finding Yaoyorozu waiting. Hey, he greeted with a small smile. Hello, she said with a beaming smile. So, I have a lot to catch you up on. Izuku sighed, walking alongside her as they made their way to the lunchroom. So you're a papa now. Izuku sighed as he leaned back against the wall. He and Momo were currently on the roof, both had finished eating and were now near the door. Momo was sitting on a chair she had created while Izuku had stayed standing. Yeah, technically, he muttered. She's only truly comfortable around me, and I gotta say, kid's grown on me. Well, if you need any help I would be happy to give it, she said with a kind smile. Thank you, yeah Momo, I'm sorry, but we may have to reschedule our date. I know, she sighed, then perked up a bit. How about we have a day with Eri? I would love to meet her. Izuku hesitated, then nodded. We can go this Friday to the beach. Don't be surprised if she's wary. I'm sure we'll be best of friends by the end of the outing. Friday, Takoba Municipal Beach. Momo laughed as she watched Eri splash around in the shallows with Izuku, both clad in their bathing suits as they splashed each other. Eri giggled as she threw water at the crouching teen, making him splutter as the water hit his face. Oh, you're gonna get it now. Izuku laughed as he scooped up a happily squealing Eri and jumping back in the water, drenching them both. I'm all soaked now, she complained, still smiling happily. Really? Hadn't noticed. Izuku chuckled as he stood up fully, walking back over to Momo, who handed the two a towel. Water's fresh, he said to Momo. I'm sure it is, she said with a bright smile. Are you going to come with us into the water, Momo? Eri questioned innocently, now wrapped up in a bright pink, fluffy beach towel. Oh, I would love to, but I don't think, she started to say, only to give out a small eep, as Izuku suddenly picked her up at the hips, slinging her over his shoulders. To the water, Eri. To the water, he shouted, running towards the surf, a cheering Eri right behind him. Izuku, at least let me take my wrap off. Momo laughed as he splashed into the waves. We can dry it, Izuku said with a grin as they plunged into the water, laughing as Eri jumped in after them. Momo splashed water at Izuku as she stood up, taking off her now sopping wet wrap and leaving her in a simple one piece. You're gonna pay for that, Momo declared, giving Eri a wink as she began creating something at the back of her leg. Really? Izuku asked with a smile of amusement, standing up fully out of the water. Yep, she said, as she and Eri quickly brought up water guns, drenching Izuku as he fell back into the water. Think he's had enough? Momo asked with a mischievous smile, laughing when Izuku suddenly picked her up. Eri. Oh, Eri, please help. I'm coming, Momo, Eri shouted, running towards them and shrieking with laughter when Izuku picked her up as well. Anyone else hungry? Izuku asked conversationally, walking towards the dock while the two girls laughed. Soon they were all sitting in a row on the dock, letting the setting sun dry them out while they ate the sandwiches Ko had prepared them. After a bit they were walking back towards the apartment, Eri asleep on Izuku's back. She had fun today, Izuku said, giving Momo a small smile as they walked. I did too, all honesty. I'm glad, Momo said, running a fond hand through Eri's hair. She's such a bright little ball of sunshine. All honesty, it was tough the past 2 weeks, Izuku admitted. She's still dealing with all that she went through. I was honestly surprised when she was okay with wearing a one-piece today. She usually wants to hide the scars on her arms. Any progress is good progress, she said lightly, slowly coming to a stop as they reached the apartment. I had a good time today, she said. I'm happy we were able to do this. Me too, Izuku said with a smile. Do you want to do something next Friday too? Of course, Momo said quickly, before blushing profusely. I mean, it would be a delight. If you're not busy, that is. All right, Izuku chuckled nervously, clearing his throat. Have a good night, Momo. You as well, Midoriya. Momo waved goodbye as they walked up, still blushing as her limo pulled up. Are you all right, Ms. Yaoyorozu? The driver asked. Why, yes, I'm perfect, she said, smiling warmly as she got into the back of the limo. A little while later upstairs, Izuku was helping a now clean Eri into bed. Did you have fun today, Squirt? I like you, Momo, she mumbled as she seemingly burrowed into her bed. I like her too, Izuku said with a soft smile as he tucked her in. Sweet dreams, princess, he said, giving her a soft kiss on her forehead. Sweet dreams, Papa, she sighed as she drifted off to sleep and the door closed with a quiet click. 3 weeks later, Izuku checked over his armor one last time, making sure the dented and scratched metal was still viable before putting it on. This new feature should allow full camouflage, right? He asked Hatsum as he fiddled with his vambrace. Yep, wasn't too hard to incorporate it alongside the suit's biometrics. I also made the helmet collapsible so you don't have to keep wasting time taking it off and on. You've really outdid yourself this time, Hatsum, he said as he pressed a button on his vambrace, making the helmet shudder into place, seamless in its design. You used the scraps from my last helmet to make this, didn't you? Yep, she chirped, easiest way. I've also updated the HUD. If you hit the right sequence, she hit 2 buttons at once and then a third on its own, making the glass tinge blue. What the hell? Izuku started as his HUD turned to a soft blue. He looked at Hatsum and almost immediately she was outlined in red, pulsating ever so slightly with her heartbeat. Now this is interesting, he muttered quietly. Hatsum grinned. Yep, it tracks anyone's heartbeat up to 15 meters, even through walls and rubble. She giggled as suddenly the function timed out, switching back to its regular setting and giving Izuku a slight shock. Jesus, he griped as he disengaged the helmet. Could still use a few tweaks, she mumbled. Your time limit is about 45 seconds, with a minute recharge, so I'd go ahead and limit that to 30 seconds so you don't get a full body shock. Always comes with a catch, huh? He asked wearily, reactivating the helmet and checking the time. Shit, practical starts soon. Thanks again, Hatsum. Hope we won't give you too much work after we smash these bots, he called as he walked out. Oh, I doubt it, we usually don't. Wait, bots? She asked in confusion, looking to the door where Izuku had disappeared. Huh, wonder why he thinks they're facing bots. Izuku sat in the back of the bus, beside Momo and Bakugo as they waited to reach their destination. Look what Eri drew for me yesterday, Momo gushed, showing the crayon picture of her, Izuku and Eri standing on the beach. You're disgusting, Bakugo grumbled. We're heroes, not nanas, man up. I know it might be hard for you to realize, Bakugo, but yeah, Momo is a woman, not a man, Ochako said pointedly, looking away with a huff. What the hell did you do there? Izuku asked Bakugo quietly, making the boy stiffen up. Hey, Uraraka, Bakugo said gruffly as he walked up to the bubbly girl in the hallways. Oh hey Bakugo, Uraraka greeted happily. Do it, ask her to train with you. It should be easy, just ask. You need to hit the gym, he stated bluntly, mentally cringing as Uraraka's eyes widened in surprise, then narrow in anger. Excuse me, she demanded to know. I didn't mean it like that. I just mean you're pudgy. How dare you? No, wait, that's not what I mean. I mean you're manly, right? You're a jerk, she snapped, shouldering past him and stomping angrily down the halls. You called her pudgy? Izuku asked incredulously while Momo looked away from him in an offended huff. I didn't mean it like that, Bakugo growled. I was trying to ask if she wanted to train with me. How does that turn to calling her pudgy? Izuku asked incredulously. Shut up, we're here, Aizawa said dryly as the bus stopped. Soon they were all piling out and heading towards a large structure meant to be a control tower. Why are the other teachers here? Kirishima asked quietly, making Izuku and Bakugo tense. Everyone listen up, Aizawa called. Now, I'm sure you've all heard different things about the practical test. Trashing bots. Kaminari cheered alongside Mina. Unfortunately no, Nezu said jovially, peeking out of Aizawa's scarf before scaling down his leg. While in years past we utilized battle bots to test our first years, this year has shown us we must take different methods. You'll be facing us, Midnight said with a grin. We're facing our teachers, Uraraka cried out in shock alongside the rest of her class. But you guys could kick our ass 6 ways from Sunday, Minda cried. We'll be handicapped by these weights, Aizawa said, holding a set of cuffs up. They're designed to weigh half our body weight, giving all of you a fair chance. You pass by either capturing your opponent or making it through the gate to escape. Each of you will be paired off and will be facing one teacher. Gyro, Kota, you two will face off against Present Mike. Kirishima, Sato, against Cementos, and Bakugo and Midoriya, you two will be facing me. Izuku felt a chill go down his spine as All Might jumped onto the scene, posing in front of the two boys. Hope you two zygotes have brought your A game today. Alright, our next pair will be Bakugo and Midoriya, and they will be facing All Might. All Might asked, staring at the principal in shock. Yes, young Midoriya is a rare find. A quirkless who can stand up to even the strongest quirked fighter, Nezu began. And Katsuki, Bakugo, his former tormentor and bully who has learned humility due to horrific circumstance. The two have a tentative peace and are even willing to work with each other. However, can they put their beliefs aside to fight an enemy they have no hope of beating? Will Bakugo's prejudices resurface when paired with only a quirkless hero as his backup? Will Midoriya be able to recognize a scenario in which a quirkless hero has a better chance of running to get help instead of staying and fighting until severe injury or death? Midoriya has shown multiple times that he doesn't fear severe injury or death, Aizawa said. We've seen it time and time again from his battle with the Namu to the Hasu incident. But things changed at Hasu, Midnight pointed out. Instead of forcing himself to help Deadshot with the hero killer, he sent Endeavor in instead. I believe that has to do with his ward, Eri, Nezu said jovially, as well as the influence of his friends. But will that be enough for him to recognize when to run in a training scenario? Powerloader asked. If there's one thing the little listener prides himself on, it's treating training like the real thing, Present Mike said. Still begs to question if the two can work together. Well, now's as good a time as any to find out. All Might sighed as he stepped into the battle center. I don't want to hurt them, but I can't go easy on them. With a grunt of exertion he put 70% of his power into a Detroit smash, leveling a giant swath of the city in front of him. With a booming laugh he began to walk towards them. Who cares if I destroy this city? He boomed out, fully taking on the role of the villain. What will you little heroes do? All Might, Bakugo roared as he blasted his way straight for the number one hero. Fist cocked back, All Might easily grabbed his arm and flipped him, slamming him into the ground before quickly relocating as a hail of bullets rained down on him. Before he could track where they came from, Bakugo came rocketing back up, slamming an explosive fist into All Might's jaw, following up with several hits to the chest. Texas smash. Bakugo let out a gasp as he was sent flying down the street. The number one hero flew forward and grabbed his face, surprised when Bakugo began peppering him with low-level explosions. Impressive. Most people tend to latch onto whatever grabbing their face. With that, All Might slammed Bakugo into the ground, staggering as a large caliber round exploded against his back. Is that all you got? Young Midoriya, Don't ignore me, damn it, Bakugo growled as he was suddenly jumping back up, pulling the pins on one of his gauntlets' howitzer impact. The explosion sent All Might flying, slamming into a red-bricked building, coughing as he forced himself to stand up. You're a lot stronger than I thought you were, young Bakugo, All Might wheezed out, doing his best to see through the dust of the building, his eyes widening when he saw the walls lined with several bundles of C4. The closest one had a smiley face painted on it. Young Midoriya, All Might chuckled as the C4 went off, leveling the building. You think that got him? Bakugo asked as Izuku came running out of a nearby building, slinging his rifle as he turned his helmet to thermal. I can't see him, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything good, Izuku said grimly as his mind went back to before the test had started. We're fucked. Shut up. Fucking FUBAR. Will you shut it already? Bakugo ordered gruffly, glaring at the tactical teen beside him as he loaded his guns with live rounds. Never knew for one to admit defeat. I'm not, Izuku growled, but you know as well as I do that we can't match up to All Might in terms of raw strength. He'll be toying with us the entire time. I know, Bakugo grunted. So what's the plan? What? Izuku asked in surprise. What's the fucking plan? Bakugo snapped. You always have some kind of strategy or plan, so what's the fucking plan? Izuku stared at him for a few moments before shaking his head and pulling a small notebook out, and beginning to sketch out a map of their battle center as he spoke. Like I said, we'll be outmatched fighting All Might. We simply don't have the strength or firepower to do any kind of damage save for maybe a few bruises. But if we play smart, we can take him using hit-and-run tactics, wear him down. He began putting X's on the map. We put explosives here, here, and here, lure him in and blow him. Second explosion should give us a smoke screen as well as deal some damage with the initial concussive blow. He looked at Bakugo. If he gets wise to it too early, then the plan's kaput, but if we play it smart, we may be able to stall him long enough for both of us to get to the gate. And if we don't, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. 15 seconds, Izuku said as he took off towards the nearest alleyway. 4 buildings down, cafe, that's our next target. Make sure you're clear. Bakugo snarled as he jumped back to avoid All Might's punch. The hero-playing villain was still smiling as he darted out of the smoke, none the worse for wear as he grabbed Bakugo's leg and slammed him into the ground, throwing him into one of the buildings. Barely even a sting, All Might boasted as he charged after Bakugo. Did you really think that would work? Shut up. Bakugo snapped as he set off another large explosion in All Might's face. Izuku took a deep breath as he finished climbing the last flight of stairs in a nearby high-rise, sliding into position by a shattered window as he sighted in All Might. Explosive-tipped rounds don't fail me now, he said as he followed the carnage that was All Might and Bakugo's fight. If you could call a one-sided ass-beating that. Come on, Bakugo, get him to stand still, he muttered as All Might slammed Bakugo into the ground once more, standing over him as he seemed to monologue. Smile, asshole. He growled as he took a breath and squeezed the trigger, the bullet flying through the air straight for All Might's chest, only for All Might to turn and swat it out of the sky, the round detonating on his hand as he stared directly at Izuku as he tossed Bakugo away. Oh shit. Izuku rolled to the side as All Might exploded into the floor. Thought you could get me with the same strategy as before, Midoriya? All Might laughed as Izuku raised his wrist-mounted gun and unleashed automatic fire on All Might as he jumped out the window, his other wrist snapping up to fire a grappling hook into another building, swinging down towards safety. Bakugo, he's made me. Get to the gate. Get to. Not so fast, All Might ordered as he suddenly appeared beside Izuku and punched him out of the sky, his line snapping and sending him crashing into the cafe, All Might following right behind him. Your plan was well thought out, young Midoriya. All Might commended him as the injured student dragged himself away from the hero. Had I been any other enemy, you would already be clasping the handcuffs on me now, but I'm not. You've failed, Midoriya. Have I? Izuku asked through gritted teeth. His right ankle was twisted at an awkward angle. He forced himself to his feet using the bar as a hold, glaring at All Might. You stumbled into a bit of a pickle here, All Might. And how's that? He asked, his voice full of amusement. Izuku raised the detonator. You're standing in a bomb. He snarled. Boom, bitch. All Might instantly lunged forward for Izuku, but he was too slow to stop the boy from pressing the button. The explosion sent Izuku flying out of the cafe, tumbling across the rubble-strewn ground as he forced himself to his feet, limping down the street as the smoke grenades he had paired with the explosives did their work, covering the area in a dense fog. Bakugo, if you can hear me, get to the gate. I'll do what I can to keep him occupied. Just go. He practically yelled into his radio as he turned his infrared back on, raising his MP5 and firing at All Might's lumbering form as he came teetering out of the cafe. He watched as All Might clapped, clearing the area of smoke and making Izuku slump. Well, that didn't last long, he said out loud as his goggles returned to normal. You didn't think a bit of smoke would have kept me out of the game, did you? All Might coughed, a few bruises and scratches covering his arms and chest. His uniform was also torn, revealing his right arm and pectoral. You fought hard, young Midoriya, worthy of being called a hero. Now, admit defeat. Maybe I should, Izuku muttered, holding his head up high as he dropped his MP5. Put up a good fight, gave you some scratches worth talking about. Anyone else would say that's a job well done and take the lower grade. But this isn't about grades, this is about my pride, and my pride isn't gonna let me do anything less than my absolute best. Besides, there comes a point in every man's life where he has to pull himself up by his bootstraps, look his opponent dead in his eye and say come fucking on. Izuku roared as he charged All Might, prosthetic arm vibrating with raw energy as All Might met the blow with his own. Their fists connected and blew out the windows in every building on the street. Izuku let out a roar of pain as his prosthetic jarred his shoulder. He jumped back and tried to pull his dual sidearms, only for his prosthetic to fail and hang uselessly by his side. Son of a bitch. He swore as he raised his single Beretta and emptied the mag at All Might as the man lunged for him, bullets bouncing harmlessly off his body as he cocked his fist back. Time to say goodnight. All Might shouted. Boom. Good night, asshole. Bakugo snarled as he came rocketing onto the scene, pulling the pin on his gauntlet and unleashing its full power in All Might's gut, sending the faux villain flying into the sky, crashing through a skyscraper as he went. You were supposed to go to the gate, Izuku muttered as he fell to his knee. Fuck off, Bakugo retorted as he put an arm under Izuku's and helped him up, the two hobbling off towards the gate. You think I'd let you have all the fun? Is that what you call it? He asked, doing his best not to fall as he looked his ally over. One gauntlet was gone, probably shattered by one of All Might's attacks. His uniform was covered in tears and gashes, and he was holding his right arm awkwardly. He broke your arm, didn't he? Nothing but a bruise, Bakugo snapped, both collapsing as they stumbled through the gate. Izuku fell forward while Bakugo crumpled where he stood, staring up at the sky. Did you really stand off against All Might, you idiot? Izuku started laughing. What, you wanted me to run like a little bitch? You wanted me to. That's because you are a little bitch. Bakugo's eyes widened. Then a tired chuckle escaped his throat. Soon both were laughing, both too tired to stand and head towards the viewing station. It wasn't until All Might came to collect them that they stood and walked towards the infirmary, arms over each other's shoulders as they stumbled along the trail together. Izuku grunted as he limped out of the infirmary, missing his prosthetic and on a single crutch, Momo right beside him fussing over him worriedly. Your ankle should be fine by tomorrow, Recovery Girl called to him as she finished healing Bakugo. Just keep your weight off of it. Hatsum also knows about your arm. She should have it fixed by tomorrow afternoon. Got ya, Izuku called back as he limped through the halls. Thanks for the help, Momo. You're welcome, she said with a pleasant smile. Do you want to go to the ramen stand? Mom's not expecting me for a bit, so sure. Young Midoriya. Both Izuku and Momo jumped as All Might came sliding to a stop in front of them. All Might, Izuku said in confusion. What are you doing here? I was hoping to talk with you privately. The man boomed. It may take a bit. Well, me and Momo, Izuku began. Go ahead, Izuku, Momo urged him. It's not every day the #1 hero wants to talk with you. Izuku sighed and nodded. Fine. Rain, check on that ramen. Of course, she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek and walking away, making Izuku blush furiously as she quickly walked away, likewise blushing from her impromptu kiss. You sly dog, Midoriya. All Might laughed. Now, follow me to my office. We have much to discuss. After you, Izuku said, following All Might down the halls and into his office. So, what's this about? It's about the future. All Might sighed. Young Midoriya, I have decided that you will be my successor. Izuku blinked. I what? He asked. I want you to become my successor. All Might said, I don't have long to be the symbol of peace, and I want the world to know that there will be a symbol when I am gone. Come on, All Might. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair. You're still in your prime, how could you? He stopped as steam filled the office, eyes widening when the smoke cleared to reveal a familiar figure. Mr. Yagi, he asked in shock. The one and only. Toshinori coughed, settling down in his chair. Izuku slowly sat down on the nearby couch. The injury that ended your career. Izuku muttered, looking at Toshinori. It didn't end your career. But I'm gonna assume that it's the reason why you can't continue being the symbol of peace. You assume right, Toshinori sighed, lifting his shirt up and showing Izuku the wound once more. 5 years ago I got into a fight with a villain who put this hole into my chest, lost my stomach and half of my lung due to it. He looked up at Izuku, staring him dead in the eye. I came to UA in the hopes of finding a successor, for you see, my quirk was passed on to me. Like you, I was born quirkless with the dream of being a hero. My master passed the quirk on to me and told me one day I would have to pass my quirk on. And I choose you, Izuku Midoriya. But there's better options than me, Izuku said softly. I'm just a gun-toting quirkless kid. A gun-toting quirkless kid with more heart than the next 3 classes combined. Toshinori said honestly, you want to be a hero to help people, not for the glamour or fame, but to better the world around you. The skeletal man stood and walked over to Izuku, putting a hand on his shoulder. I know this is a lot of information to process, so why don't you take the next few days? I already know my answer, Izuku said, making All Might raise an eyebrow in surprise, and I'm gonna have to refuse. I see. He muttered quietly, may I ask why? A few reasons. Izuku sighed, holding up his prosthetic. My arm for one, it was completely trashed after taking just one punch from you. I don't think it would hold together well if I inherited your quirk. I also don't think becoming the symbol of peace is for me. I'm a simple guy who just wants to help out, not some messiah that everyone will look up to. Besides, I have a kid to watch. I don't want to subject her to that kind of scrutiny. Also, how would we explain how I suddenly received a quirk? Toshinori nodded slowly. I understand. Just know that I truly think you are the best candidate to receive one for all, my quirk. Izuku chuckled. Nah, I don't think I am, he said, standing back up and limping to the door. You want my advice? I think Kirishima is leagues better than I am. Young Kirishima. He definitely has the spirit, Toshinori muttered. Well, thank you for hearing me out, young Midoriya, and please keep this a secret. Of course, see you later. With that, Izuku limped away. Toshinori watched him leave. He'll be a great hero. All for one or no, and I hope he goes farther than I ever did. 2 days later, Kiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. Izuku yawned as he happily walked after Momo and Eri, content to simply watch Momo gush over cute outfits for his ward while Eri followed with her usual subdued enthusiasm. Oh, you would look cute in this, Momo gushed as she pulled a small blue sundress off the rack. Simply darling. I would, Eri asked in surprise. You definitely would, Izuku agreed, ruffling her hair a bit and making her giggle. You'd be the cutest blue unicorn this side of Shizuoka. Do you want to try it on? Momo asked gently. I'll be waiting out here, Izuku called to them, sitting down in a nearby chair. Hey Midoriya. Izuku looked up. Not too surprised to see Kirishima standing at the entrance of the store awkwardly. Thought you went to go find weights with Bakugo and Zero, Izuku said conversationally as the redhead walked over and sat down beside him. I wanted to talk to you real quick, he sighed. About All Might. This isn't the best place to be talking about secret matters, Izuku said, looking at the other customers milling about. Why don't you join me at the shooting range this evening? I don't know about you, but it really clears my mind to dump some brass. Never really shot a gun before, but sounds good, Kirishima said with a grin as the door opened. Well, look at this little princess, Izuku suddenly gushed, making Kirishima stare at him in shock as this practical assassin suddenly turned into a doting dad, scooping a giggling Eri up. Princesses shouldn't walk on the floor. Where's your servants? I'm not a princess, Eri giggled shyly. You aren't. I could have sworn you were. You're as pretty as one. Isn't that right, Kirishima? That's right, Kirishima instantly agreed, sharing an amused smile with Momo, prettiest in all the land. I think we'll take the dress then, Momo said warmly. Let's go pay for it. Later that evening, Kirishima watched as Izuku emptied the mag on a M16, the boy letting out a satisfied groan as the last round left the chamber. Nothing like a mag dump, he sighed, sitting down in the chair next to Kirishima. Well, Eri's pestering the old man and Momo's on the phone with her mom. Why don't we get to that discussion you wanted? Why did you refuse it? Kirishima blurted out, making Izuku blink in semi-confusion before slowly nodding. Like I told All Might, I have Eri. I can't dedicate my life to being the symbol of peace, nor do I want to. I'm just a simple gunslinger. He held up his newly repaired prosthetic. This thing wouldn't hold up to his full power either. He looked at Kirishima. The redhead was lying. You should feel honored. All Might chose you. Only because you recommended me, Kirishima muttered. And I don't even know why you did. You could have chosen Bakugo or Todoroki. Bakugo is too prideful, Izuku said bluntly. He's here to fight bad guys. Doesn't really put an emphasis on reassuring the people. Same with Todoroki. You actually want to help. But I'm a coward, Kirishima snapped hotly, making Izuku raise his eyebrow. With a sigh, Kirishima began to tell a story. Back in middle school, I wanted nothing more than to be a hero. I was obsessed with Crimson Riot and tried to live my life being the best man I could be. But I could never hold up in a fight. My quirk was so weak that I could barely harden my fists. No one took me seriously, even my own friends. Then that day, he shook his head, letting it hang. I saw a gigantic villain threatening a couple of my classmates, and no one was moving to help. I couldn't move. I was frozen in fear. I didn't move until after Mina got rid of him by pointing him in the direction of a police station instead of the hero agency he was looking for. The two boys were quiet for a bit. Then Izuku slowly leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Sounds like something that would stop you from being a hero. So why are you at UA? A few nights later, I found an old holodisc with one of Crimson Riot's interviews on it. He talked about how he wasn't able to save someone. How he charged into situations because he was scared. Not because he was fearless. I promised myself I'd live my life exactly like that. Izuku smirked. And that is why I think you'll be a great successor, Izuku said, patting his shoulder. You aren't in this for the looks or fame. You're in to be exactly who we need as the symbol of peace. Kirishima felt tears well up in his eyes as he looked away. You really think so? I know so, Izuku said, standing up and removing his hand from the other boy's shoulder. Now enough crying. I brought the manliest gun in my arsenal for you to shoot. And I'll be damned if we end up having a chick flick moment instead of belting it out. Manliest gun? Kirishima asked as he wiped the tears away. Oh yeah. Izuku pulled a large bag up and unzipping it. Kirishima looked in and gasped. Is that? It is. How did you get one? Old man's got a lot of contacts. This is the only gun I didn't give up when I brought all my weapons to UA. He hefted the gun out of the bag, the M134 minigun. He said as he flipped a switch and pulled the trigger, making the barrels spin. 10 barrels, chambered in 7.62x51mm NATO. This bitch can turn a car into a bonfire in under a minute. He set it on the table and reached under the table to slide out a large steel container. This would go on your back if you were carrying it. Holds up to 3,000 rounds of ammo for this little darling. He hooked the feeder up to the gun and fed rounds into it. Want to know what pure ecstasy feels like? You know it. Momo was ready for the day. Even so, she checked and rechecked her bags to ensure everything was where it was supposed to be. Hey yeah Momo, Uraraka called, walking towards the heiress with her own bag on her back, a half-asleep Mina trudging along beside her. You're here early. I wanted to ensure I would be on time. Momo said kindly. I am vice president after all. Which begs the question, where's Izuku? Suyu asked as she walked up, a roller suitcase clattering behind her. He said he would be a little late, Momo said. He's having trouble finding some of Iri's things. Is she coming along? Kirishima asked excitedly, making Kaminari wince at the loud noise. Keep it down, Kaminari groaned. My head is pounding. Then maybe you shouldn't be trying to spy on the girls when they're having a pool day, Jiru said pointedly, her jacks rising in a threatening manner. All right, so who's coming along? Kaminari laughed nervously, doing his best to get attention off of himself. Iri, Midoriya's adopted daughter. Kirishima began. Cutest little girl you'll ever meet. He's right, Momo chuckled. She has Midoriya wrapped around her little finger, and he knows it. Why is she coming along? Suyu asked. Not to sound rude, but we'll be training a lot. I don't think anyone would be able to take care of her. There's some thugs after her, Kirishima said, his voice losing its excitement, and he glared off into the distance. Sick bastards hurt her, and we don't want them getting her back, so Midoriya and a few others are doing what they can to protect her. And she'll be the safest with me, at a summer camp with pro heroes nearby. Midori bro, Kirishima greeted as everyone looked over to the resident gunslinger, dressed in a simple white muscle shirt and blue jeans, his long hair tied back in a loose ponytail, and 2 bags held in his prosthetic hand. And currently hiding behind his leg was Iri, dressed in blue jeans and a light blue t-shirt with her hair in a high ponytail. She curiously looked around his leg, staring inquisitively at the few faces gathered. Some of them she had met the day before, but others like Kaminari and Jiru she hadn't met at all. Go on and say hi, Iri, Izuku said, gently pushing her forward. Hi, Iri greeted nervously. I am Iri. She's so tiny, Kaminari whispered to Jiru, earning a hard nudge from the hard rocker. Hi Iri, Jiru said kindly. Kneeling down a bit, I'm Kyoka Jiru, I like your hair. Thank you, she said shyly. It's like Momo's. The girls collectively cooed at the adorable little girl, with Mina giving Momo a saucy grin as the heiress blushed. Oi Izuku, what's Half-Pint doing here? Bakugo asked gruffly as he walked over with several other classmates. Kitty-san, Iri said happily, turning and running up to Bakugo with a happy smile as the boy glowered at the nickname. Kitty-san, Uraraka asked in amusement. The runt can't say my full name. Bakugo grunted as he picked the little girl up with one arm, glaring at everyone who was snickering, including Izuku. Thought she was gonna stay home. Rin and Mom think she'd benefit from having a week or 2 out at the summer camp, Izuku said, setting their bags down and crossing his arms. And frankly I feel better knowing she'll be close by. Oh my god, he's such a dad, Sato said quietly, making everyone laugh. I'll ground you if you don't watch it, Izuku said with a good-natured nudge to the Sugar Rush hero. Well, if it isn't 1A. Bakugo growled as Iri hid her face in his shoulder, frightened by the shouting of Monoma. Shut it, idiot. You're scaring the kid. Is one of the oh-so-great 1A students so irresponsible as to have a snot-nosed brat? Monoma jeered as he walked towards them. Oh, how the mighty! He let out a terrified squeak as Izuku practically teleported in front of him, radiating a deadly aura as he pulled the slide back on a Glock. That's my daughter you're talking about, he growled. And my niece, Kirishima proclaimed, adding his own deadly aura to Izuku's as Bakugo came up behind Monoma, his own fiery aura adding to the already impressive threat, even with a child in his arms. Who you calling brat, you brat? Bakugo snarled. Typical 1AB brutes, Monoma stuttered out. Threatening people is not very heroic. Neither is being a bully, Monoma, Kendo said shortly as she pushed past all 3 boys and grabbed Monoma by the scruff and dragged him away. Sorry Midoriya, I'll keep him reined in. See that you do, Izuku grunted as he checked on Iri, who quickly transferred to his arms, burying her face in the crook of his neck. I don't need him continually scaring my daughter. He'll behave or else, she said firmly, giving Monoma a glare that had him cowering. That was impressive, Todoroki muttered. He said one thing about Eri and almost got killed by 3 of our strongest guys. Kaminari muttered. She's the most dangerous person on this trip. Ajiro sighed. Everyone on the bus, Aizawa called as he walked up. The bus is pulling in a few seconds behind him. Midoriya, Aizawa started, putting a hand on his shoulder as everyone else walked past. Your stuff is stowed away under the bus, he said quietly, and you'll have to leave Eri with me anytime you're training. Understood, Izuku said, stepping fully onto the bus and sitting down next to Momo. Eri once again transferred arms, curling up in Momo's lap. Are you tired, sweetie? Momo asked gently, chuckling softly when the little girl nodded in affirmative. Go ahead and take a nap. We'll be there before you know it. Okay, Mama. Eri yawned as she closed her eyes. Momo's eyes watered. Izuku, she called me Mama, she whispered as several of the girls nearby quietly cooed at the adorable display. Welcome to the family, Izuku said softly, putting his arm around Momo and making her blush. Aren't they so cute? Mina gushed to Hagakure. Why can't we get a guy like that? Yeah, Kirishima, Kaminari started, giving the spiky-haired boy an impish grin. How come she can't find a guy like that? Well, Kirishima spluttered, looking to Bakugo for help. Leave me out of this shitty hair, Bakugo said gruffly, looking out the window. Not like Bakugo would have been able to help. Uraraka said, pointedly looking away when Bakugo whirled towards her, growling low in his throat. Izuku rolled his eyes. Both of you cool it back there, Izuku said. TCH, whatever you say, Dad, Bakugo scoffed, making the bus erupt in surprised laughter. Griot, everyone's doing that now, he groaned while Momo giggled. The atmosphere of the bus was, for the most part, jovial. Everyone was talking, laughing, and generally having a good time, though everyone kept their voices down for the sake of the napping Eri. Soon they were arriving at a small outcropping on the side of a mountain, the bus slowly pulling over as Minta charged out of the bus. Where's the bathroom? He cried, dancing side to side as everyone stepped out. Doesn't look like there's any bathroom out here, buddy, Kaminari said as he looked over the cliff and whistled. Nice view. Why are we stopping here? Izuku asked Aizawa as everyone moved away to stretch out their legs. Get your gear, Aizawa said simply. Gauntlets and guns only. Izuku nodded, turning to Eri before going to get his stuff. Hey princess, he said softly as the little girl rubbed the sleep from her eyes. We're about to start our training. No matter what, you need to stay with Mr. Aizawa, okay? Okay, she mumbled, looking at Aizawa, slightly apprehensive. Izuku gave her a kiss on her forehead. It'll be okay, he said gently. Just remember, I'll always come back. He stood and walked back to the bus, opening the storage space on the bus and finding his black duffel, quietly putting both gauntlets on and strapping his gun belt on his waist, checking both handguns and nodding as he holstered them before pulling. He then pulled out his M4 and pair of goggles, fitting them on before putting a ball cap on. He returned to the group as they conversed with the students, and he reached them in time to hear Aizawa. Your training starts now. Maybe we should get back on the bus, Kaminari started to say, only for the ground to give out under them. The electric user grabbed onto Izuku in the hopes he'd keep them both up. Instead, he dragged Izuku into the open air. Papa, Eri cried, rushing to the edge, only to be stopped by Aizawa. Don't worry, Aizawa told her, he's tough, and this is training. We would never put them in actual danger. Eri continued to worriedly peer over the edge. Izuku hit the ground with a grunt. You alive, Kaminari? He groaned as he sat up. Yeah, that didn't work out like I planned. The sparky teen sighed, lying on his stomach atop a boulder. No shit, Izuku grumbled, standing up and looking towards the cliff. I'm okay, Eri. He called up, we'll see you at the lodge. He turned to look at his classmates, nodding as he sees Momo handing out headsets. All right, we gotta head due west from where we currently are. I don't know what kind of shit they got out here for us, so I want Kirishima and Bakugo at the front with Todoroki. You'll scout ahead with Shoji. See what we can see. Tsuyu, Uraraka, Ajiro, and Hagakure. You guys tag along in case they need protection. Give us as many early warnings as you can. Sato, I want you at the rear with Takoyami. Minta, Jiru, Siro, and Mina. Make anything attacking us from the rear regret it. Yeah, Momo, you're with me and Kaminari in the center. We're providing support for our heavy hitters. Everyone clear on the plan. Let's hit it. Kirishima whooped, bringing his hardened fists together as Bakugo's hands crackled. We won't fail you, Midoriya, Ida proclaimed as he took off into the forest with his team at his back as Sato downed 2 packets of sugar as the sound of breaking trees had all of them tensing. Izuku pressed a button on his goggles several times, cycling through the different optics available. I'm not getting any kind of visual on whatever it is. Scout team, what do you got? Nothing yet. Ada's voice came through the comms. Whatever it is, it's huge. Let's get moving, people. Stay together. Contact. Ada shouted as they began heading into the forest. Some kind of rock monsters. We have 1 attacking us. 2 more heading your way. Lock and load, people. Izuku snarled as he brought his rifle up, peppering the head of an 8-legged beast as it came bursting into the clearing. Bakugo and Kirishima shot forward, Kirishima breaking through its legs and causing it to stumble as Bakugo unleashed a devastating explosion that destroyed its body. Todoroki froze the second beast, keeping it in place as Kaminari charged it, frying the beast before Kirishima barreled through it, finishing it off. Keep moving. Izuku stumbled out of the forest alongside his class, doing his best to support Momo as they looked at the mansion. Finally, Mineta whimpered as he collapsed. That was intense, Mina whined, leaning against an equally exhausted Hagakure. Seriously, Kirishima muttered, looking back where Ajiro was helping Shoji guide a fried Kaminari and Sato. You guys did better than we thought you would, Mandalay said with a smirk as they trudged towards them. You said it would take us 3 hours, Mineta accused. Oh, I guess we were going off how long it would have taken us to get back here, Mandalay said flippantly. So harsh, Kirishima sighed. Well, I think you guys did amazing, Pixie Bob exclaimed happily, flouncing over to them, especially you three. Izuku snorted as she began fawning over Kirishima, Bakugo and Ada, glad she didn't snag me. Izuku said with a slight shudder. Are you feeling left out? Momo asked innocently, giggling when Izuku gave her a tired glare. Papa, Izuku grunted when Eri practically flew into his chest. Hey princess, he wheezed, giving her a one-armed hug. How was the way? It was okay, she said shyly. Mr. Zawa showed me pictures of his kitties and Ms. Mandy gave me a coloring book. That's great, he said with a fond smile, his eyes going to the young boy who was standing by the door, arms crossed as he glared at the class. Did you make a new friend? Eri's smile disappeared. No, she mumbled in disappointment. He doesn't want to talk to me. I'm sorry, Izuku said. But you know, sometimes it's scary to make new friends, so he may just need a little time to adjust. Okay, she said, her smile coming back just a bit. Let's get you kids fed, Mandalay called as they all trooped inside. Kirishima walked up to them, ruffling Eri's hair as he leaned in to whisper. I need to talk to you as soon as possible. Izuku gave a mental sigh as Kirishima moved on like nothing happened. Tonight's gonna be a long night, he mumbled as they reached an indoor cafeteria. What was Kirishima wanting to talk to you about? Momo asked as she walked up, taking a seat with him at one of the tables. He wanted some advice on hand-to-hand combat the other day, Izuku said, was just telling me to meet him later tonight for it. Will you need me to watch Eri? Momo asked. I'd be grateful, he said with a smile. I'd be delighted. She giggled. You two are nauseating, Bakugo growled as he sat down across from them. Don't be jealous, Izuku said. Have you even tried to apologize to Uraraka? Of course I have. She walks away before I get the chance, he seethed, but it doesn't matter. We're here to get stronger, not try and date. The path to number 1 is a lonely one. Izuku chuckled. But you don't have to ignore every other aspect of life, you know. Shut up, you idiot, Bakugo snapped as food was placed in front of them. Soon they were all eating ravenously. After a full day of not eating, they were starving and not worried about appearing unsightly. Eri watched them all with wondrous eyes, visibly impressed with how fast the teens were eating. As they sated their hunger, the stress of the day slowly began to untense from their shoulders and they began a lively conversation amongst each other. Koda watched on with a scornful sneer. Izuku sighed as he sank deeper into the waters of the hot spring. The stinging sensation of the steaming water did wonders to draw out any lingering tension in his shoulders. Just what the doctor ordered. Kaminari groaned. Today was seriously killer, but we got through it with little to no problem, Zero said, thanks to our powerhouses in Midoriya. Yeah, you really know how to take charge, dude, Sato said, slapping the shorter boy on the shoulder. I'm class president, kinda the job, he said with a shrug. You guys would have had it under control without me. But still, Izuku rolled his eyes, leaning back against the lip of the hot springs as Mineta began to approach the divider wall. Mineta, he growled, making the boy freeze. My daughter's on the other side of that wall, so is my girlfriend and several close friends. You sure you wanna risk it? Bakugo perked up from where he was moping, his hands crackling with micro-explosions. Mineta gulped, and no. Then sit your ass down and don't go near that wall again or I'll pin you to it with my knife, he said bluntly. Hardcore much? Kaminari asked with a chuckle as Mineta settled back into the water beside the electric user. You wouldn't really stab Mineta, would you? If he tries to peep on my daughter and girlfriend, then yes, Izuku said, making the boy's sweat drop. So you two are an actual item now? Zero asked curiously. None of that, we act like a couple but we're not a couple bullshit. I think we are, Izuku admitted. We haven't really talked about it. Gotta talk about that kinda stuff, bro, Sato said. You can't just assume. Yeah, and you gotta be tactful, Kaminari piped up once more, not like Kakin over here. You wanna start a fight or something sparky? Bakugo roared. Dude, we can all tell you and Uraraka are having some kind of fight, Kirishima pointed out. Or did you think we wouldn't notice? It's not my fault she won't let me apologize, Bakugo growled through gritted teeth. Then don't leave her alone when she walks away. Todoroki suggested. Keep pestering her until she hears you out. Look at Todoroki giving good advice. Sato snickered. It'll end in one of two ways, Shoji muttered. Either she listens to and accepts your apology, or she floats you into space. Either way, I see it as a win, Izuku said, making the boys chuckle good-naturedly. Soon they began to leave one at a time, until it was only Kirishima and Izuku left. Don't stay too much longer, Ida exclaimed as he walked out. We don't want you two getting prunny. Whatever you say, Ida, Izuku called, rolling his neck and sighing in relief as it popped. So, I take it you accepted one for all? He asked, giving Kirishima a sideways glance. Yeah, All Might gave it to me before I went to the buses this morning, Kirishima said, looking down at his hands. It should be accessible now. So what's the problem? He asked. Well, I don't know how to properly use it. Of course not. That's why we're here to train, Izuku said as if it were obvious. I know, Kirishima grunted in frustration, but his power is so different from mine. He can call upon immeasurable strength. All I can do is harden my skin. Izuku made a small noise of understanding. You want to be able to use it without giving away that it's an entirely different quirk. Something like that, yeah, he sighed. Then focus on your quirk, Izuku recommended as he stood up, moving to grab his towel. I mean, your whole thing is durability, right? Yeah, but I have a limit, Kirishima confirmed as he reached for his own towel. Do you? Izuku asked, smirking when Kirishima paused. All that immeasurable power and you can't fuse it with your quirk. Sounds like an excuse to me. Fuse. Durability. Kirishima grinned. Midoriya, you're a genius, he shouted before running out of the hot springs, returning a few seconds later to grab his abandoned towel. At least one of us is, Izuku sighed, following Kirishima. The next day. We're here to train your quirks and surpass your limits, Vlad King said gruffly as he led his class towards a clearing. And to do that you'll have to push yourselves beyond anything you've ever known. But how will we do that? Suburaba asked. When you work out, your muscles tear and heal back stronger. That's what we're doing here, Vlad King said as they stepped into the clearing. The students watching in shock as they see Class 1A. We're going to push your quirks until they break. Kendo stepped forward. This is insane, she said, watching as Ida ran full tilt around the clearing, weaving in between Ajiro and Kirishima, who were dueling. Her eyes flitted over the others towards a weird glint in the distance. What she began, only to be cut off as a rubber bullet slammed into her forehead, sending her crumpling to the ground. What in the Monoma yelped as they all scattered. 1A doing the same when Ida was likewise hit in the chest and sent sprawling. Only Kirishima stayed on his feet, standing unafraid as he looked around the clearing for any signs of the shooter. Are we under attack? Tsuyu called from the cliff she had been climbing, hesitantly peeking from her cover. I didn't even hear a shot, Sato growled from behind the overturned table he and Momo had been sitting. Everyone relax, Aizawa called, making them peek their heads up. Now that we're all here, I can explain another aspect of your training. He watched as they helped Kendo up, the poor girl disoriented and with a sizable bruise in the center of her forehead. Ida pulled himself up, rubbing his chest and doing his best to get his breath back. To help train you all in situational awareness, we have tasked Midoriya to be something of a sniper. He's to take shots at anyone he catches slacking off or otherwise not paying attention. On the other side, should you spot him, then you're allowed to engage. So he's training in stealth and we get shot. Ajiro sighed. Great. Bring it, Kirishima exclaimed, slamming his fists together. It shouldn't be that hard to see him, right? Setsuna asked, looking at everyone. I mean, he's a pretty big guy with a metal arm. Is that all I am? Setsuna jumped, turning around quickly as Izuku deactivated his cloaking and pulled his helmet off, smirking at all of them. Don't think I came unprepared, he taunted. I'm going to make all of you work for it. That's not fair. Hagakure whined from somewhere off to the side. Look at it this way, Izuku said, scanning the clearing. I can't see you, you can't see me. The rest of you, good luck. With that, Izuku put his helmet on and disappeared. Is anyone else completely terrified right now? Kaminari asked. Everyone back to work, Aizawa commanded. Let's get 1B situated, Vlad. Small movements. Every small breeze that ruffled the grass he would move forward a few inches. Every time a deer or other small forest animal would dart out of the grass he would move forward. It was a long, torturous trek that had him feeling like he wasn't making any progress. But he was. Ever so slowly he was approaching the students who were training on the man-made mountain. He could see Tsuyu even now climbing up the sheer face and hear the screams of Takoyami. He froze as he heard a rustling near him, not daring to even breathe as someone walked right beside him, stopping for a moment. Izuku slowly released his breath, being careful not to make any sounds as the figure finally walked away, heading towards the table that Momo and Sato sat at. A few more inches and he was finally at the optimal spot, slowly bringing his rifle up as he drew a bead on Tsuyu. Sorry, Frogger, he muttered as he slowly squeezed the trigger, the crack of the rifle covered by Bakugo's explosion. The rubber round slammed into Tsuyu's back, making her lose concentration and tumble back down the mountain. Izuku stayed perfectly still as the area around him was suddenly hit by several different quirks: Rin's scales, Aoyama's naval laser, Ibara's vines, even Todoroki's fire, and an explosion from Bakugo. All of them were a few feet off, leaving him unscathed. Damn it, I could have sworn he was there. Rin grumbled, eyes scanning the tall grasses. Mina and Jiru helped sew you up. I think we're close, Aoyama called down, clutching his stomach. Monsieur was definitely close. Fucking nerd, Bakugo growled as he turned back to his training. The others doing the same. Izuku waited a few moments until he was sure no one was paying attention, then began the slow trek back to the tree line. Within an hour he reached it and carefully got to his feet, his cloaking deactivating as he disappeared into the darkness. That's 15 of the 19 1A students, he muttered as he reloaded and came to a rest beside a downed tree. It irked him that he couldn't get a shot on Bakugo or Todoroki. Both were too hyper-aware of his presence and had almost hit him several times. Likewise, Jiru seemed to always be able to hear him and would routinely warn Mina when she knew he was close. Takoyami had been another one. The cave he was in was hard to access, and the flashbang and paint bomb he had thrown in there had been launched back out by Dark Shadow before they could detonate. With one B he had managed to get all of them but two, Rin Huryu and Shizaki Ibara. The two had much better situational awareness than their classmates, and were usually the first to attempt and attack him when he made himself known. Going for Shishida this time, he muttered into his headpiece, letting Aizawa know his next target. Gonna be a long shot, 300 yards out, probably the only chance I have of getting him. You have enough time for 2 more hits, after that we call it quits for the night. Understood, ghost out. Izuku signed off, beginning his trek deeper into the forest, eyes on the lookout just in case Aizawa had other tricks out here for him. So far he had encountered bear traps, tripwires, spike pits full of muck and foul-smelling liquid that he didn't want to know what it was, and several snares. Soon he approached a giant oak tree which he began to climb freehand until he was peeking out over the trees, the training clearing off in the distance. Bit further than I intended, he muttered, unslinging his rifle and using a branch to help keep it stable as he aimed down the scope. Zooming in until he could just barely see the students training hard, he soon singled out Rin and began making his calculations, adjusting for the distance and slight wind pickup. Let's see you dodge this one, Izuku muttered, squeezing the trigger. 3, 2, 1. The round hit Rin in the forehead, sending him crumpling to the ground in pain as the regular offenders began firing off their quirks in his general direction, none of them hitting anywhere close to him. Realigning, Izuku said into his headset, zeroing in on Shizaki, who was looking around in paranoia. That leaves 6 I haven't hit, he muttered to himself as he lined the shot up, then got an idea. They're gonna hate me for this, he sighed, as he made the calculations in his head, slowly moving his crosshairs to the mountain, specifically in between Jiru and Mina. With another squeeze of the trigger, the hypersonic round flew through the sky. He could see Jiru shout about another shot. Then he watched as the bullet ricocheted off the cliff face and into her back, knocking her off her feet as it ricocheted into Mina's stomach and then off into Ibara's leg. Damn, off by a foot, he growled as he began climbing down the tree. I shouldn't count that, Aizawa said into the headset. In real life the bullet wouldn't have ricocheted off the cliff face. But this isn't real life, Izuku said back as he reached the ground. Besides, in an urban setting, I can definitely figure out how to ricochet the bullet off metal fixtures. I'll allow it, now bring it in. And don't be surprised if some of the others try and take a shot at you. Copy that, Izuku said with a grin as he hoofed it through the forest, jumping over yet another bear trap and a snare. This is too easy, he chuckled. Click, boom. Aizawa smirked as he watched a pink mushroom cloud rise through the forest. Keep in mind, kids, Aizawa called to the 39 stunned students watching the cloud, always watch where you step. Izuku slowly sat down on one of the benches, his armor and everything he wore underneath covered in a bright pink. Slowly he pulled his helmet, setting it down on the table as he looked around. What the hell hit you? Bakugo asked as he walked over with Iri sitting on his shoulders. Your pink papa, Iri giggled. That I am, Izuku agreed, smiling when Iri jumped down and happily sat in his lap. I stepped on a mine, he said to Bakugo. I dodged snares, bear traps, and spike pits, but a single mine got me. Loser, Bakugo scoffed as he sat down as well, guzzling down water. My score is 37/1. Izuku countered as Iri sneakily began reaching for his helmet. And I'm planning on getting you and Todoroki tomorrow. Good luck, nerd, he sneered, watching as the pussycats brought out vegetables and raw meat, explaining that they would be cooking for themselves that night. Excuse me, I need to go show these extras how to cook, Bakugo said, standing and walking over to the ingredients with a few others following him. Izuku chuckled and turned to Iri, snorting when he realizes she was wearing his pink helmet. How was your day? He asked, pulling the helmet off of her and setting it on the table. Fun, Iri chirped. I colored. That's great. Can I see? The father-daughter duo sat for a few minutes, looking over the colorful pages that Iri had filled out while waiting for them to get done for the day, stopping only when Bakugo called for his help. Get Pikachu away from my darn kitchen, Bakugo roared, making Kaminari cower away. On my way, Izuku sighed, slowly standing and setting Eri on the bench. I'll be right back, kiddo, he said, bopping her on the nose and making her giggle as he walked over to Bakugo. Eri once again picked up his helmet and put it on, looking around happily as the students were busy cooking, which was probably why she was the only one who saw Kota walking towards a hard-to-see path. Eri took the helmet off and hesitated. The older boy had been mean to her yesterday, but then she remembered her papa's words, "It's hard making new friends," she said with an adorably serious nod as she jumped off the bench and ran after Kota, hugging the helmet to her chest. Izuku looked up and watched as Eri ran after the dour Kota, humming to himself as he turned to help Kaminari salvage what he could from the half-burned pot of curry. Kota glared over the trees of the forest, frowning as he thought of the students back in the clearing. What a bunch of heroes, he muttered. Who would want to be a hero? Hello, Kota jumped, whirling around and scowling when he saw Eri standing shyly behind him, hugging a pink helmet tightly as she hesitantly approached him. Get out of here, he demanded. This is my secret spot. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know, Eri said, looking remorseful. I just wanted to talk to you. Can we be friends? No, he said pointedly, turning away from her. Now get out of here. But why not? Eri asked, very confused as to why he was being so mean. Kota scoffed. You're with those heroes, he sneered. And I don't want to be friends with some hero fangirl. What's wrong with liking heroes? Eri asked. My papa's a hero and he's the bestest hero ever. Your pops is probably only a hero for the popularity that comes with it. No, he's not, Eri exclaimed hotly. He wants to help people. My papa is a real hero. Eri turned around quickly, her eyes lighting up to see Izuku walking towards them, his armor from the waist up removed, leaving him in a slightly pink-stained shirt. Papa, she exclaimed as she flounced over to him. Kota says you're not a real hero, but I know he's lying. Izuku chuckled at that. Thank you for believing in my princess, he said, ruffling her hair and making her giggle. Yeah, Momo has a plate of curry for you. Why don't you run back and eat with her? I'll be along soon. Okay, Papa, she said, sparing Kota one last glance before walking away. Izuku slowly walked towards Kota, who tensed up as he approached. Relax, kid, Izuku said, holding his hand up in a placating manner as he pulled a pack of cigarettes. Can't smoke around the lodge. They get mad, so how about let's keep it a secret, between you and me. HMPH, whatever, Kota muttered, looking away from him as Izuku put the cigarette between his lips and lit it. Impressive little hideout you got here, kid, Izuku praised, looking around the clearing and then over the cliff. Bit dangerous for my taste, but so long as you're careful. Shut up, Kota snapped. We're not friends, and we'll never be friends. I don't want to be friends with some wannabe heroes and their brats. Izuku frowned at him, but said nothing, making the boy continue talking. Why would you even want to be a hero? He sneered. A bunch of idiots trying to show off their quirks. Izuku chuckled. For some maybe, but I'm quirkless. Kota's eyes widened at that. But then, why are you trying to be a hero? Because I want to help people, Izuku said, not looking at Kota, and being a hero is the best way to do that. But what if you get hurt? Izuku smiled sadly and held his hand up, showing off his prosthetic in the weak sunlight. Then I learn and get better, he said softly. Kota winced, then looked away. What happened? Some villains attacked our high school, Izuku said, letting his hand fall back down to his side. They wanted to hurt our teachers and us, and I had to step up. But you're just a student, Kota exclaimed. Why would you put yourself in harm's way? Because if I didn't, then my classmates would have been hurt, Izuku said, looking up at the sky as it began to fade into muted oranges and purples. We weren't very close when the attack happened, only a week into the new year after all. But I knew that if I were to simply run away, save myself, then everyone I left behind would have still been in danger, so I had to grit my teeth and fight and do what I could to save them. But you didn't know them, and it wasn't your job, Kota mumbled. True, wasn't my job, Izuku said, and I really didn't know them, but I knew they were innocent, that they didn't deserve to get injured because some villain decided to go on a rampage. And besides, I'm training to be a hero. And heroes don't stop being heroes just because things are a little dangerous. We lay our lives on the line so that normal people don't have to, so that they can be safe and secure. He looked at Kota. Your parents were heroes, weren't they? Kota sniffled, wiping away the tears collecting in the corners of his eyes. Everyone keeps saying how they went out like heroes, how their deaths were honorable, but what does that matter? They left me, Kota, Izuku said gently, kneeling down beside the boy. Your parents didn't leave you, they're with you. What does that even mean? Kota snapped angrily, taking a step away from Izuku. They're not here, so why does everyone keep saying that? Izuku sighed, flicking his crumpled cigarette into the forest below. I used to ask the same thing, kid, he said, sitting back and letting his leg hang off the ledge. They'll always tell you they're in a better place or they're still with you all. Does it make you mad? What place is better than here with me? If they're here, why can't I see them? No one ever sits down and takes the time to explain what they mean. You lost someone, Koda whispered. My girlfriend, Izuku said. She was my life, the one bright spot in my life. When I lost her I was broke, aimless, didn't know what I would do or even if I'd make it through the day. And all I would be told is she was in a better place, she was still here with you. And it made me angry, made me mad. But I learned, after months of pain, that those words aren't just some token words that we use to try to dismiss someone's pain. No, in all honesty, I think they're the most honest words ever. He looked at Koda, who was now staring back, tears trailing down his cheeks. See, the world isn't a nice place. It'll beat you down until there's nothing there. Every single one of us has to struggle against it, try and make it better. That's why they're in a better place, because they don't have to struggle anymore. And yes, it hurts that they're gone, that we'll never see them again, but they are with us. He reached out and tapped Koda's forehead. They're in your memories, all those fond ones you had of them. And his hand moved down and he tapped his chest. They're in your heart. Their love for you will never die, Koda, and their spirit will always be watching over you. Izuku let out a slight groan as suddenly Koda was hugging him, sobbing into his chest. He put his arms around the boy, doing his best to comfort the crying boy. They sat like that for a few minutes, until Koda stopped crying and pulled away from Izuku, wiping his eyes as he sniffled. Thanks, he mumbled, keeping his eyes averted. No problem, kid, Izuku said with a friendly smile as he stood up, his eyes sharpening as he heard the sound of a branch breaking. Why don't you head back, go get some food, I'll be along shortly. He tapped his pack of cigarettes, making Koda nod. Okay, I won't tell anyone, he added quickly. You are a good kid. Izuku chuckled as Koda began walking away. He waited until he was sure the boy was far enough away, then quickly turned and threw a knife at a nearby bush. He could hear the sound of the blade sinking into meat and quickly charged at the bush, pulling a compact Glock from his boot holster as he crashed through the foliage. His eyes narrowed when he found the bush empty, save for a smattering of blood on the leaves and ground. So, you heard something in the bushes and threw a knife, Aizawa said as he looked over the blood on the bush. Beside him, Izuku was standing with his arms crossed, the Vlad King and Tiger beside him. Yeah, he said, waited until Koda was far enough away, didn't want him accidentally getting caught in a fight. The evidence points to something or someone having been in the bush when you threw that knife, Vlad King said gruffly. But the question remains, was it an animal? Or was it someone who shouldn't have been up here? Couldn't have been an animal, Tiger grunted, otherwise there'd be a dead bird or fox in there. And if it had survived the hit, then it would have jumped out of the bush as soon as it could. Izuku finished. There was someone up here, well versed in espionage. If I didn't even know they were here until I heard a branch snap. We should contact UA and get some additional heroes here. Thank you for your help, Mr. Midoriya, but this is now in our hands, Vlad said pointedly. You can return to your class. Mr. Aizawa, please, Izuku started. Your concerns are being taken into consideration, Midoriya, Aizawa said, giving him a meaningful stare. I promise we'll be doing whatever we can to ensure the safety of the other students. You're dismissed. And keep this to yourself for now. No need to cause a panic. Izuku hesitated, then nodded and walked away. How soon would we be able to get other heroes here? Tiger asked quietly as Izuku left. Sadly, only Nezu will listen to us in regards to there being a breach, Aizawa sighed. And the other teachers are neck deep in their own hero work. He'll have to contact someone outside of UA. We may be able to get Deadshot here, but he's about the only other hero I can think of that can get out here on such short notice. We'll inform Nezu of this possible breach, Vlad said. At the very least, they can get some heroes here by tomorrow afternoon, evening at the latest. That's about all we can ask for, isn't it? Aizawa muttered. Let's go, we have some calls to make. Izuku did not get his shot to take Bakugo or Todoroki out. He was too distracted. What with the increasingly probability of an attack on the camp, he spent most of the day dodging through the forest and scoping out the farther reaches of the forest accessible to them. He hadn't found any evidence of any other spies, but he was sure they were out there, simply watching them and waiting for their moment to strike. Izuku, Momo called as he walked towards them at the end of the day, his helmet off and looking deep in thought. Izuku, she said again as she walked up to him, giving him gentle nudges and making him jump. You're distracted. What's wrong? Nothing, he reassured her, offering her a tired smile. Just tired. Aizawa set up more traps out there. Well, let's get some food. I'm sure that will help, Momo said with a warm smile. Yo, Midoriya, Kirishima called, walking towards them with a large grin. Hey man, think you can help me with my quirk before we do the evening training? I think I almost got that new form figured out. Izuku sighed, looking to Momo helplessly. I'll try and finish up quick, he promised, giving her a kiss on the forehead. Don't strain yourselves, she called as the two headed into the forest. Where are those two idiots going? Bakugo asked gruffly, walking up with Eri sitting on his shoulders, happily sipping on a juice box. Something about quirk training for Kirishima, Momo sighed, giving Bakugo a look. So, have you talked to Uraraka yet? She smiled when his only answer was a grunt. You know she's not gonna just sit around and wait, right? I know, he growled. But every time I try and corner her, she takes off and sticks with Pinky and See-Through and they won't let me get anywhere near her. I'll take care of those two, Momo said, pulling Yuri off of Bakugo's shoulders and letting her down to run after Kota, who was standing awkwardly off to the side, trying to discreetly motion for Yuri to come over. You just worry about getting a good apology out to Uraraka and not insult her. I wasn't trying to insult her, Bakugo snapped, making Momo giggle. I know, Bakugo, now let's go. Bakugo grumbled as they walked towards Uraraka, Mina and Toru. Mina, Toru, can you help me with tonight's dinner? She asked. We need to start dicing the vegetables. Okay, come on, Uraraka, Mina began, only to stop when Momo held a hand up. Actually, I need Uraraka to help Bakugo, since she's one of the few here that actually knows how to cook, she said with a gentle smile. Uraraka immediately tensed up, giving Bakugo a not-so-subtle glare and making him huff. Are you sure? Yeah, Momo, Toru asked nervously. Maybe I should help. You can burn water Invisalign, Bakugo growled. Let's go, he said to Uraraka, walking over to the fire pits, Uraraka following stiffly. I'll prep the meat, she muttered, going towards a blue cooler. You cook it. Cheeks, we have to get dinner started, Bakugo, she said pointedly, not looking back at him as she pulled packets of beef out. Bakugo bit back a growl and walked over, pulling one of the packets towards him and tearing it open. I said I'd prep them. Gotta get dinner started right. Bakugo mocked her earlier words. Both of us working together will make things go faster. Uraraka muttered something under her breath but didn't say anything as they began to silently prep the meat, tenderizing it and seasoning it to go on the grill. As they worked, Bakugo felt the tension in his shoulders begin to ease, his scowl softening to a frown. Slowly he set the meat onto the grill. Uraraka, he said softly, making her look up, surprised at how quiet Bakugo spoke. Uraraka, I'm sorry. He turned to her, crossing his arms. I'm sorry for what I said about you about 3 weeks ago. I wasn't trying to call you fat or imply it. I was trying to ask you to train with me and well, it didn't come out right and it just got jumbled up and he sighed in frustration, running his hand through his hair. I'm not used to using my words, he grumbled. And you frustrate me, damn it. I frustrate you? Uraraka asked in confusion, her eyebrows scrunching up. Yes, you do, he seethed. Out of everyone in this damn class, why do I have the hardest time talking with you, huh? Every time I talk to you I fuck it up. And it's your fault, damn it. How is that my fault? She mused, amusement creeping into her tone. It just is. With your stupid cute roundness. And he stopped, blushing as Uraraka began to laugh. It's not funny, he growled indignantly. It kind of is, she giggled, nudging him good-naturedly. He scoffed, but smiled slightly as Uraraka let out a sigh. I guess I'm sorry too, she mumbled. I haven't exactly been acting maturely about all of this. Really, I never would have guessed, he said sarcastically. Don't be a jerk, she said, nudging him again and making him nudge her back. So, we're good? Bakugo asked unsurely. Yeah, we're good, she said with a bright smile. Now help me get this meat cooked. Bakugo gave her a small smile and turned back to the grill, only for his eyes to catch a weird glint that immediately set him on the defensive. Uraraka, watch out, Bakugo shouted, tackling her to the side as blue fire engulfed the grill and the area immediately around it. Bakugo curled around Uraraka protectively as they crashed into the ground, his eyes catching the glimpse of portals opening up under his class. Those with slower reflexes fell in as Zero, Pony, half of Takage, Tsuyu and Takoyami were able to escape the portals, having had to dodge the attacks coming from all around. Are you all right? Bakugo asked Uraraka as they hid behind the other grills. The girl nodded as she looked around the clearing in shock. Men in bird-like masks were surrounding the lodge, a gigantic man at their head trading blows with Tiger while Mandalay was dodging between a lizard dressed like Stain and a taller man carrying a gigantic magnet. Get into the lodge, Mandalay shouted at the remaining students. Barricade ourselves inside. We're cut off, Zero shouted as he swung between the minions, dodging a quirk that shot razor-sharp leaves and using his tape to bring the attacker close to knock him out. Tsuyu hopped between the villains, her strong legs sending several flying as she flipped over Takoyami as Dark Shadow shot forward and slammed another cluster away before stumbling back as blue flames flooded the area. Bakugo growled as his eyes zeroed in on the attacker. Get to the lodge, Uraraka, he ordered as he blasted off towards the blue flame user. Die, asshole. Izuku ran through the foliage, Kirishima right beside him. The explosions are coming from the lodge, Kirishima exclaimed. Damn it, Izuku growled as they burst into the clearing, Izuku's guns coming up and peppering the nearest goons with rounds, sending them crumpling to the ground as Kirishima charged forward, his fists sending many flying. Izuku's eyes scanned the battlefield. Tsuyu and Pony were surrounded and Zero was covering Takage and Uraraka as they ran for the lodge. Bakugo was currently unleashing powerful explosions against intense blue flames and keeping Dabai from attacking the heroes, who had their hands full with the gigantic man in the plague mask. Yakuza, Izuku growled. You help Zero, I'll help Tsuyu and Pony, Kirishima shouted, hardening his fists. No, Kirishima, you need to take on that giant, Izuku said, taking shots at the Yakuza surrounding Tsuyu and Pony. You're the only one with the firepower. I haven't mastered it yet, Kirishima exclaimed, his hands shaking in fear. Izuku grabbed him by the front of his shirt and clocked him in the jaw. Grit your teeth and suck it the fuck up, he snarled as he pushed Kirishima away, the boy holding his jaw where Izuku had punched him. We have Yakuza attacking. Most of our class is not here, which means they're scattered again. I need you to take out their big fucking guns before we get fucked. Kirishima froze, the weight of the situation finally setting on him. I can't. If you can't, then who? Izuku asked angrily. What are you here to be, Kirishima? Kirishima's eyes hardened. You're right, Midoriya, he said as steam began to roll off of him and he suddenly bulked up, tearing through his shirt as he also gained a few extra inches of height. He took off with a shockwave, shattering the ground under him as he slammed his fist into the gigantic man's stomach, sending him shooting off into the forest, full infusion. Red Gauntlet. About fucking time, Izuku said with a feral grin as he slammed into the thugs around Tsuyu. Get to the lodge, Izuku ordered her as he reloaded an Ifrit, forcing the thugs to fall back temporarily. How is Kirishima that strong? Tsuyu asked as she jumped towards the lodge where Pony and Zero were holding off a few more thugs. Bakugo was running towards them, the villain he had been fighting nothing but a pile of melted mud. It's a new aspect of his quirk he came up with to be on par with All Might, Izuku said as he watched his friend easily trade blows with the giant Yakuza thug. Instead of hardening just his skin, he hardens his entire body, every molecule, and then allows them to bend but not break. He calls it full infusion. That really is amazing, Tsuyu croaked as they reached the lodge. Where are the others? Izuku asked as he retrieved his M4 from inside and began to lay down a suppressive fire to give the heroes some breathing room. Most got portailed away, Zero said as he taped up a few villains who had been unlucky enough not to retreat. Takoyami is in the office with Sato. They're calling the heroes. We don't know where Eri and Kota are, Setsuna said. Only her head, part of her chest, and her right arm were currently present. I was gonna send some parts of me to golf in them when Yaoyorozu asked and that portal crap happened. Damn it, Izuku groaned. I know where they are, Bakugo. He called to the boy who had sent Magni flying with a single explosion. What? He roared, turning towards Izuku. Eri and Kota are in danger. We need to get to them. Then let's fucking go, Bakugo snapped as he launched himself towards Izuku as he ran towards the cliffs. Do what you can to get in contact with the others, Izuku called back to Zero. Help where you can. He ran as hard as he could towards the cliff. Please be all right, Eri. Well, Muscular sneered as he looked down at Kota and Eri hiding fearfully behind a scared Kota as the large man stepped forward, another large man in a bird mask stepping out from behind him. Well, if it isn't little Eri, Rappa said as he loomed over her. Overhaul's been looking for you. Chaos. That's what Momo could best describe the combat around her. Just like the USJ, they were separated, but just as before they quickly rally. Kaminari was punching villains back with static-covered fists, Shizaki's vines lashing out to restrain the unconscious villains while Jorida dashed through his adversary, letting loose a roar as Mina slid around him, fists lashing out to knock Yakuza out or sending globs of acid out to force them to hide. Idly they could hear Mandalay's urgent messages of returning to the lodge, but they couldn't even think of doing that until their opponents were taken care of. Momo wasn't standing idle either. Her customary staff was out, sending villains flying with each swing while her Marikosha dolls sowed chaos with the flashbangs and smoke canisters hidden inside. She rolled forward to avoid a stone man, her right hand coming up as a gun barrel sprouted from her palm, peppering the man with automatic fire and forcing him to cross his arms in front of him in an attempt to block the rounds. Yaoyorozu duck. Ada's voice immediately had Momo bending at the waist as the engine-legged boy came flying into the clearing, his jet-powered legs sending the stone man through several trees. Get stuck in it, motherfuckers, the waist shouted as he jumped through the foliage. Tsuburaba, Rin, and Andro right behind them. The weld quirk user wasted no time slamming his elbows and fists into Yakuza thugs before welding them to trees and the ground. Ajiro was going to Kaminari's aid. Tornado tail dance. Ajiro snarled, spinning and slamming his tail through a cluster of Yakuza, jumping away when a bull-headed brute charged forward, only to be stopped by solid air from Tsuburaba, summarily electrocuted by Kaminari and bound by a just-arrived Bondo. The clearing was suddenly silent, the students tense as they waited for the next attack. When they were sure they were safe for the moment, Ada stepped forward. Jiru, Monoma, Yanagi, and Tetsu are heading for the training grounds, he informed them. Jiru could hear fighting coming from there. I don't know who's there, but I recommend we proceed there with haste. I agree, Jorida grunted, stepping forward. We can't help the others if we don't know where they are. Hopefully Kota is with those at the training grounds. With him and Jiru we can find the others and ASHIDO watch out. That was all the warning Mina had before a knife was plunged into her back. The pink girl let out of a cry of pain as she fell forward, Joruda charged at the blonde-haired girl who had just injured his friend, letting loose a roar as he did. The cat-like girl easily vaulted over him, licking the blood off her knife as she landed in a tree. Oh poo, her blood isn't pink. The girl giggled. It still makes her pretty though. You bitch, Rin snarled, hands coming up and firing his scales at the deranged girl, who easily dodged the attack, her knife flashing out to cut Shizaki's vines before landing on Ajiro's shoulders, slashing her knife across his face and making the boy scream in pain as blood gushed out of the new wound that went from his right temple down to his left jaw. Ojiro, Momo cried, her eyes sharpening as she leveled her palm at the psychopath, unleashing a rapid-fire salvo that tore through the girl's chest and reducing her to mud. Holy shit, Awase muttered. Running to Mina's side alongside the others, Ajiro was carried over by Shizaki and Bondo, who was doing their best to help the bleeding boy. I can't see, Ajiro growled through gritted teeth. Jesus fuck, that hurt. Who the fuck was that? Awase asked as he kneeled by Mina's side, the girl sobbing while Momo treated the wound. A psychopath, Rin muttered, watching the tree line. I don't like this, we need to get out of here. We won't go anywhere until we heal our friends, Ada said sharply, Kaminari nodding alongside him. Let me help, Awase said to Momo, putting his hand over the stab wound. Momo nodded and quickly moved to help Ajiro, Shizaki taking her spot beside Awase, her hand clasping Mina's hand tightly. This is gonna hurt like a bitch, he warned Mina, who let out a pained chuckle. Couldn't be worse than getting stabbed, right? She asked, gritting her teeth in preparation before Awase activated his quirk. She let out a pained whimper, clutching Shizaki's hand as skin, muscle, and bone were fused back together. Sorry, Awase apologized, standing up and looking over to where Momo was treating Ajiro. The boy had passed out some time while he was helping Mina. We need to get him back to the lodge, Momo muttered, worrying her bottom lip. This wound is deep, and he lost a lot of blood. We still need to help those at the training grounds, Rin pointed out. We may need to divide and conquer. Shizaki spoke up. She was petting Mina's hair soothingly, the girl looking drawn and shaky. Hashido has lost a lot of blood as well, and Kaminari is nearing his limit. I suggest we send our strongest to aid our comrades in battle, Ada proclaimed. I shall go with the injured before returning to your sides, hopefully with reinforcements. No, you need to head to the training ground, Momo said, standing tall. With Ajiro and Mina injured, we can't go very fast, and you're needed on the front lines, Ida. I'll go with the injured. She looked over her friends. Rin, Joruda, Tsuburaba, and Bondo can go with you. The rest of us can get the injured to the lodge. It's our best plan of action. Shizaki nodded. Let us make haste. Midoriya, Eri, Momo thought worriedly as she accompanied the injured. Please be okay. Koda slowly backed up, keeping Eri behind him as he stared at the two hulking men with fear in his eyes. He had just wanted to apologize for being a jerk and maybe play heroes and villains with the other kid. Now there were villains in front of him and he wasn't sure the camp could hear him if he shouted. Hey kid, that's a cool hat. You want to trade me for this stupid mask? Muscular sneered, stepping forward to take off the generic mask he wore. They didn't have anything better than this, but that hat. We got a job to do, Muscular, Rappa said gruffly, taking a few steps forward and stopping when Koda once again stepped back, Eri peering around him to stare in fear at Rappa. Don't worry kid, we're just here for Eri. Send her over and you can go. Huh, right, Muscular scoffed, making Rappa glare at him. My job is getting Eri, nothing else. Well, that's boring. I want to see some blood. Muscular laughed, leering at Koda and making him shake in fright. Rappa was suddenly in Muscular's face. You touch those kids and I kill you, he growled lowly. Your master wouldn't be too happy if you decided to attack us, Muscular mocked. I ain't nobody's slave, Rappa snarled, fists clenched. I'm here because Overhaul won't have a rematch with me until after we get Eri back. But if that means sitting back while you kill the kid, then I don't need a rematch. So you're a traitor. Muscular laughed as he flexed, his muscle fibers exploding from his body as he aimed a punch at Rappa, who took it to the chin and didn't flinch. It's a death game you want, huh? Rappa asked, his grin practically feral as he slammed a punch into Muscular's stomach and sent him flying back, crashing into the side of the mountain, only to come exploding back out to meet Rappa as the hulking MMA fighter charged. Run, Koda exclaimed, practically dragging Eri along behind him as he took off. The girl stumbled for a second before matching his pace. The mountain behind them seemed to explode as the two powerful villains went head to head. What do we do? Eri cried as they ran. Just keep running, Koda said breathlessly. Come back here, kid. Muscular snarled as he charged at them, his arm hanging uselessly, and his right leg looked broken. Rappa was slowly pushing himself up against the mountain, covered in blood but otherwise fine. Rappa roared as he charged, fist cocked back and ready to kill Muscular. But he wouldn't make it in time. Die. An explosion ripped through the air and sent Muscular flying back into Rappa's fist. Got you, asshole, Rappa snarled as he once again smashed Muscular into the mountain. The villain let out a shuddering sigh as he collapsed to the ground, blood pooling underneath his body. You brats all right? Bakugo asked gruffly as he glared at Rappa. The injured villain was nudging Muscular with his foot. Kitty-san, Eri cheered, moving to hug the boy's leg, only to stop when he held a hand up. Izuku's coming up, go meet him, Bakugo ordered, keeping his eyes on Rappa as the giant brawler began to walk towards them. Go, come on, Koda whispered to Eri, dragging her along with him as Bakugo crackled off a few small explosions. Not too bad, kid, Rappa grunted, popping his neck. You killed him good, makes me wanna see what you can do. What I can do is pummel you into next week and then blast your shitty friends to bits. Bakugo growled, small explosions crackling on his palms. Ulrig, this is what I wanted, Rappa crowed, launching himself at Bakugo, the boy easily dodging around him and blasting him point blank. Die. The explosion rocked the mountainside, making Eri stumble a bit into Koda. Come on, don't slow down, Koda urged her, helping her keep her balance while they continued to run. Koda, Eri, Papa, Eri screamed as they burst from the foliage. Her father was running towards them, not slowing as he tackled both of them to the ground, narrowly saving them from a barrage of bullets from the trees. Keep low, keep moving, he ordered them, his handguns flashing as he returned fire. Koda, protect Eri, get her to the launch. I'll be right behind you. Okay, Koda sobbed as he hauled Eri to her feet, the girl likewise sobbing as they took off, Izuku following as he continued to fire. Eri, Koda, Tsuyu shouted as they neared the launch, securing both children while Izuku continued his firefight. Get them inside, Tsuyu, Izuku shouted, slamming a hard knee into an approaching Yakuza's jaw, dodging the rounds peppering the ground around him. Midoriya, Hiroshima shouted, sliding in front of him to tank the rounds while Izuku fired at the few remaining Yakuza. Mandalay and Tiger were mopping up the last of the attackers on the other side of the clearing. We need to go help Bakugo. He's fighting one of the Yakuza. We need to. Izuku let out a slight gasp as the ground fell away from under him. Midoriya, Midoriya, Hiroshima shouted as he watched his friend fall into the portal, lunging for his hand. Protect Eri. Izuku got out before he disappeared, the portal closing behind him as Kirishima's hand slammed into the ground. Kirishima fell to his knees, eyes wide, staring at the spot where Midoriya vanished. No, he whispered, his hand curling into a fist, raising it and bringing it back down in a punch. No, he roared as his punch shattered the ground. Izuku landed in a roll, dodging several rounds before taking cover behind a tree, reloading his pistols and getting his wrist gauntlet ready, the tracking software in his helmet coming to life. You're fucking with the wrong class, asshole, he shouted, activating his optical camouflage and slowly moving around the tree to the right, zeroing in on the silhouette of a woman in the trees. Gotcha, he muttered, deactivating the tracker and firing all three guns. With a cry of pain, the sniper fell out of the tree, dropping the custom rifle from her hand as she vaulted back, hand clutching the graze on her arm she had gotten from Izuku's shots. She was short, with short brown hair and a black bodysuit covered by a green yukata, her face and eyes hidden behind a grinning Cheshire cat mask. Quickly Izuku relocated, barely avoiding several knives embedding the tree behind where he had once stood. Your tech is impressive, the woman drawled, a few more blades flicking into her hands. Lucky you to be ready. Luck's got nothing to do with it, Izuku said as he once again opened fire, this time back flipping into the trees to avoid the throwing knives and continuing to move as she seemed to follow him. You're not the only one with tracking software, she snarled, pulling two fans out as Izuku jumped towards her, the camouflage deactivating and a combat knife glinting in Izuku's hand. She caught the blade in her fan and flipped it out of his grip before brining the other up and slashing Izuku across his armor. The grating sound of metal scratching metal had Izuku disengaging, staring down at his scratched armor in surprise. A Tessin, Izuku muttered, glaring at her. Always full of surprises, she chuckled, flicking her other Tessin open, spikes sprouting out of the fan's spines. Izuku dodged several strikes, using his vambraces to deflect the strikes he couldn't. Enough, he snarled, bringing his wrist gun up and firing a fully automatic salvo at the woman, forcing her to dodge and deflect with her fans before disappearing into the canopy. Yakuza whack job, Izuku growled, ducking behind a tree to reload his guns. We got pros en route. Your attack has been in vain, has it? She questioned, sliding through the branches like a forest cat, being mindful not to make a single sound as she slowly flanked the gunslinger. Your friends are scattered. Many are probably dead, and the cabin is surrounded. It's only a matter of time before that horned-headed brat is captured. You touch my daughter and I'll kill you, Izuku snapped. You harm a single hair on her head and there's nowhere you can hide to escape my wrath. You haven't changed a bit, Izuku's eyes sharpened. Cut the familiarity, psycho, he snarled, firing off rounds into the canopy and forcing her to dodge, cackling all the way. Spinning down, her flying axle kick knocked one gun out of his hand before a swipe of her fan sent the other flying. Izuku responded by punching her back and raising his wrist gun, only to have it fall apart when a thrown fan sliced through it. Bitch, he growled, reaching down to his boots and pulling combat knives. Just keeping things even. she purred, a sigh sliding into her free hand. Striking a combat pose, she suddenly flew at him in a whirlwind of deadly steel. Shouta Aizawa was angry. No, not just angry, blisteringly furious. To think his class had once again been scattered by villains. And what's more, these villains weren't the D-class thugs that were at the USJ, these were Yakuza, and they were a force to be reckoned with. He'd almost lost Hagakure and Minda when Hojo had tried to cave their heads in upon dropping from the portal. His knife and combat scarf had been taken by larceny, and Shoji was bloodied because of a hungry Tabe chomping through his tentacles in sickening fervor. Get away from my students, Aizawa snarled, slamming his knee into Tabe's head, sending him crashing into Hojo before the ground swallowed larceny before shooting him out straight into a tree. Thank God, Shoji whispered as he fell to his knees. Don't get comfortable yet, Tojo started, only to be silenced by a flying steel fist. Tetsu. Hagakure cheered as the scowling full steel user staggered out of the foliage, carrying an unconscious Kota and Kodai. He himself looked a little wobbly. Behind him was Pixie Bob, likewise unsteady on her feet. Gas, Pixie Bob gasped before collapsing. Aizawa was quick to run to her side. Hagakure, Choji, Minta, help me with them, Aizawa ordered, steadying Tetsu as he carefully set down the two students he carried. Gas villain, he wheezed, settling against the tree while the other three students checked on their classmates. We got out, but a lot of people unconscious, gotta go back. Stay here and rest. That's an order, Aizawa said sternly, retrieving his capture scarf and standing. I'll go and get them. And then the world began to tilt, forcing Aizawa to steady himself on a nearby tree while the others crashed to the ground. The world spinning. Hagakure groaned, holding her head. I feel dizzy, Mr. Aizawa, like bad. Minta whimpered. Is this the effect of the gas? Choji asked softly. No, this ain't it, Tetsu said through gritted teeth. This is something else. How right you are. Aizawa looked up and glared at the approaching figures, one stumbling on uneven legs, while the other strode forward purposefully. Behind them were over a dozen Yakuza, all laughing and jeering at them. Hey, you guys are acting like you're drunk. The stumbling man cackled. Sakaki's quirk makes it hard to keep your wits about you, the other man said haughtily. And now, you'll be meeting your fates. A click of a revolver's hammer being cocked had Aizawa's stomach dropping. Bang, SCHOOM. A blur of yellow pulled Aizawa out of the way of the bullet, bouncing between the trees before slamming into Sakaki. Was almost late. Aizawa felt his head clear and quickly sent his capture scarf at the other Yakuza, wrapping him up before he could cock the gun again before looking at the squat old man standing aggressively on top of Sakaki, yellow cape billowing out behind him. The other Yakuza stepped back in shock. How did you escape the effects of his quirk? He asked, a weird inflection in his voice. You don't fly around at the speed of a jet without getting used to nausea real quick. The old man grunted, glaring at the Yakuza. You ran into bad luck when I was contacted about this here attack. A rustling in the bushes made Aizawa perk up as three more heroes walked out. Branches quickly wrapping up the unconscious Yakuza while a young hero dressed in a field medic's uniform ran up to the injured. His hands glowing softly. It's not much, but it'll help, he said to the students as Kota began to stir. Glad we got here in time to help. Death Arms grunted, looking around the forest with narrowed eyes. Kamui Woods and Psyche stepping up beside him. Old geezer blasted past us before I could even blink. Death Arms, Kamui, how did Aizawa begin? Nezu called up Deadshot. Psyche said with a grin, eyes glowing blue as several Yakuza were pulled from the ground with startled shouts of surprise. And he called me, and I had some favors with local heroes. Have no fear, UA. Mount Lady's fist suddenly grew and lashed out, sending the newly captured Yakuza into the trees. Knocked out while Death Arms charged through a few more, Kamui was wrapping them up and slamming them into the trees. The Mustafa Relief Force is here. Psyche ran through the forest as Kamui and Death Arms took care of the Yakuza behind him. Heal Up was dragging unconscious children to the clearing Aizawa was in with his students, doing the best to heal what he could on the run. Psyche, Mount Lady shouted down at him. She was currently trying to swat off several Yakuza trying to climb her legs. That gas is dissipating, and I see fighting at the training fields. I'm on my way, he called back, darting between the trees, eyes scanning the brush and tall grass for any students who hadn't been found yet. By the time he reached the training fields, the fighting was over. He could see several students helping their classmates up, or were carrying them away. And in the center of them all, helping Class 1A's Tenya Ida wrap a cut on his arm, was Deadshot. Nice of you to join us, Deadshot said to him as he finished Ida's bandage. Kids are safe here. We're gonna head to the lodge. Help where we can there. Sounds like a plan to me. We got quite a few students along with Erasure and Pixie Bob in a clearing to the south. Kamui Woods and the others should be finishing up soon. We're all gonna meet. Freck. Boom. Get down, Deadshot shouted, tackling Psyche to the ground as a red blur came smashing into the ground with the force of an artillery shell. Die. Boom. The overpowered explosion over their heads sent most crashing to the ground from the concussive force as Bakugo crashed into the ground, tumbling to his feet as a bird-masked villain charged at him, only for his punch to be stopped by a buffed-up Kirishima, who grunted in pain as the punch sent him sliding back. "Fucking die already," Bakugo snarled as he brought both hands forward, the twin explosion sending Rappa flying into the side of the mountain. "You boys all right?" Deadshot shouted, running back over to them. "Never better," Bakugo snapped, small pops crackling his hands as Kirishima debuffed beside him, breathing heavily. "Speak for yourself, I could barely hold it together." Kirishima huffed, "But that doesn't matter. They teleported Midoriya away." "They did what?" Deadshot demanded to know. "Dropped him into a portal after he secured the kids," Bakugo growled, hands twitching when he saw Rappa get back to his feet, then grinning fairly when the man fell back down with a grunt. "You boys help Psyche with the others. I'll go looking for Midoriya." Deadshot took off into the forest. "You better still be alive, kid." Izuku dodged swipe after swipe of Cheshire's blades, each one grazing armor or the skin between the metal plates, never one to be idle in a fight. Izuku had scored several hits on his adversary. Her yukata had several tears and holes in it, blood slowly trailing down her arms and legs. They didn't disengage, sliding between each other's attacks in an attempt to finish the fight quickly. Cheshire brought her tensen around an arc, but Izuku stabbed his knife through it and yanked it out of her hand, throwing it with a deadly accuracy, the blade scratching her mask as she narrowly dodged it. Another sai appeared in her hand and she darted in, stabbing and jabbing at him. Izuku flipped back, knocking the sais aside with his gauntlets before delivering a powerful punch to her stomach, sending her tumbling back, rolling to her hands and launching H3RS3LF into the sky, easily dodging Izuku's thrown knife as she twirled midair and landed her feet, shooting back at Izuku, sais sparking against knives as they traded blows. With a grunt of exertion, Izuku's fist suddenly lashed out, catching Cheshire in the chin, shattering her mask and sending her flying back as Izuku dove for his gun as she landed on her feet and threw her sai. Izuku had enough time to roll to his feet and raise his gun before the blade sank into his stomach in a gap between his armor, and the gun fell limply from his hands when he saw just who it was truly that threw the sai. "Emiya," Izuku whispered hoarsely, staggering back slightly as the love of his life newly resurrected to him picked up his other gun and fired 4 rounds into his chest. With a strangled cry, Izuku once again dove for his dropped gun, squeezing off 3 rounds and forcing Mia to run for cover. "What's the matter, Izu? Seen a ghost?" she taunted as she moved from tree to tree, Izuku sloppily rolling over a downed tree to get cover. You bitch," he bit out, "you faked your own death." "It was the only way." Izuku rolled to the side, narrowly evading a barrage of bullets as he returned fire, tumbling to his feet as Mia came whirling down towards him, only for him to grab her leg and smash her through a tree. "I warned you," he snarled, firing off the last of his rounds at her retreating figure. "I loved you. Was it all a lie?" His only response was a knife slamming into his leg before a knee slammed into his helmet, shattering the faceplate and forcing him to throw the helmet off. Thud. Izuku let out a slight, startled gasp as he slowly looked down, stunned to see one of his abandoned combat knives sticking out between the gaps of his breastplate. "I did what I had to," Mia said coldly, dodging a few of Izuku's slower punches before kicking his other knee in and stabbing him with her sai through the back, just below the shoulder, making him crumple to his knees, breathing heavily. Mia slowly walked around him, pulling out a collapsible sword that sprang to life in her hand. "I'm not the weak little damsel you remember," she said, staring him in the eye as he tried to stand, only to stumble back against a tree. She raised the blade over her head, gripping the handle with both hands. "Do it," Izuku muttered, blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Mia's hand shook a bit, and she raised the blade a little higher. "You're not a damsel anymore," he muttered, lifting his head up slightly to glare at her. "So come on, what are you waiting for? Do it." His lip curled a bit as he watched her eyes flicker with doubt. "Do it." "No," Deadshot shouted as he came flying into the clearing, wrist guns shooting the blade out of Mia's hand, forcing her to vault back, dodging between trees as Deadshot gave chase. Izuku groaned as he slumped to the side, finally falling unconscious from his wounds. "Ew," Deadshot snarled as he continued chasing Mia. "You are dead. The League can do many things," she sneered, throwing several knives at him, all of which he shot out of the air. "Kurogiri," she shouted, making a portal open up behind her. She fell backwards through it and it disappeared before Deadshot could do more than send a few rounds into it. "Damn it," he snarled, turning back around and quickly running to Izuku's side. Kid, are you all right?" he demanded to know as he shook Izuku's shoulder. "Come on, kid, open your eyes." "Mia, she's alive. She's alive," Izuku mumbled deliriously before passing out. Deadshot felt his shoulders slump. "God damn it," he gritted out as he began to perform first aid. "What the hell did we just step into, kid?" Momo crashed through the front doors of the lodge. Intense fighting outside had the heroes rushing them to the ramshackled building, where their classmates were hurriedly checking over their downed classmates. Most were unconscious. Some had injuries ranging from twisted ankles to deep laceration, much like Ajiro, who had fallen unconscious sometime in their mad dash to safety. A medic hero was going about healing what he could. He immediately took Mina and Ajiro while Shizaki guided Kaminari into a side room. The boy deep-fried. Momo, Iri shouted, crashing into her chest with a tight hug. I'm glad you're okay. Momo sighed in relief, clutching the girl tight. Where's Midoriya? A portal got him, Kota exclaimed, making Momo pale. I think one of the heroes went to go find him. Momo, Uraraka shouted, limping over, a stab wound in her leg. I'm glad you're here. Kirishima and Bakugo are guarding the back entrance, and Monoma is with Tsu and Takoyami watching the sides. Have you heard from Ada? Momo asked worriedly. Uraraka shook her head sadly. There's a lot of people missing. We think Ragdoll and a few others got dropped on the other side of the forest. We need to organize search and rescue now that we have heroes here and our attackers have thinned. The heroes are already out looking. The medic reassured her, ushering her to sit with a disoriented-looking Kendo. Rest, they may need you soon. Momo sighed and picked Iri up, sitting down next to the redhead while Uraraka knelt down by Kota. What happened with you? She asked Kendo. We got dropped in the training fields, Kendo said. Her voice was rough and craggly, but she pushed through. Yakuza attacked. We fought them off. Then this mist came in, and suddenly people were dropping. Tetsu figured out what was going on and ran off. I don't know if he was trying to get out of it or going to go find the guy who made it. Knowing him, it was the latter. She coughed harshly. I tried to follow. Passed out not too long after. Woke up here. What about you? We were dropped to the southeast. We took down a few parties searching for us before this. This crazy blonde girl attacked. She stabbed Mina and sliced Ajiro's face open. I shot her. She shook a bit at this, but calmed herself as Iri whined a bit, and she collapsed into mud. A lot of the Yakuza guys were doing that here. Uraraka piped up. We think it was some kind of cloning quirk. Makes sense, Kendo agreed, and countered that too where we were. So not only do they have real attackers, but clones that can fight just like them. Momo fretted. I hope Izuku is okay. How did he get captured? Kirishima said a portal opened right under him while he was hiding behind him from a sniper. He couldn't save him before it happened. Uraraka said sadly. We don't know where they took him. You must not give up hope. The three girls looked up. Ada. Uraraka cheered, jumping up and hugging her friend. You're okay. Completely fine, he reassured, despite the gauze on his arm and the rasp in his voice. I reached the training fields a few minutes before the gas was dissipated. Didn't get too much inhalation, but I was hit a few times. I was sent back to make sure we're defended here, as well as can be, Doc said, checking over his field dressing before nodding to himself. You may as well stay here. Should be winding down. He stopped as he seemed to stiffen, a soft gasp escaping his mouth. Sir, Uraraka asked, gasping when the healing hero fell over, revealing a girl in a green yukata, blood dripping down her hands as she pulled the knife from his back. Give me the girl, she demanded, and almost immediately had to dive out of the way as a salvo of automatic fire shot from two barrels poking out of Momo's back. Momo, get Iri out of here, Uraraka shouted, charging at Cheshire and taking her down with a shout of gunhead martial arts. Ada was immediately at her side, trying to restrain the assassin as Momo took off down the hall, Kendo and Kota following. Cheshire growled as her ankle came up, a blade sprouting out of a hidden compartment in her heel, stabbing Ada in the side before she was twisting out of Uraraka's hold, jabbing her hard with her fingers in her throat and sending her crashing to the ground choking. Spinning on her hip, she wrapped her legs around Ada's neck. With a twist, she slammed him into and through the wall and into unconsciousness before she was jumping back to her feet and running down the hall after Momo and Kendo. Kendo was waiting with a powerful right straight that destroyed a portion of the hall. Cheshire was barely able to slip past the hit, jabbing the knife 3 times into Kendo's side, ending with a quick stab into the side of her neck, making the redhead crumple, a hand around the wound. You're making me kill your friends, she snarled, kicking a nearby door in and immediately getting clocked in the jaw with a steel pipe. You'll pay for that, Momo shouted as she tackled Cheshire to the ground, quirk suppression cuffs she just created going around one of her arms. Imagine her surprise when Cheshire was able to recover and deliver a powerful front kick to her chest, sending her slamming into the wall. These things don't work on me, princess, she taunted, throwing the knife at the disoriented heiress. Momo dodged the knife and was back on her feet, charging at Cheshire, who tauntingly held her arms out, daring her to hit. And Momo did just that, diving past the girl at the last second and letting a flashbang explode in the girl's face, making her cry out in surprise, rubbing her eyes as Momo swept her legs out from under her. Something latched onto her side and a small booster suddenly activated and sending her flying towards the wall. Cheshire got her feet under her and kicked off the wall. The two girls grappled against each other for a bit until Cheshire tried to headbutt Momo, crying out in pain when a plate of steel sprouted from the girl's forehead. Momo then drove her own forehead into the girl's nose with a sickening crack, forcing Cheshire to fall back. She pulled another knife from somewhere on her belt, twirling it as she popped her nose back into place. "You have my attention, princess," she sneered. Momo clenched her fists, electrified brass knuckles appearing on her fists. "Come get some, bitch," she growled, advancing on the girl, dodging the first few swipes and jabs from the knife and launching her own blistering punches and kicks, each one barely missing the girl. "Aren't you worried about your little friend Izu?" Cheshire taunted, grinning when her jab got the girl to stutter for a second, allowing her to drag her blade across her stomach, the girl crying out as a shallow cut drew blood. "What did you do to him?" she demanded to know, attacking once more. A beanbag gun formed in her knee, blasting the assassin point blank in the stomach when she went for a hard knee to the gut. She followed up with 3 successful hits with her electrified knuckles, forcing Cheshire to disengage, doing her best not to collapse. That was 50,000 volts, the equivalent of a stun gun. Momo growled, advancing on the girl, doing her best to hide how drawn out she was. She was pushing her limit in this fight. "Imagine what'll happen when I ramp them up to 100,000. A cord of vines shot out suddenly, wrapping around Cheshire's neck and hauling her up. "Your sins are many," Shizaki stated coldly as she strode into the room. Her intervention gave Momo the chance to knock her out with a hard, electrified uppercut. "I heard fighting while helping Kaminari," Shizaki said, apologetic. "I came as soon as I could." "You did wonderfully, but we need to help our friends." Momo secured Cheshire with 3 pairs of handcuffs before rushing to Kendo's side. The girl was still awake, clutching the wound in her neck, her side bleeding sluggishly. Momo immediately created a med kit. "Kendo, stay awake." "I'm all right," Kendo whispered shakily. I think she missed my carotid." "She also hit you in the side," Shizaki reminded her, worriedly kneeling down by her friend. "Let us help you." "Uraraka, Ida," Kendo croaked out. They were trying to restrain the assassin in the other room. "Shizaki, please go check on them." The pro-hero medic was also injured. "I shall bring them here," Shizaki said with a nod, giving her class president's hand a reassuring squeeze before going. "You're lucky," Momo said softly to her. "It looks like she missed anything important." "Hurt like a bitch still." Momo chuckled at that, looking up in relief when medic stumbled out of the room, his left leg dragging just a bit. "Is she stable?" he demanded to know, practically falling into place beside her, kept sitting by Momo's worried hand. "She's not in danger of dying, but she's definitely lost a lot of blood," Momo informed him as the man raised bloodied hands to cover Kendo's 2 wounds. "You need to rest." After this, he protested as his hands began to glow. Kendo let out a gasp as her wounds partially healed over. The skin was still an angry red, and scabs were still over the worst of the wounds, but she was better off than she was before. "Recovery girl will be able to take care of it," medic breathed out, falling back against the wall, "but that should help." "Thank you," Kendo said, before finally passing out. "Yeah, Momo." Momo looked back, smiling a bit when Eri was once again running into her arms. "You're safe," Momo reassured her, looking at the still unconscious assassin. "I'm grateful Shizaki came when she did. I was running on fumes." "Your fighting style is a lot more fluid than it was at the sports festival," medic murmured, doing his best to keep his eyes open. "Fat Gum's influence," Momo said with a soft smile. "I'm really hoping to be able to do my work study with him. He's one of the best." Medic chuckled weakly, wincing when Death Arms burst through a nearby door. "What happened? Is everyone all right?" the strength hero asked, looking about wildly. "Kids captured an assassin," medic said wearily. "We need to start evacuating before more show up. EMS is 5 minutes out. I can hear the sirens now." Death Arms said gruffly, looking over as Uraraka and Shizaki helped Ada out into the hall. "We can evacuate when they have an escort to UA." "Good," medic mumbled. "I'm gonna pass out now." Momo slowly stood and moved to her friend's side. "We need to start getting the injured ready for transportation. Just lead the way, yeah, Momo." Uraraka croaked with a tired smile. "You're in charge until Izuku gets back. Hopefully it's soon." She fretted, giving Eri a comforting hug. "Let's start preparing for the worst injured to be carried out first." "Right, W." Deadshot grunted as he finally dragged Izuku into the front of the launch. Dozens of cop cars, EMS rigs and fire trucks were parked outside, their emergency lights flashing while heroes patrolled the area. "Help," he shouted as he got closer. "He's injured." "Deadshot," Psyche called, running over with 2 paramedics. "What happened?" The older man pulled his helmet off after the paramedics loaded the unconscious boy on a gurney, rushing him away. "Assassin nearly got him," he said grimly, running a hand through his hair. "Had I been just a second slow." "Assassin, female?" Psyche asked, making Rin look at him sharply. She attacked the lodge, trying to kidnap the kid along with almost killing a pro-hero and 3 hit students. She was taken down by Yaoyorozu Momo and Shizaki Ibara. "Son of a bitch," he swore. "Is she locked down?" "Someone's guarding her." "Of course, why? What's going on, Rin?" "Nothing good," he said grimly as he watched several students swarm worriedly around the injured Izuku. "Nothing good." Mia, Izuku whispered as he quietly climbed the fire escape up to the roof of their apartment complex. Mia was sitting up against one of the large AC units bolted in the middle of the otherwise bare roof. "Hey Izu," she mumbled, not looking up as he mutely settled beside her, bringing her in for a hug which she gladly sank into. "Who was it?" Izuku asked. "You gonna go fight them?" She returned. "Who was it? Are you gonna fight them?" she urged, making Izuku sigh. "I'll just give them a scare," he promised. Mia shook her head. "You're trying to be a hero. You can't get into any more fights without them blacklisting you." "I'll handle it, I promise." Izuku sighed. "If they do it again, you won't do anything." She cut him off, flicking his nose teasingly and making him snort. "I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself." Izuku tightened his hug to reassure her he understood, and they both stared up at the stars for a few quiet moments. "You'll always love me, right?" Mia whispered to him. "No matter what I do." "Of course," he said with a big smile. "I'll always be by your side, I promise, Mia." The lights were blinding, flashing in and out of vision as he felt himself be carried through two white corridors. Familiar corridors. He could hear a chorus of voices all around him as his vision got darker and darker. Multiple deep lacerations to the chest, gunshot wounds, damage to his liver. "We may have to. Been an hour, we need to move. He's going into cardiac arrest. We need defibs now." The sudden shock had Izuku's eyes opening slowly, recognizing doctors and nurses surrounding him. "Where? What?" He tried to talk, but a mask was immediately put over his mouth and it was a little easier to breathe. Then he began coughing and he could feel wet running down his chin and throat. "Shit, he's got blood in the lungs. We need to get him to surgery now." This time Izuku wasn't rudely pulled from the dark as he allowed himself to be pulled into it. "I promise, Mia." Momo stared at Izuku through the doorway of his hospital room. She was reminded of the aftermath at USJ, only he wasn't awake and trying to get out of bed, fighting the nurses to go try and see someone about a new arm. He was still, too still, even his chest barely rose with each short breath. He had tubes in his mouth and nose helping him to breathe and eat. His chest was covered in gauze that was beginning to turn pink. She wanted to walk in fully, to sit by his bedside and hold his hand, but she stayed back. She knew it was stupid of her, but she couldn't help blaming herself for Izuku's injury. Had they all just been a little faster, if she had reacted a split second sooner to escape the portal, or had went ahead of the injured to try and link up faster, maybe she could have been there when Izuku was taken. When he was forced to fight that crazy witch, maybe they would have been able to stop her together. Momo sighed as she shook her head, trying to rid herself of the negative thoughts, thinking like that's gonna eat you up from the inside. Momo looked over, untensing when she saw Rin, his mask off and guns holstered. "How do you know what I'm thinking?" she muttered. "'Cause I've thought about it too. But there was nothing any of you could have done. And that's on your teachers." "They knew," Momo whispered in shock, looking at Rin sharply. "Yeah, they knew. Not much to go on but a suspicious blood trail in Izuku's testimony. They knew enough to call in for reinforcements. And they decided not to tell any of you to make sure no one panicked." He shook his head. "We didn't expect the League of Villains to be this coordinated, nor did we think they'd team up with the Shy Hasekai. They came in with more muscle and more men than was even conceivable. There hasn't been that big a movement of villains since the USJ." Momo agreed bitterly, still sour that they hadn't been told crucial information, and it stung even more that Izuku hadn't said anything. And before the USJ it had been what? 6 years. The Kyoto Ward incident, yes. Rin nodded gravely. "We miscalculated, and we paid for it. The majority of the classes are dealing with smoke inhalation and unconsciousness, those at least 6 injured, including Midoriya. We failed." Momo crossed her arms, and Midoriya knew. She whispered, looking back at her boyfriend. From what Aizawa said, he was furious about their decisions. They bade him have faith in them. And look where that got him. Rin shook his head. "What do you think would have happened had they told you?" Any change in the class's behavior could have been a green light to attack, fearing they had been discovered, as is the entire day with no attack would have had all of you in the same position. Guards down being dropped across the forest. We could have set rotating guards. She snapped back, kept our eyes out for anything suspicious. We were doing fine with that when it was just Midori. Then why didn't you notice them before they sprang the trap? He asked, making her stop. Why didn't you notice villains watching you for the past couple days? Or how Izuku was acting today? You kids are good, I'll give you that. But you're still just that, kids. Kids who shouldn't have been in this situation to begin with, and that's on us. But don't think for a second we didn't agonize over what to do, how to do it, and the speed in which we would do it. This job is all about making tough calls. And sadly the last one was the best worst-case scenario. Momo's shoulders slumped, allowing herself to lean back against the wall, her head bowed. We could have done something, she whispered, a tear falling. Rin sighed, head home. He told her gently, Midoriya isn't waking up anytime soon. What news have you heard about his condition? She asked quietly, wiping her tears away. Her blood ran cold as Rin's head bowed. The gunshots he took, the stabbings, he's looking at extensive trauma, internal bleeding is still a problem. They'll be taking him into surgery soon. They don't think he'll have more than 40% movement. His career is potentially dead in the water. Oh, Rin shook his head angrily. He put his all into this and it was stolen by these damn villains. He growled, I'll be making sure they don't get to end anyone else's careers. Momo nodded numbly, giving him a quiet goodbye as she walked away. Izuku not becoming a hero, she thought, distraught, paused by the stairs. Her hands clutched tightly to her chest. It's not fair, she whispered, more tears falling. He deserves more than this. He deserves my help, she muttered, suddenly full of conviction as she ran to the stairs. Her body hurt. The Aorazu heiress had been a greater challenge than she thought. The taser burns, bruised chest and stomach, and broken, bloodied nose was a testament to that. She groaned as she rolled her stiff neck, consciousness slowly creeping in over the darkness. She spat a glob of blood onto the floor of the concrete interrogation room, weakly pulling on the handcuffs that kept her restrained to the metal chair she was in. She tried to kick the table in front of her over, but it was bolted down and now her foot hurt from the attempt. A door to her right opened, admitting a trench coat-wearing detective. Good morning, he said with a sardonic smile. You've been out for a bit. Mia didn't say anything. Instead, she glared straight ahead, ignoring the detective. That's okay, you don't have to talk, only listen, he sighed, slapping a file onto the table, its contents splaying out in front of her. A smiling picture from her middle school days stared back at her. Mia Watanabe, he began, aged 15. Almost 16, believed dead for over a year. Surviving relatives, a sister, 12, a grandmother, both of whom really want to talk with you, and an uncle, former number 2 hero Deadshot. He watched her carefully as she stared down at the file. Her eyes were vacant, not a single twitch indicating any of this affected her. I've been wondering what would cause a 14-year-old to fake her death, only to reveal herself a year later as a villain. I didn't mean to reveal my face. She said it so matter-of-factly that Tsukachi paused in his musings. Izuku got a lucky shot, knocked my mask off. And why were you targeting your ex-boyfriend? Tsukachi asked. Mia smiled at him, a knowing, taunting smile that had him on edge. Who said I was targeting him? You had him transported away from the main fighting and faced him yourself. Seems like targeting. He was a threat, nothing more, nothing less. If I hadn't done that, he would have more than likely beat me with the help of his brick wall. Tsukachi leaned back. So who was her target? I think we both know the answer to that, detective. She sighed dramatically. Nothing personal, she's very special to certain parties. The shy Hesekai. He pressed. Them, and others, she drawled innocently. Tsukachi resisted the urge to scowl. You know, it could go a long way for your charges if you cooperate. What do I care about that? She asked, genuinely curious. I assaulted several UA students, and if my hunch is correct, dear Izu isn't out of the woods yet. Murder would look amazing on my resume. This is serious. Tsukachi cut her off angrily. So am I, she sneered. Do you think the threat of charges is really gonna affect someone who showed up to kill your precious students? No, I don't think I care about it, especially since by the end of tonight, I'll disappear with that little girl, never to be seen again, like the Cheshire Cat. Tsukachi stood up, leaving her file in front of her. Good luck, you're in the middle of Hero Association headquarters. Let me know if Cheshire wants a magazine or something. With that, he strode out of the room, immediately going into the viewing room, where Aizawa stood with all might. And Nezu, she's not gonna talk, he said. There's no give in her stance, no remorse. What could lead one so young to turn to villainy? All Might muttered. A lot, Aizawa grumbled. Looking in there, I see what Midoriya could have been if he didn't have the heart he did. The Quirkless are never treated very well, and this is the product of those who won't stand for it any longer. She's not fighting for injustice, Toshinori argued. From the sounds of it, she's become a hitman. Unsurprising, Nezu mused, jumping onto the table to get a better look at her. In this world, many who are subjugated eventually grow to believe power is everything. That there's no reason to save the weak when no one saved them when they were at their lowest. This mentality most likely drove her to a profession where she's in control, powerful, and uninterested in helping others like her find the same. Is there even a small chance she could escape? Aizawa asked. If she gets out, Eri won't be the only danger. Where is she now? Toshi asked worriedly. At the hospital with Midoriya's mother, Aizawa said. They have a small army of heroes guarding them, including Fat Gum. He's the best to hand mercenaries like Cheshire here. Still, we should send a squad of officers as well, just in case. Tsukachi urged. It's a gut feeling, but just to be safe. Agreed, Nezu said, turning away from the window. Now we should get going. There's a raid to plan after all. As they all planned, no one noticed Mia spitting a thin piece of one of her restrained hands, smirking all the while. Kenji Yaorazu yawned as he stepped out of his family's private lab. He'd been there since his sister Momo had gone on her school trip, leaving him alone for the first time since before his little sister had been born. His parents were out of the country on a business trip, and he finally had the time to seclude himself in the lab for as long as he wanted. Now he was heading towards the kitchen, intent on gorging himself on his leftover pizza before taking a 3-day nap. the perfect amount of time to get rest before his sister gets home. The front door burst open as he entered the entrance hall. His sister came running and looking like she'd seen better days. Her hair was out of its usual ponytail. She was covered in dirt and grime, and specks of was that blood. Momo, what he started, only to yelp when she grabbed his arm and began dragging him back towards the lab. I need your help, she said firmly as they went, her brother stumbling to keep up. What's going on, Momo? Why is there blood on your shirt? He demanded to know, finally planting his feet to stop her oppressive gait. Do you not know what happened last night? Momo snapped at him. Whoa, calm down, he said defensively, holding his hands up peacefully. I let the maids and butlers go home for the week. I sure as hell didn't need them while I was in the lab, which I've been in for 3 days straight now, so I'm way out of touch. Momo groaned. Our summer camp was attacked, she explained. Izuku was injured, they're saying. Her voice broke a bit, but she plowed on. They're saying his hero career is over. I'm sorry, that's your boyfriend, right? He asked as he hugged her. He felt her nod against his shoulder, slumping a bit in his embrace. Life sucks, but there's not much you can do to help. Come on, let's go make some cocoa and get you to bed. No, Momo said strongly, pushing him back. I can't help him, but you can. Me. In surprise, what can I? Oh no. Please, Kenji. His future depends on this. Momo begged. No, absolutely not. No, he said while shaking his head. Momo, that has a 15% chance of killing the recipient. That leaves an 85% chance it works. Momo retorted fiercely. It's a Hail Mary. There's no guarantee it'll heal his wounds. It's a serum for boosting the physical body, not a cure-all. It's a chance we have to take. Please, Kenji. Kenji hesitated, running a hand through his hair and grimacing when he felt how greasy it is. No, it can't be done. Not unless you know a way to pump 1.3 million volts into his body to complete. He stopped when he saw Momo grin. Oh no. Kaminari groaned as he woke up, clearly looking up at Jiru's unconscious form on the hospital bed before glaring at his ringing phone. He answered it without looking at the caller ID. Hello, Kaminari. Thank goodness, I've been calling for 15 minutes. Momo cried out in relief. Sorry, I was sleeping. Kaminari yawned, peeking at Jiru again. What's up? How fast can you get to the hospital? She asked. I'm already here, he confessed sheepishly. I've been watching over Jiru until her parents get back to town. Perfect. Meet me at Izuku's room in 10. I need your help. Okay, he said with a slow nod, standing and moving to the door. What's going on? He sighed, realized she hung up. Just once I'd like people to clue me in fully. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.